This is Carolina Motorsports Park, the first stop on the GRIDLIFE calendar for 2026. It was built in 1999, making it the youngest track on the calendar for the year, and it has a ton of challenges, even though it's relatively new. The first big deal here at CMP, the start-finish line is right there, and turn 1 is right here. And to get a quick lap, sometimes you actually have to blow the braking zone for turn 1. You can't find yourself off track or you'll get yourself a penalty. Right after turn 1, the next challenge, turn 2. This big gnarly curve that you have to claw over, and if the race starts especially, it gets incredibly tight right here as everybody funnels down to the chute to turn 4. Once you clobber the curbs at turns 2 and 3, you drift out to these gator strips at the exit at turn 3. It's pretty wide here, probably about 7 or 8 feet wide, but these are incredibly rough on your car, and you sort of have to use your suspension as a non-renewable resource. Once you bend it, it's day over. And this next chute, it has a lot of similarity to Audubon Country Club, a track that Alan Wilson, the designer of this track, also designed. Behind me, way in the distance, are turns 8 and 9. Turn 8, downhill right-hander, leads you to turn 9, which is flat out and fast. This is the fastest part of the racetrack, speeds well in excess of 140 miles an hour in some of the faster categories, and even quicker than that at the very top level. Any corner called the kink is a driver's worst nightmare. This is the fastest corner around the lap at Carolina Motorsports Park, well over 130 miles an hour in time attack cars. You better hope you have downforce, and you better hope you turn in right on time, because this curve is going to send you airborne incredibly quickly, and it leads straight into a braking zone and a passing opportunity. So it is a critical turn to get right, and it's the biggest gut check around this lap. If you do everything right, it's about 1:35 to 1:45 a lap, depending on your car. But just because this is one of the newest tracks on the calendar and doesn't have a ton of history, this is a true challenge at the beginning of the season, has a lot of texture and a lot of character. And this is a great place to kick things off for 2026.
Saturday here at Carolina Motorsports Park, and behind me you can already see the GRIDLIFE TrackBattle field starting to get ready to pick up right where they left off yesterday and continue to set the stage for their Podium Sprint on Sunday. We'll continue to see as well our 3 wheel-to-wheel categories, Rush SR, GLGT, and of course the Eibach GLTC Championship, as they continue after qualifying and get ready to go for their first of 4 races this weekend. It is a beautiful spring South Carolina Saturday. Should be phenomenal weather again this weekend. It's our first full day of action here in 2026. Kyle, who's got it better than us?
Oh, man. Good morning, everybody, and thanks, Jackson. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens here in the booth for the first full day of broadcasted action here. Have a look at the weather. About 65 degrees Fahrenheit, but that is going to heat up very quickly as the sun climbs in the sky. A little bit of humidity here, 74%, but it is cloudless out here. No precipitation around us and bright sunny skies. It's a great morning for going fast on the racetrack. And, of course, we're kicking things off with the GRIDLIFE TrackBattle Series, which we only got a taste of the flavor yesterday, but Heat 3 on track now.
Yeah, it's been beautiful weather, right on the edge of uncomfortably hot, but not quite there yet. Maybe I've just spent too much time in Florida, but so far, so great when it comes to all the track conditions now. Fresh out there, a little bit of wind last night, blowing off any of the dust, so these track battle competitors are going to have a really, really good surface to be able to put down some great times and maybe crush a few records.
Yeah, there already was a couple of records set yesterday. Christian Aranja and Lennon Radcliffe did, but here's a look at the racetrack they're setting records at. Carolina Motorsports Park, built in 1999. About 2.25 miles, that quick left-right flick through 1 and 2, and then the run up to turn 4. Got this long triple apex right-hander, and then you're soaring down to turn 8. The track drops a little bit here, Jacob, before you jump on the brakes and head through turn 8.
Yeah, and it's a craziness. I mean, both those kinks through 9 and 10, and then into this massive hairpin into 11, where you got to kind of pick your line. There's some good passing opportunities, both going in for a dive bomb and coming out. And then through 12 and 13, it's as much throttle as you can handle. 14 hard on the brakes, and then that long straightaway to a very quick braking zone into 1.
Yeah, of course, the biggest challenge of the weekend, I think, for setting a track record is that run from the start-finish line to turn 1, where you have to commit to the brakes before the start-finish line if you want to stay on the road in a handful of the faster cars. So that's the biggest challenge here, I think, in order to set records. I mentioned Lennon Radcliffe and Christian Aranja reset records. Of course, Christian Aranja is setting a new record because GLGT wasn't here last year. But as far as our Club SC competitors, Lennon Radcliffe at a 154.422. Of course, the Sunday Cup category, Jacob Abbott still has that at a 153.152. That was just a slightly different nomenclature. So we'll consider those the same and say we got a little bit of room to go. Here's a look at who's on track now and the cars that are on course as well. On the right side of the timing and scoring column there. Jerome Kahuzak in the BMW M2, and Alex Westergaard making a return to GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition this year in his Honda S2000.
Yeah, it's a good mix of different vehicles, as we're seeing there. M2, S2000, Corvette, WRX STI, Miata, Civic, Corolla, Fit. I mean, pick your flavor. RX-8, not as many of those out as you used to see back in the day, but I'm always a fan of a rotary.
Yeah,
there's a few of them out here.
Yeah, and that I believe is the 105 of Corey Smith. This is a car that has the stock rotary engine in it, nothing done to it basically other than suspension and the Falcon RT660 tires to run in Club TR. But you know, he's definitely fighting an uphill battle in this class because Club TR has really become a total battleground. Those cars look more and more like true race cars every year.
Yeah, as long as you keep the premix in it and the oil topped up, that rotary can run for a shockingly long period of time. It's one of those engines where they like a little bit of red line now and again just to keep everything cleaned out. But taking a look here at our number 35, that's Westergaard in that S2000, big wing on the back, but looking very tidy as we start to get a couple of more lap times in. So Alex Westergaard right now first in street mod with a 150.138. Not doing too bad, but a few more competitors still to hit the track.
Yeah, live timing and scoring is available at gridlife.club/timing, so you can follow along at home. There's Alex Westergaard in that silver S2000, headed up the backstretch towards the kink. I talked about it in the track preview. This is a gut trek here. If you've got a little bit of downforce, you're going to be in pretty good shape, but there's a big curb on the inside there, and if you can commit like Westergaard does, you know, you shorten up that corner, you make a little bit more racetrack for yourself, but it can send you airborne. So you have to sort of you know, balance how aggressive you want to be there, because when you land, how your car is set up, how your suspension takes impacts is going to determine whether or not you make it to turn 12.
Yeah, you're going to want to be really wide on the outside of the track there and make that turn in pretty early. So if you are hitting that curb, hopefully the wheels are as straight as possible, because if you've got a bunch of turn in on that point and you catch that bit of curbing, it's going to send you for a bit of a ride. So yeah, taking a look now at 5th in John Laughlin. I mean, love a Cooper.
You know, this is a new car for him. He ran in street class in a Honda Civic last year, so he's making the change over to Club SC and running this 2004 Mini. And we've seen these a handful of times in this category. I think they're well suited for it, and maybe there is still a lot to be unlocked with these cars. I think we've learned almost everything there is to learn about what you can do to a Fit to make it good. Lennon Radcliffe is certainly showing us what you can do with a Corolla, but this Mini, I think there's speed and time to be had here.
Have you ever driven one?
I have not driven in one. I've ridden in them plenty of times. I think they're great.
They are great. They're very sporty, even for a day-to-day driver. I do agree. I think that short little wheelbase, as long as you can deal with them being a little bit snappy at times that aren't super convenient, the aftermarket parts industry for it is pretty good. The community around them is incredible. So yeah, you get on the forums, you get on the message boards and Facebook groups, and can find some time.
Really like how aggressive the front camber seems to be on this car, so digging and finding speed here. Of course, Falcon Club SC and Falcon Club TR, a spec tire category here in GRIDLIFE Track Battle, all running on the Falcon RT660 Plus is what we're doing with those here this weekend. And these, I think, are some of our most competitive classes and most well-subscribed classes. The entry list for Falcon Club TR this weekend in particular, I think it was into the, let's see here, it was 17 cars, which we've had fields of almost 30 in the past. So we're still seeing deep double-digit numbers in one of our 7 time attack classes.
Yeah, it's, I mean, time attack to me is still, it's incredible to watch. Just checking out the timing, checking out the different vehicles, and following along. You know, pick a driver, pick a couple of drivers in each class, and just watch their times tumble throughout the weekend, hopefully. And that's basically the nice part of it. It's a great conversational sport, similar to golf. You know, it's one of those things you can sit down and watch and hang out with friends and kind of start to pick apart different things and follow along. There's Maxine Emmerich in that Hyundai. Yeah,
Hyundai Elantra looks like, Elantra N. And this is a car that we've seen be very competitive in street class. I think we're going to see a lot more of them as time goes on. I already think that they're an incredible value for a performance sedan.
Yes.
They're not necessarily the lightest car out there, but they are extremely high performance, and we're seeing KDM tuners really push what's possible in street class, and we'll get more to that when we see the 66 of Will Drees come out on track. The rear trunk and wing, they are pushing the class limits. I love it. That's what Track Battle's all about.
Yeah, I mean, the rule book evolves year by year, more or less, to try and close some of those loopholes, but it seems to be these competitors will find a new one every single year. So with every rule, there is a story, and a lot of them are being written pretty early in the season, too.
Jerome Kahuzak in the 2016
BMW M2, currently second in this category in Street GT. He's on the V-Tour Tempestas, which is a tire that we've seen get very popular within GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship for their continued high performance. And again, across the board, you know, most of our classes you're going to be running DOT tires, but with the exception of Unlimited. But there's a lot of great battles there. But with the Track Battle qualifying coverage continuing here in Heat 3, we're going to step away for just a moment and be back with more Track Battle Q3 Group D.
What's the name?
And GRIDLIFE South Carolina continues on a sunny morning here at Carolina Motorsports Park. GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group D continuing on course here for the first of the track battle sessions of the day. And we are just nibbling at track record pace in Falcon Club SC, which is probably our primary focus here this morning in this Group D session. Of course, the sessions are ordered by overall pace, but in reverse. So Group D is our slowest of the overall group, and we continue to move forward. And as we move forward, we're going to see more and more of the high-end classes like the Street Mod, Track Mod, and Unlimited cars, which we've got a baller Unlimited class this weekend.
Yeah, definitely some crazy builds that are out there, and yeah, we just increase the action as the morning goes on. I wonder, is there any conversation about flipping the grid, give the biggest and baddest cars the coldest weather, and see what times they can really hit?
We used to do it that way, and for entertainment reasons, we do it the other way around now. Because otherwise, it's like, all right, well, watch the first 10 minutes, and then the Club SC guys get no love. But they are really, really pushing right now. I mean, look at the gap between Jansen and Radcliffe. Oh, 53.527 and a 53.981 between those two drivers. And so far this weekend, as far as overall pace, the Club SC guys have been awful close. Lennon Radcliffe had a 55.9, Jansen a 56.6. They are tightening up. This is definitely the fastest that we've seen them so far this weekend. Yeah,
and even, I mean, looking at Club TR, there's 2 tenths between them right now, between Corey Smith and Alan Bright. Probably see a couple more competitors out here shortly, but just shows how close everybody is, and it's incredible when you consider how different a lot of these vehicles are, and still able to have times that are within a few tenths of each other. So it shows how great these drivers are, how far the builds have come over the years, and just how competitive this track battle session is. We're just getting started.
Just getting started. The checkered flag is out here for Group D, and David Best heading down the backstretch And there's Maxine Emmerich right behind. And as they roll back around course, Group C will be next up on course here, Jacob. But time's falling, at least in Club SC, by several seconds. So I think we'll see more of this.
Yeah, there's still time to be had. I mean, they got the nice weather there, but as we move up towards some cars that are maybe a little bit more developed and some drivers that have had a bit more time with them, we should see a few more of these times sink down. But for right now, for the drivers on your screen, they're hopefully very happy with their times, and we'll see how they sit as we start to move into into Group C.
All right, well, with the Group D cars headed back to the pit lane, we're going to step away just to get back on sync here with the heats. So we'll be right back. Group C for GRIDLIFE Track Battle coming right up.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
First GRIDLIFE event of the 2026 season here in Kershaw, South Carolina. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins. We've got Jackson Lambros in the pits updating us all day long. Track Battle Group C, Heat 3 on track now.
Yeah, we're starting to pick up the pace a little bit. Group D did a fantastic job. Everybody was very tidy. We saw some good lap times being put in, but start to move up, start to pick up some new competitors, and start to maybe see some track times fall. A lot more street mod now entering into the fold, and yeah, it'll be a little pacier, if you will, and another rotary.
Yeah, more rotaries on course. And the other thing to note, you know, I saw some people in the chat make a note of how nice all the traffic management was.
Yes.
Which, with an 80-car track battle field, that's a big deal here this weekend, is coordination in this ballet on the racetrack. Yes, you're competing within your class, but you're also sharing the racetrack with 6 other classes. And so far, in Group D, everyone did a really nice job.
Yeah, a lot of really well-timed point buys. I mean, there's a lot of etiquette to be had. Everybody wants to find their space, find their pace, and make sure that they're not impeding on anybody else, especially somebody who's not in the same class. So, yeah, great job, Group D.
Yeah, we'll move on up to Group C now, and some of the notables here in this group. We've got Javier Torres out of, I believe, Puerto Rico in the number 74 Unlimited class Integra. He was running some really solid lap times yesterday. And then Sam Bosnian returning to GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition in the number 625 in a Mitsubishi Evo. He's a previous street class champion in a Nissan 350Z. And I think there's a lot left to unlock. As I understand it, the engine that's in this car this weekend is not necessarily going to be the one that's in the car for the rest of the season.
Ooh, interesting.
So You know, is he going to get aggressive with it, knowing that it's going to get replaced anyway?
I mean, I would, but I'm not everybody. But yeah, I mean, that's not the worst idea. You can try and get everything out of it. If you know that that thing is not long for this world, you might as well milk every single horsepower you can, especially here in these morning sessions where the temps are a little bit cooler, so you can push just that little bit harder. So start to see as we get a few more track times coming in, as now we're getting our flyers. We are positioned just ahead of the start-finish line, so if you pick up those car noises, that's where we're at, hanging out on stage, and you know, we get a front row view of the biggest TV in the paddock.
Yeah, it's the biggest TV in the paddock. We can see really turns 12 through 14, so we have a great view. Pretty slow outlap here, I have to say. Big wiggle there through turn 1 for the number 83. I believe this is Robert Rushton in the number 83 car, or 53 rather. Robert Rushton, who I believe is new to GRIDLIFE TrackBattle competition, and is one of 8 drivers in the street class here this weekend. See him carving his way through turns 4, 5, 6, and 7. Using a lot of curbing here in this Honda Civic Type R.
Yeah, looking very tidy though. The car's not getting out of sorts, so good suspension setup on that vehicle, and see if that leads to a good time. I mean, taking a little bit of venturing onto the curbing can be great for the lap times, but if it shunts you off to the side, it can be pretty detrimental as well. Yeah, so that's what we're getting at. Yeah, that's every bit of real estate. He paid a full price ticket, so he's going to use every inch of track.
Yeah, digging into the curbing there at the exit of turn 8 and on the entry as well. That apex curb is tall, but these Civic Type Rs, you know, they're known for being a fairly stiff vehicle, and that's what worries me, is getting that curb at high speed where the car is already getting a little light. See the rear wing there helping a little bit to keep that car stuck to the road, but street class has some limitations on aero. You're going to be working with factory aero only, so it's going to be tricky to keep that thing stuck to the road.
Yeah, it looked like you just about able to pick up that rear tire through the corners, so getting as much weight transferred onto the front outside, but Robert Rushton looking pretty good. Let's see, make sure that timing comes across, but sitting 3rd as of right now.
Tim Lutz and Grant White, and then Evans jump into the top in Street Mod momentarily at least. The track record they're chasing in Street Mod this weekend is a 134-176 set by Alan Patton in his Supra in 2024. We are a long ways away from that. And then in Street GT, Ryan Matthews last year set a 137.626.
Looks like that's Grant White in the 58 Mustang. So as we move up into the Street Mod class, things open up a little bit. Aero, as you can tell, that beautiful wing, and get a few point buys, but we'll see what Grant White is able to do. Sitting on 2 laps so far with a 145.023. About a second off the pace.
You don't really see a lot of Mustangs. You know, probably you'd think that you'd see more, to be honest, given that we've got a lot of performance per dollar, but I think that performance generally you'd consider Mustangs to be straight line cars, especially ones of this generation with that solid rear axle. But Grant doing a nice job right now. There's a lot done to this car. You see it
just hanging on.
Yeah, just carving into the kink there at turn 10.
Yeah, big weight shift under braking, which it's pretty good. You want as much of that weight up front so that way you can get the steering to work well for you. Trying to get as much of that momentum pushed into the front tires, and hopefully the car does not understeer, because if you've got that much weight in and it's still understeering, that's when drivers get nervous.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you're just corralling all that weight, nose heavy. And about a turn 14, throttling back up. Keep an eye on the street class as well in the blue. Robert Rushton at a 147, Bosnian at a 150. Street class record they're chasing, Josh Hulka set last year at a 138.188. So still about 10 seconds off there. Grant White picks up to a 143.310.
Yeah, it was a great pickup there. That's he shaved almost 2 seconds off his time, so shows me that he's got maybe even more in the tank there. And I think that was Mark Johnson out front in the Civic. First of our unlimited class entries. A beautiful build, passing by Johnny Grunwald in the track mod. First of that entry in this class as well. So see if they're able to get a little bit more competitive, but what a magnificent wing on that Civic.
Yeah, really cool car. We've seen Mark Johnson a number of times here in GRIDLIFE TrackBattle in the past. And a little bit more on this car. It's a 1994 Honda Civic, 1.6 liter inline 4. It's got a big turb ski in there though, 2,400 pounds, very lightweight, and a huge aero on the back of that car. That's what Unlimited affords you, is a little extra oomph as far as aero allowance. And is that a dual element rear wing there that I was seeing? Yeah,
looks like it.
Looks
yeah.
like it. So
Definitely that front splitter catching a little bit of sparks under braking. So this car looks through a bit of a bumpy corner, but Mark Johnson very tidy. And I'm thinking this is not a push lap.
it doesn't quite look. It's
always
hard
feel
to
like
tell. Yeah, look, he's pulling off line already. So
Yeah.
we're shortening the distance.
It's tough. You know,
Ooh, on the sparks now. He's digging.
He's digging now. Yeah, it can be tough, especially when a driver looks that smooth. When from the perspective of the camera, when you're that tidy, it doesn't look like you're pushing that hard. But that's exactly what you want. Is oh wow, there is not going to be much left of that front splitter coming through the compression zone right before the kink.
Yeah, and Sam Bosnian going to be moving over to the right, and Johnson's gotten by. And it's a B series.
Okay.
Of course, the classic B Series engine. You see his best lap time of the day, a 1:41.686. And I don't know really what we've seen as far as unlimited cars in the past. Eric Fleming was here a couple of years ago at a 1:30.6. So again, still a little ways off of that. But again, we got Alan Patton here in that number 606. This is going to be tough math. Yeah, that was a little bit optimistic there, I think. And just unlucky timing. And this is the challenge, I think. You've got traffic. Nothing that Adam Roble did wrong there. He's on his own quick lap, and I don't think that that Johnson just didn't have quite the road he needed.
Yeah, you can see him falling back now, trying to get a bit more of a gap and potentially go for it. He's probably going to have to do a cool down and then come back into it after that. So maybe we'll catch up with Mark Johnson. Oh,
trouble for Luke Paglione. This is the 973 Honda Civic, and some smoke coming from this car.
That is no good. Might just be our monitor, but it looks like a tinge of blue in there as well, which is never a good sign.
Yeah. So, see if he's found a spot to park that is off course, as far as I can tell. I do see a yellow flag. Well, actually, he's right here at the turn 11, right there, turn 11 entry. So
might be able to go out and get him. He's not far from us.
No, and there is the full course yellow, and a black flag also being displayed. So all the cars will head back to the pit lane.
Yeah, for Mark Johnson in particular, that's pretty gut-wrenching. I mean, it looked like a good flyer, but there is etiquette, and unfortunately trying to dive bomb there right at turn 14, tough spot, and then catching a flag probably on his cooldown.
Yeah, this is the tough thing about track battle when you've got so many different classes mingling. Again, it's hard to point a finger at anybody because everyone's trying to go fast in their own respective lap, and the closing rates are pretty quick between a Club TR car. So, and Adam was on the racing line doing what he should have been doing. Just the timing, right? You can't necessarily expect someone to get out of the way for you unless they're also not on a fast lap. So there is a little bit of a song and dance to the coordination of on track, and again, it's just tough. But that's why there's so many heats to get set up for the Podium Sprint. That's where we do our trophies, and you have only 5 cars on track at a time in Podium Sprint.
Yeah, a lot more air, especially with the track of this size. So you just hope you can get into that point and get at least one heater lap down this weekend before we get into that point. So there's Luke hanging out. Thankfully, that smoke has dissipated, so hopefully nothing too bad. Maybe just brakes overheating or something locking up. I want to hope for the best.
Yeah, so you hope it's something easy. And
yeah.
Again, Hondas are popular track cars for a reason, for their reliability and their ease to fix.
It's true. I mean, a 10 mil, a 12 mil, and a 14, and about 90% of that car is coming apart.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The cool thing, I've heard Adam Jabay talk about this. It's like you really just need a standard, starter level tool set, and you can basically build a motor for a Honda.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you see them everywhere.
Barely even need a torque wrench. You can do it by ear. You listen for the crack, and then you go back half a turn.
And while we're waiting to recover this car on the racetrack, I have a feeling that we'll probably not get Group C back out, but we'll see what happens right after this break. We'll be right back with more GRIDLIFE Track Battle.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
Well, our Saturday morning cartoons take us back to GRIDLIFE Track Battle here. Welcome back on a Saturday morning. It is absolutely gorgeous out to Carolina Motorsports Park. Kyle Heinger joined by Jacob Gettins and Jackson Lambros in the paddock and the pits. And an off for Luke Paglione at turn 11. Looks like they're going to put that car on a flatbed. So I would say that Group C is going to be wrapping up here, and Group B will be joining on the racetrack momentarily. It is a packed paddock. You see on the left there, the USF Junior field is here with us this weekend. Will not be covering their action here, but you will be able to see it online on their own channels. But stick with us here live on the GRIDLIFE YouTube and on Racer for full weekend coverage up and including GRIDLIFE Track Battle, Podium Sprint, and the Race 4s on the Racer Network tomorrow, 1:30 to 4:30 Eastern.
We got a packed weekend. Very, very packed weekend. So thank you for tuning in and hanging out wherever you are in the world. We'd love to know. And yeah, what a great way to start off my Saturday morning. It's just I woke up to the sound of cars firing up, and it's a special thing when that's your alarm clock.
And the party last night, I'm sure you heard it.
There was some stuff going on.
There was some stuff going on. The pump party was going. We had night shift drift, which we covered from 7 to 9. That was a blast, and the party kept going at least until midnight, maybe a little past.
Yeah. I'm over in the drift pits, and they had their own time over there for sure. But I don't know about you. Caught the sleep train pretty early to be ready and prep for today.
I did my best. I only had 4 hours of sleep from Thursday into Friday, and about 6.5 from Friday into Saturday.
Fantastic. That's a 50% increase, so I like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll get 12 hours sleep tonight if I have anything to say about it. But
you'll have to go to bed as soon as we go off air.
That is my plan. So again, we're still waiting to put cars on course here for Group B, which will be the next course or next group on track, and it contains a number of heavy hitters, including Jeremy Lauder in the unlimited class, Luis Zendejas in the Street GT Corvette. He was an unlimited class Corvette last year with a C8. He's in a C6 generation car now. And then the very pointy end of our street class, Josh Halka and Willem Dries. And of note, Halka and Dries are battling for P1 in street. Halka is currently at a 142.2, Dries at a 143.5. So the gap between, the incumbent winner of everything in street and the Chargers with KDM tuners in those Hyundais, they are coming.
The development that's come through Hyundai is actually incredible. It's not a car even 5-6 years ago that we would have seen a lot of, maybe a couple of Velosters, Genesis for a little bit. But now, I mean, I really love the way that Hyundai is supporting motorsports, and it very much feels like they are starting at the factory, actually at the design table, to we want these to be competitive in a lot of different classes, and that goes all the way through the factory, and then the support that they're seeing here at GRIDLIFE.
And again, the paddock just jammed full. More campers than we've ever seen, more spectators than we've ever seen, more cars than we've ever seen. This is the biggest GRIDLIFE South Carolina festival that we've ever had 4 years in, and just sets the stage for a really exciting season. Schedules kind of slimmed down a little bit as far as trips around the country. We've got 6 events, but we start things off with a couple of bangers here in South Carolina. Then we head in collaboration with Formula Drift to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta next month, May 7th through 9th. That was a blast of an event last year. We've got even more on track this year with the inclusion of GRIDLIFE GT and our full course drift and Eibach GLTC and GRIDLIFE Track Battle.
GRIDLIFE GT at Road Atlanta is a dream come true, I think, for a lot of drivers. We get to see some absolutely absurd vehicles go wheel to wheel on an incredibly iconic track. And yeah, the collaboration with Formula Drift, that's going to be amazing. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very, very long day for me covering both of those series, but I'm looking forward to it. It's just a natural progression of it.
I hear engines fired. I haven't necessarily heard the 1 minute just yet, but when the Group B cars get on track, I'll be watching street class primarily. Josh Halka chasing his own record that he set last year at a 138.188. That's the time to chase for Halka in his street class Subaru. And street class has always been about, turbocharged all-wheel drive vehicles. We've seen some front-wheel drive, battle here and there. And now we're really getting into this front-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive. And in the past, we were talking Subaru versus Mitsubishi.
Right.
But now we're talking Subaru versus Hyundai. And that's, what a surge from that manufacturer in the last couple of years with the performance car market, with things like the Veloster, the Elantra N. And now you've got their EV line, which we don't have any of those cars here this weekend, but I've ridden in the Ioniq, the small SUV. That thing is crazy fast. I mean, they're just making really exciting vehicles.
Yeah, and I think that technology is only getting better, especially with how they're able to place weight in the vehicles. I think is something that we don't talk about enough. I mean, you've got the battery packs as low on the floor as you can possibly get them. The motors are mounted super low. They're just, even with the SUVs, they're very, very planted. Obviously, the instant torque, the acceleration, but the braking as well, to be able to modulate the braking. I mean, what is an ABS system now is fully electronic. And yeah, it's whether we like it or not, the EV market when it comes to racing is here. It's here to stay, and it's absurdly competitive.
Yeah, and it's going to just continue to be that. You know, we'd seen Tesla Model 3 be a competitor and a winner in street class in the past. We've seen, you know, that was Tony Barber that primarily ran that car. He's gone to more of a team support role for guys like Josh Halka. So they're also supporting, Turning Concepts as a whole is supporting a driver in Street Mod we saw earlier, John Kilgore, making his first start ever in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Series. Brother to Mark Kilgore, who we've seen in Street GT as of last year, running up into the podium. So just cool, all family affair down there. Cool to meet John and see Mark around the paddock. And the Perfect Lap podcast guys are always covering GRIDLIFE Track Battle action, especially at Laguna Seca. And excited to have John join us here this weekend.
Fun, intimate look there at one of our Rush cars. Incredible series we've got running here, and I believe all stops this year.
Yes, all stops, and record-breaking field here this weekend. 44 cars. Never seen that here at South Carolina before. And
That's
also,
a little hectic.
Yeah, I mean, it's hectic. And then also for GRIDLIFE, Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, that is a record field for us as well. 39 cars on the weekend. Even with the rules changes in the off-season that sort of shifted the balance around a little bit, there's only a handful of V8s in the field now. They've moved on to GRIDLIFE GT, where I think the drivers feel like their cars are better suited anyway. So just a lot of exciting things here as we get into 2026.
And it gives them a shot to open things up a little bit more. You know, they open the rules up so they're not feeling quite as limited, and they can really stretch the legs in those Corvettes primarily. There we go. Is that Johnny Grunwald there on the side?
Looks like a little bit of the fast hands, car hands moving.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly what he's going with.
There's some pedal work conversation happening there, I think. Johnny's running 2 cars this weekend, running the drift car and his RX-7 in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Series.
Yeah, it's super cool. I've run into him. It's funny, I run into him all the time. I feel like he's everywhere.
He's making his mark here. Someone in the chat said that we need an Evo to spoil the party.
It could happen. Well, maybe not this weekend, but maybe one will come out of retirement.
And that someone was Andy Holst, by the way, so the street class winner of last year. So
gotcha.
there is an Evo here. Sam Bosnian running an Evo.
Yep.
So
stand corrected.
Yeah, and again, he's going to be bringing the big motor, well, the built motor to further events in 2026. Yeah, still waiting for the track to clear up here. I don't see any more safety vehicles on track, so I'm not exactly sure what.
Getting a sweep, it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Some of the new GRIDLIFE 26 merch. Not sure how much is going to be available considering the crowd that we've got later online, but if you are here, make sure to pick that up, support everything GRIDLIFE, and make sure you get to rep it everywhere you go. I always love being in airports and seeing GRIDLIFE logos somewhere, and I always go up and say hi and say, hey, where'd you get that one from? And it's a great conversation starter.
Yeah. Well, they're still blowing the track off there. There must have been some fluid down, which confirms some of our bad fears about the car that went off there for Luke Paglione. But let's step away one more time so we can give you a Group B uninterrupted. We'll be right back.
You boys up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Welcome back to Carolina Motorsports Park here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Still some oil dry going down on the entrance to turn 11, right on the racing line or just to the right of it. A pretty critical spot on the racetrack here. So Luke Baglione in Group C had a little bit of a fluid issue and pulled right off the racetrack as quick as he could, but still tending to the racetrack before he turned the Group B cars loose here, Jacob.
Yeah, tough. I mean, he did everything he needed to do, which is, you know, probably got the low, potentially the low oil or low oil pressure light, and just went off onto the grass as quick as possible. But you got to think, even if you do that immediately, you're still rolling probably 30, 40 feet at a bare minimum. So the incredible track crew here at CMP getting this cleanup as quick as possible, getting that buffalo blower going.
Yeah, I'm lucky to have this early in the day too, because you know it's going to reduce your opportunities here in these cool morning sessions, reduce the time that you have to set potentially a track record, which does count in these heat sessions for an extra point on the season.
Right.
So you know, these are the sessions that you look forward to as a driver, the ones early in the morning where the track is relatively clean. But for the drivers in Group B and Group A, even when they get this cleaned up, there'll still be some of that oil dry out there that, you know, until some of the cars circulate and clean it up, it's going to be a little bit less than optimal.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly where it is. Hopefully wherever the spill initiated is offline. That is an incredible sight.
I'll be honest, not a sight you see a lot at GRIDLIFE. This is usually Lamborghinis are not our jam.
No, but I'm not mad about it.
No, I mean, who would be?
I like the front back. I don't know, it just very, very much caught me. Is that a his and hers?
That'd be so cool if it was.
I think we're in the wrong
Do
business.
they know each other? No way that they just rolled up on each other like that.
But if you did, you would immediately roll down the windows. What are the wheels we're running there? What a flex.
Well, while we're still waiting for the cleanup, yesterday in Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, Eric Magnussen scored the pole in qualifying, and I love the license plate on that. But let's check in with Eric Magnussen. Jackson Lambros is caught up with him.
Eric Magnussen, I am literally getting the USF 2000s are the worst timing of all time. We're going to try that one more time, Mac. Okay. Eric Magnussen, P1 for GLTC. I feel like, I don't want to say that surprised you because we knew it was going to be you at least somewhere close to the front. Were you expecting to have anything for the Honda there?
You know, I'm really surprised by the performance of the Sticker Maxxis tires. We're all struggling in practice. Track is hot. We're on old tires from last year and setting the car up for a track that's just going to get more slippery throughout the weekend. So both Nick Barbado and I put the Sticker Maxxis tires on. Blown away by the performance.
Best of luck to you guys today.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, Eric Magnussen, again, persistent competitor in Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, got his first win in the series last year. And as we're still waiting to clean the track up here for Group B, all the engines are still off down there. Jeremy Lauder has opened the door trying to cool the car off inside. It can be real. I mean, we're getting hot here sitting in the sun. We got a big V8 under the hood acting as a heater. It certainly can make your day less than awesome. So again, with the temperatures rising, opportunities for track records dwindling here in these cool morning moments.
Yeah, and it's not like these drivers are going to be adding the extra weight to put in a cool suit. They're very happy to kind of stress through it just to be able to keep as much weight off the car as possible. I mean, cool suit would be fantastic. Make some pretty small versions of it now, even pocket-sized ones, believe it or not. But we'll have to see once we get everything tidied up. I'm not seeing any more I still got a couple gentlemen out there, it looks like, with the brooms, so might be held up a little bit longer than we were hoping for.
Yeah. Group B also, we got a handful of our Falcon Club TR front runners. I don't know if I see Peter Gramberg. He might be hidden. He is hidden by my view. So Peter Gramberg is lined up. So is Mario Maroney, Kevin Vu, Stan Feingold, Mike Bryant. So really everybody in the pointy end of our Club TR field is ready to go here as well.
It's going to be tough, too, for a competitor where you're ready to go, you're in the right headspace, you get into pre-grid, and then you get word that you got to hang out a little bit longer. So a little bit of mental fortitude is going to be tested here by some of these drivers. I'm hearing a whistle. It's always a good sign.
I heard 4 whistle blasts.
Do you know what that means? I don't.
A couple minutes.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
Your engine's firing up.
Stan Feingold dropping into position. Mike Bryant also getting gridded and ready to go. See the air temp slowly climbing. Now, it says 67 Fahrenheit, but in the sun, it is definitely warmer than that. I believe that the air temp is that.
Yeah, my coffee's warm, so that's nice. Here we go. I'm seeing some wheels are rolling.
Yeah, looks like I see a 3 held up. So 3 minutes before we roll Group B here. There's the grid for Track Battle Group B. And with that, we're going to probably step away just one more time so we can get you Group B in its entirety after extensive track cleanup from an incident in Group C. We'll be right back.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that 0 moment. 0 doubts, 0 fear, 0 competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely 0. And there's a non-zero sugar to get me there.
What's the name? Back on track, figuratively and literally here with the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group B, finally on course after an extensive cleanup, entering turn number 11. Falcon Club TR, the pointy end of that field, and we got the street class front runners up in this mix as well, and a couple of our unlimited class competitors on track looking for quick laps here in the early morning hours. GRIDLIFE South Carolina Day 2. Kyle Heyer, Jacob Gettins. Jacob, welcome back. And it is very sunny.
Yes.
My neck is very hot. And cars are finally back on track again.
I mean, I got a towel I can give you. Do you want that?
That's all right. I'll be okay. One of the cars in the back of that shot there, the white and black Integra, that's Kevin Vu, who has made some changes for 2026. and including some new partners for him. So he's got a custom wing that Varus Engineering's done for him. He's also got some new suspension on that car from MCS, and then he's got some crash bars from Doroku. So some new parts and pieces for that number 18 Integra, and we'll see if he can get up into the top 5 for that podium sprint on Sunday. And then the 101 track mod car. I think that's Jason Witt, who I believe is new to GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition. And that is...
now we're getting some flyers going.
Yeah, now we're finally getting things wound up here. Almost a 4,000-pound BMW M4 7-speed DCT transmission in that number 101, and here we go.
Starting to see a few of these competitors now really picking up the pace and trying to get things going as we now start to get some eyes up back on that 101. As you said, new competitor. It's always interesting. Yeah, Jason Witt really sitting second, but we're gonna see these times shuffle quite a lot here in Group B. Good mix of everybody, as Kyle was saying a little bit earlier on. We're gonna hopefully find out what the fastest pace are is in Club TR. Currently, that is Jeremy Bailey with a 142.169. So that's one of the spots we definitely want to look at, as a few more of these competitors are now on track on the, as you like to call it, the pointy end of the stats.
Yeah, and of course the lap times you're seeing here primarily are the lap times driven on the outlap, because you're actually, you leave the grid and cross over the start-finish line. You don't typically do that here. So on the second time around, we're going to see these times fall quite a bit. Just ahead of Jason Witt there, that Hyundai Elantra N. That is the number 66 that we were talking about earlier. So we'll bring you that car in a moment. But there's another look at Jason Witt. Great look at livery on this car, too. I love when people go all out with the liveries here in GRIDLIFE Track Battle and really make them look like race cars. Almost 4,000 pounds of BMW just hucking around turn 12 here.
Looking very, very stable, though. The car is not out of sorts by any means, so he's got this absolutely dialed in. And a fun tip for any race car drivers out there: the better your car looks, the more photos you'll get of it. So
that's true. There are provisions in the rules that say that if your car is pretty, you will likely get more media taken of you. That seems like an obvious one.
100%. And I mean, listen, our camera guys go for what's shiny. So they're like pros. They see something shiny, they point a camera at it. So you can see, getting caught up there real close to the end.
And here's Peter Granberg, Falcon Club TR competitor. And last year took some big swings at it. And, you know, he's got new wheels this year, really going to go for gold here and chase Jeremy Bailey at the moment, who won out in Podium Sprint last year. Bailey did, but Granberg with support from K-Power. This is a K-Swap Subaru BRZ. It's seen time in street mod in the past as a supercharged car.
Wow.
So he's had, that was, I think that was back when he was on the FA20 engine that it came with. So he's seen a number of classes and configurations over the years. But now he's in the K-Series, and this is a great example of a pointy-end Falcon Club TR car that's just taken to the limit of the rules. But look how tight things are. And as far as the cars, you know, what's interesting to note is the top 3 all right now are FRS or BRZ chassis.
Wow, okay. Yeah, obviously a very diverse chassis as well. We see it in a number of different classes, and you can kind of choose your own adventure with them and, you know, really figure out where you want to be based on your budget, based on your driving ability, which is great. And that means, you know, hopping up and down classes too. There's nothing wrong with dropping down a class just to see what it's like down there.
Trouble for Mario Moroni. This might have been on the outlap, but that car is pulled off to the right. Looks like he might be out of the way. But just to prove my point there, FRS BRZ in 86, which Stan Feingold's car, I believe, is a 2020 model year, so it is the Toyota 86 variant, so 3 different names for the same car.
Right.
But, you know, these cars, as we've seen in Drift, inexpensive chassis, very easy to work on and modify, and that's why they're getting more and more popular.
Yeah, you might as well. Tons of them produced, so you can always find a fairly good deal on Marketplace or wherever you decide to search. We're back on the 101 BMW. See if he can improve his time. There we go. You can see that Honda Civic off to the side, but thankfully off the racing line and not in a dangerous spot.
And see Josh Hulka heading down to turn number 8. This is past street class champion, although runner-up last year to Andy Holst in that classic Evo versus WRX battle that we've seen so many times over the years. And like we mentioned, this is that fight between himself and Will Dries, the KTM Tuners Hyundai Elantra N. Just leaning on the left side tires through the kink there. I see him tape up the fenders as well. Any advantage you can find.
Yeah, and right now Halka's taking it to Dries. Halka with about a 2-second spread over Dries. Now we've still got a little bit of time left in this session, so that could change very, very quickly. But for right now, Halka is doing a fantastic job using all that all-wheel drive to dig out of those corners, and looking very suited for this track setup.
See, the checkered flag has already been waving, so this session has been significantly shortened because of the issue earlier and now the car that stopped off track, and Josh is immediately going to hit pit lane, but he has picked up some time, a 1:42.94. Not quite his track record pace from last year, but that is a couple of seconds quicker than he had run earlier in the weekend.
Yeah, not a bad pickup. Hopefully the rest of the conditions do all right. We might see some cloud cover a bit later in the day. We did see that yesterday. Things kind of got a bit more shady, so there's potential to pick up a bit more time, but for right now, not a bad spot to be sitting.
And Stan Feingold up under the gantry as well. And Mike Bryant coming across the stripe to finish out Group B here. Jason Witt picked up some time on his weekend, a 1:39.457, and Nick Nazzaro in the 860. We're going to see him up here. We'll chat with him a little later in the middle of Heat 4. They've got some exciting news for Subi Mods, one of the GridLife partners for this year, as they were last.
I had a great conversation with him over coffee this morning, and just letting me know about the reliability that they've got in these platforms now.
And Mario Moroni got that car rolling again, so a little Control-Alt-Delete, and was able to return back to the pit lane.
Hopefully we can maybe get a quick chat with him to understand exactly what all happened out on track. Maybe cleared some codes and got back rolling again.
There's Barry Pettit in the 332. Another driver that I don't believe we've seen before. There's a handful of new names and faces that are signed up for a handful of rounds this year. And a great looking E46, big rear wing.
One headlight.
Yeah, right. And as far as E46 is in track mod, I think it's going to be Group A that we're expecting to see, and I don't know if I see him on grid quite yet. There's a generator in my view line to the top of grid, but
we'll get that moved for you.
Yeah, they do everything for me specifically.
Yeah, people don't realize the power we have.
It'll be Brad Perkins as the driver I'm talking about that we should expect to see right at the pointy end. I keep saying pointy end, right at the top of the board for the track mod running this weekend. Kendall Samuel is here also. There's number 197, Pikes Peak Hill Climb car, just like Jeremy Lauder, who's on track here in Group B.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning vehicle. I mean, the gold on black will never go out of style, especially with the big old screamer pipe sticking out of the hood.
Right. Barry Pettit running back around. You see the S54 under the hood there. And the aforementioned Brad Perkins, an LS under the hood of that car. So track mod gives you a pretty wide berth of what you can do.
It really is an incredible class when you think about it and you look at the regulations. You can do quite a lot with these vehicles and get away with it before you have to make the jump up to, before you have to make the jump. So it's some beautiful, beautiful cars.
Yeah. Group A lining up, and I was just about to mention, I saw some of the Louis Gelati Racing team roll by on a tugger because Alan Patton, the 606 Unlimited class Chevrolet Corvette C7, this is the Thundermaker here this weekend. Stepping up from Track Mod 2 Unlimited on Michelin slicks now. This car is going to break, or try to break, every record in the book.
We'll see. We've got our records book open right now. We've got some whiteout. We're ready for these track records to get broken.
And Dewey DeWitt, last year's champion in GridLife Street Mod, trying to go for gold again. And he's excited to be back. Yeah. Really amped. Got catch up with him yesterday. Brad Perkins is on track just under there. There he is in the Chicane Motorsport BMW. Chris Boersma in track mod. We're going to throw down. We've got some fast cars here this weekend.
It's going to get loud. I mean, it already is loud, and they're just getting things warmed up. So
the time to beat, by the way, is a 1:30.623. And I have a feeling that Alan Patton is going to make that lap time history pretty quickly.
Wow, all right, bold move.
Yeah, all he's got to hope for is that he gets enough clear racetrack. I think he's going to have plenty. All the cars are off the grid. He's about halfway around the lap, so he should have plenty of distance to get a nice clean lap in here. But he's not going to get to go 2 or 3 times. It'll probably just be a one and done for this car. Look at the side pipes on it.
Yeah. We were looking at the fan at the back yesterday, trying to figure out if he's got like active cooling on the diff, or well, I guess, I mean, not even diff because transaxle back there, but yeah, how that's all working. California in that beautiful Mercedes. Always great liveries.
Yeah, fantastic livery, the Al's Auto Body livery. He's got some new partners this year, including Sunoco is on board with them this season, so that's exciting. They're running some Sunoco fuel in that car. It already makes a ton of power, so I can't imagine that's going to hurt it. Over 700 wheel last I checked.
Incredible, incredible. Yeah, it's a lively car. I mean, they're known for their driving prowess, and that car, I believe, can be a bit of a handful at times. Car that's less of a handful, a GTR. Yeah. Shocked we don't see more of them out of this.
We've only seen a couple of them in the past. Cody Burleson behind the wheel here. Here comes, up onto the front straightaway, Alan Patton. And you can hear it through our mics as he rumbles down to turn 1. Big sparks into the first corner. Almost dropped the tire here. Using up a little bit of the curbing, trying to keep it under control in these slow corners. So much torque, and he's at work right now.
Even out of the dig of that corner, that car was already starting to try to step out on him, but able to wrangle things in and put the power to the ground. That little bit squirrely might be worth about 1,000th of a second, but when we're looking at a record, that 1,000 could be everything.
Entering his second year of professional racing as well in both the SRO and IMSA paddocks in GT4 machinery, but this car making almost double the horsepower of what those cars make, and he's got a lot more downforce. Huge sparks into turn 8 on the wiggle on the turn in, but he looks planted. Gonna use all the road on the exit. And now to the kink. This is the gut check here.
Yeah, you're gonna see him go real wide out. Let's see what the turn in looks like. Wants to be as flat on the steering, coming through. Whoa, catching air. Oh,
that was so cool. But he is just absolutely digging. See Orr, the jewelry company on the side owned by his wife.
Oh, that got squirrely under braking. He's not going to be happy with that turn in.
Just throttling up, let it wash out to the edge of the road here. Use the whole width. There's a little bit of a lateral slide. That's going to kill his speed there a bit. But this should be a solid lap, a representative lap at least, even if it's not the track record lap that he has been hoping for. 1:30.623, the time to beat all the roads. Here he comes.
All right. We're going to find out here momentarily, and hopefully he keeps things on the right side into that turn 1.
1:30.960, off by 0.3 from the track record.
And those spots we called out, that might be it. Those few sections where just biting off a little bit more than that car was ready to chew is going to be the difference between that track record. Now, still taking first overall right now by a hefty margin. There's a lot more cars still to come around, but yeah, the track record is all he's going to be caring about at this point in time. So probably going for that cool down.
Well, I think he might be going for a second quick lap. And I think the difference is last year in the track mod car, he was on 60 treadwear tires that were really quick immediately. But these Michelin slicks, they can go for an hour.
That's a good point, yeah.
So as long as the car can handle it, he's going to go again.
We have a lot more heat management. We'll have to keep an eye on Patton when he comes around to set possibly a new track record.
Andres Pertulis in that Lexus RCF, the 171. See him not quite in the top 5 just yet as Andy Smedegaard goes second quick in track mod in the C8 Corvette. That's new to him this year. Dewey DeWitt to the top of street mod at a 1:35.5. He's about a second and a half off from Alan Patton's record in street mod from a couple of years ago. Patton holds the street mod record. Now he's going for the unlimited record, so he might hold 2.
Yeah, California sliding into second in street mod, as now we're starting to see some time shift around. Bertulis into 4th, 1:44.37.
Patton, a little bit of a cleaner lap this time. I don't know if it was as dramatic, but that might be quicker. So here comes Patton across the stripe. We'll keep an eye on the top left of the screen. Nope, he's coming into the pits. Disregard.
Backed out on that one.
Yeah. There's Bertulis again. And again, we talked about this car briefly yesterday. These are heavy cars from factory, but he's got it down to about 3,000 pounds, mostly by virtue of just big weight savings aggression, taking all the glass out, replacing it with Lexan. And Ernie Pizzellis bringing his Porsche 911 this weekend.
Yeah, beautiful car. Another great livery. A lot of aggressive angle on that rear wing, so trying to find as much downforce for that Porsche as he possibly can. You see, it's looking really, really good. Sitting in 5th right now. and hopefully get a bit better of a time out of him. I would expect at least a half second being able to pull out of that lap time, as now we're chasing him down to our front straight.
Here comes Prezelis across the stripe, typically running Corvette machinery. 39.4 vaults him to 4th place. Note also that anybody on this list in the top 5 in their class would qualify for Podium Sprint should they remain in the top 5 until tomorrow, or actually I guess Sunday morning will be the last opportunity.
Yeah, a little bit of time too, the last Hail Mary to be able to make it in, but honestly, set the time in as early as you possibly can. As we get a quick eye into DeWitt, taking a bit of a cool down and throwing the pass by.
Porsche 911, I mean, what a car from decades and decades and decades of motorsports history. They have figured this car out every generation, just an optimization of the previous.
Just to choose your budget is all it is.
Great work there by Chris Boersma to see Ernie coming and bail out of the way. Looks like Ernie's also on slicks. Here's Brad Perkins, the runner-up from the championship from 2024. And checkered flag is out. Perkins, though, leading the way in track mod. And track record there is a 33.6 by Justin Peachy, so I don't think we're quite there yet as far as record pace, but he might get there.
We got a few seconds to go, but there is time to be had on this track right now. Looks like all of the oil and dry has been cleaned off quite well. And now it's I mean, this is the last shot for this session to be able to put down a track record beating time. See, whoa! And the drift session's a little bit later, but able to hang on to a little bit of tire smoke there on the slip angle coming through that corner. Now getting on the brakes, is he going to be able to find the clean section? Ooh, yeah, shifting over.
Yeah, did pick up a little time there, but that will be the checkered for him. So Brad Perkins wrapping up his heat 3 time there.
Too bad, not catching the track record like you would hope, but wrapping things up to 136.443. Quite a good time, but not the best one yet.
Dewey's also finished his run here in this 1995 Impreza L.
That car has been around for what feels like forever.
Boogeyman, it's seen a whole bunch of things, a whole bunch of motors, but they have gotten it dialed in, turned up the boost. They told me the other day that they didn't really turn it up a lot last year.
Yeah.
But they've got more in the tank should they need it.
I'd be curious how much of the rule book has a Dewey DeWitt annotation next to it, because I know he's quite good at figuring out exactly where the limit is.
And with the checkered flag out, let's have a look at our results for Track Battle Heat 3 here. We'll kick things off with the unlimited results. It is going to be Alan Patton top of the board there, 130.936. Jimmy Rock chasing him at a 132.265. Then Lauder, Prezelis, Bertulis, and Johnson, the rest of the unlimited runners.
Yeah, great mix up there. Corvette, Civic, Camaro, RCF. Brad Perkins taking top spot for track mod. Chris Boersma in the Civic. Dallas Reed, Kendall Samuel, Smedegaard, Witt, Slawinski, Burleson, Pettit, and Grunwald wrapping up your top 10.
Good luck there. Moving on to street mod, Dewey DeWitt, Cal Fortner, 2 drivers that we see a ton. Nick Nazaro, P3. That's a great run there for the WRX STI. So I think they'll be happy with that. Then Grant White and Will Evans, the rest of your top 5 there. As we move on down to your street class next. Street GT, Luke McGrew, Nick Hendricks, Luis Zendejas, your top 3. Top 4, all Corvette Z06s.
Not surprising. And then a Mustang Shelby GT350. That last name I'll let you take on that one. Degra Manikugu?
Evan D.
Perfect, Evan D. Matthew Boward, Benjamin Smolin, and then wrapping through.
Street class, Josh Halka, Will Dries. This is the battle back and forth we've been talking about. Dries and the Elantra N. About 2 seconds between those at the moment. Then Hensley and Robert Rushton, Sam Bosnian inside the top 5, currently qualified into Podium Sprint should things stay the same. Then to Club TR, Stan Feingold leading the way right at the end of the session, pipped up to a 141.478. Then Bailey, Granberg, Bryant, and Patrick Harvey jumping up inside the top 5. Cut line is 4/10 between him and Flavin. Then Club SC, Jansen in the number 156, leading the way with the Civic at a 53.5. Then Radcliffe, Dueling, Best, and Laughlin for GRIDLIFE Track Battle.
Wow. Great sessions for everybody, fairly tidy. A couple toes here and there, a bit of an oil down, but that is a very typical session for GRIDLIFE.
So Jansen again, top of the board in Club SC like we have seen. And here's a quick look at some of the highlights from the Heat 3 session here early on. It was the Club SC cars getting on the road. Still some shadow out there this morning. And some of the newcomers or returners to the class, Alex Westergaard, Beth Conaway in the Z06, Becky Robertson coming up, and then here's John Laughlin in the Mini, also joining the fray. But Club SE is going to be a battleground this weekend, and there's only 1 or 2 cars going to get booted out of the Podium Sprint, so going to be fun. Grant White in the 58. Ford Mustang making waves.
Yeah, doing a great job, even with that live axle, and always a classic Honda Civic. Doesn't feel like a GRIDLIFE without a Civic or a Corvette out on track during any session. And I mean, yeah, everything was fairly tidy through our early runnings until it wasn't.
Yeah, we had Luke Paglione have an issue with his Civic and kind of had us on hold for about 15 minutes, which ended up shortening Group B. They had to spend a lot of time getting the oil dry up off the ground. There's Jeremy Lauder, Josh Halka. Group B did not get a lot of laps, so even though the Club TR cars were out there making waves, I think there's still a lot left to see as far as that battle this weekend. Jason Witt, up near the top of the board in track mod, going to be battling some other BMW machinery in the orange colored category. And Mario Moroni had an issue, but he went right back to the pit lane, got it running with the Control-Alt-Delete, went to the terminal and run as administrator, I suppose.
I like that.
Then in Unlimited, Alan Patton right to the top of Unlimited, but just 3/10 shy of the track record. Andres Bertulis in the Lexus, also running his personal best for the weekend. So much more coming as far as the Unlimited and track mod battles. There's such a great, talented, and diverse field among this group. But Brad Perkins leads the way in track mod like we expected, the runner-up from 2024, bouncing the tires over the curb. GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat 3 is complete here from GRIDLIFE South Carolina, and Dewey DeWitt brings it back around, leading street mod here. With more coverage coming your way, GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group A is complete and Heat 3 is complete. biggest Rush Series grid ever at GRIDLIFE South Carolina takes to the racetrack here for a morning warm-up. Welcome back to Carolina Motorsports Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins. We are getting our necks absolutely cooked up here by the sun. The weather is heating up, the track is heating up, but 44 Rush Series cars on the road here. This session isn't consequential. This is just a morning shakedown, basically, to get them ready for their first race later. So we'll get to kind of bounce around a little bit and have a look at these cars and drivers and familiarize ourselves with the liveries. There's so many returning names and faces, some in new paint schemes, and there's a lot of new drivers here as well.
Yeah, it's been great to see the adoption from all these young and older drivers and just people wanting to get into the sport. It's an incredible way to just cut your teeth in some higher level racing, especially if you're not into maybe building a car. Let's just say you love racing, but the mechanical side of things escapes you a bit. It's a great way to get in. Purpose-built race car, you know, running a motorcycle engine, and they look like a ton of fun. I would probably loop one out pretty quick, but I would love to know what it's like behind the wheel.
Yeah, well, I was just saying I thought I'd sorted the car data, but it looked like for Rush I didn't. So it looked like it was working great for everyone else. But here we go. So again, as we get rolling here on the racetrack, cars are headed back around. Yeah, non-consequential for lap times here. I don't even know if they're running timing and scoring upstairs, but for this one, they must be, because there are cars on my ticker. So, yeah. Again, this doesn't set your grid. We've already set our grid for race number one, and the key there with our qualifying session yesterday was returning champion Ryan Leach. Looks like the one to beat again, but Andy Vogel had a great run late in the going, and he might be able to take the fight to him like he tried to last year.
Yeah, and that qualifying is going to be absolutely crucial, especially with the track layout and the short run up to turn one. You need to have a perfect start on it, and then it's going to be a war of attrition when it comes to the braking. It's going to be who's able to brake as late as possible, who's able to cut everybody off, catch to the inside. But I wouldn't be shocked to see a few outliers try and take the outside line, try and catch somebody scrambling or being too late on the brakes and being able to overcut somebody through that first turn one. And because these cars, they don't make a ton of horsepower, a lot of this is going to be conserving momentum, especially through some of the tighter sections in this track. So flat out, you're going to see a little bit of drafting. Through our tighter corners, you're going to see some undercutting. It's going to be really, really interesting. I think this track, very well suited to show everything that a Rush car can do.
Yeah, 150 horsepower, those GSX motorcycle engines. A little bit of a lockup there maybe for Andy Vogel down into turn 12. They don't have anti-lock brakes, but they do have a 6-speed sequential transmission. And they're just quick cars for sure. And they're out for so much performance per dollar, under $50,000 to get one, fully spec'd out. And they're great, easy to work on. And, we've seen them explode in popularity. There's hundreds of them all over the country now, and several dozen that are joining the traveling circus that has been GRIDLIFE. Yeah,
a few drivers popping in and out, and a few drivers deciding to run the whole season, pick up as many points, go for that championship. And yeah, what a great way just to, even potentially move up into higher levels of racing, just to understand where you're at. Ooh, getting a little bit sideways there. These cars do step out. For how short of a wheelbase they are, they're quite nimble even when the car gets a little bit sideways.
Ayrton Grimm, by the way, in trail of the 34. So you see the blue and white car, that is Andy Vogel. Then the car right behind him, that sort of battleship livery. Ayrton Grimm, 16 years old, double dutying between the GRIDLIFE Rush Series and Eibach GLTC as well. It's a busy, busy weekend. James French just went to the top of the board at a 139.579 over Vogel, Grimm, and Batley. And 31 cars have gotten on the racetrack and already gotten the checker. Woo, big lockup there for the 59. And I recall, is that
a lot of cars on grid for us to sort through. I'm picking that one up.
Larry Brady, that's
there you go.
That's why they
pay you the big bucks.
Yes. I cheated a little bit. I'm getting back used to it as well. But it's a 44-car grid, and we've only seen them for one session so far, so we'll learn. But,
We're learning. Ryerson Whistle sitting in 5th. He had a great set of battles at Laguna. I remember him getting pretty crazy with the driving, but yeah, looking super sorted right now. The top 6 are definitely where we expect them to be, and then a few newcomers filtering in a little bit lower down. But you can see, even with just this warm-up session, how tight these times are from front to back. Not too bad of a gap, but French still leading the pack right now, 139.579. Only a couple of tenths off is Vogel.
Yeah, and of course, Jalen Battle, you mentioned Ryerson Whistle in that 46, his first ever event back at Laguna Seca last year. Blair Hosey, looks like Davenport in 404. That's a name I don't think we saw in the top 10 yesterday. Adam Spence in the number 60 car. Remember, he had his bodywork blow off yesterday and didn't really get a representative lap in qualifying. Kind of midfield right now, a couple moments in.
Yeah, I tried to pop by the pits there to see if I can get an answer on that one, but I don't think anybody's going to tell me what happened, but it might have just been a little bit of contact. These cars are very, very aero dependent. So if you, let's say, bang one of those fenders, open it up a little bit, some air gets underneath, it's a lot of force to be trying to hold on the rest of that bodywork. So that's their warm-up. Rush cars now coming in. I think we got just a couple of stragglers near the back of the pack as they filter out. Our grid and our pre-grid is going to be very, very busy as we let a couple of different classes go out, warm up, shake down, and make sure they put on the best performative lap they can a little bit later in the day.
Yeah, these are only supposed to be about 5-minute long sessions. It'll be Eibach GLTC, then GRIDLIFE GT, and then we break for USF Juniors race number 1 from 10:10 to 10:50. So if you're watching here on YouTube or on Racer, you're going to see some other content until we return with full course drift for the first time on the broadcast at 10:50, about 1 hour from now. So a couple more warm-ups, and then we'll be off of live action for just a little bit.
Gives everybody a chance to grab a sandwich, get yourself ready for what is going to be an incredible day of racing.
And quick look at some of the reaction there from the GRIDLIFE Rush Series warm-up, but we're going to step away real quick. We'll get you Eibach GLTC warm-up right after this.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
GRIDLIFE South Carolina, the first round of the 2026 season. We're preparing for the first races of the weekend. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens. And Eibach GLTC warm-up on track. Just a shakedown here, a couple of minutes in the morning just to get all the fluids warmed up. And this is sort of like your hardship lap opportunity. If you had an issue yesterday, this is about a 5-minute session just to check it out.
Yeah, and I don't think there's going to be a ton of changes for drivers overnight, but there are a few that will decide to go back to the book and see what they can do, maybe change a few things on the suspension setup as we take a look at that 424.
Mason Bursack, who's new to GLTC this weekend, got a 3-liter inline 6, so bet you that's the engine that comes with the car. And again, E46s are pretty popular choices for wheel-to-wheel racing in general around the country and the world. So Mason, new to us here this weekend. And so far, getting the lay of the land, keeping all the tires on the road, that's important.
Yeah, Super, super important. And I think, too, just understanding what the temps are going to be like, what the track surface is like, and this is your last chance to try something crazy and do a little bit of experimenting before, you know, they got to throw down a little bit later today.
There's another look at it. But relatively simple-looking build. You see the splitter on the front nose there and the rear wing. Remember that there is a horsepower limit for Eibach GLTC this year at 240 horsepower. That was the big change from last year, as already the checker. Not that many drivers taking advantage of this morning warm-up.
You wonder if those drivers don't want to put the extra wear and tear on the car. They're happy with their performance, and these are, just looking at a few of the names, these look like drivers that are potentially trying to just improve their time, so they're trying to get as much track time in as possible. Maybe a few of our other more experienced drivers opting to sit it out, take the break, cool off, and get ready for this afternoon.
Bursack charging through. There's Joel Morrison coming across the stripe there. Michael Hilo in his 350Z. But she had LS swapped last year, so he's really got that thing choked down now to sub 240 horsepower, probably right at the limit, in fact.
It's going to be a pretty tiny restrictor plate for him, or however he's detuning that car.
You guys really split it up a little bit.
And the 71 coming back around 5, 6, and 7. Remember we talked yesterday, this is a J Series car, motor out of a Honda Odyssey stuffed under the hood of that thing.
Love it. Absolutely love it. The more crazy engine swaps, the better. But it makes sense. I meant to make it over there to see how well it fits, because it's not a massive engine bay. So, I mean, it's got some length to it, but width-wise, there's not a lot in there. And that hood looks fully closed, although I believe that's just the intake horn maybe poking out just a bit.
Alan Newsom last year was running a Merkur XR4 TI. Did I have that right?
Love those cars. Yeah. Now, if he was running the stock engine, the 2.3 Lima turbo engine, fun story about those if I can.
Sure.
Originally, the SVO Mustang is what it was developed with, but partnership with Ford, they spread that out. And believe it or not, they also developed the Ford Thunderbird Turbo Coupe, which originally made more horsepower than the SVO did. So they had to detune them because you can't have your luxury car making more power than your performance model. So I only know that because at one point I did own an 88 Turbo Coupe and absolutely loved it.
It was a really cool car, but Alan is all about like picking the weird stuff.
Man of my own heart.
And, you know, it's really, he's got this thing. He was talking on Facebook. I don't remember what he had in plan for next year, but he's just all about, you know, making A, really pretty cars, and B, just choosing things that are a little out of the ordinary. I'm all for it. I kind of miss the Merkur, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a neat vehicle, and there's so many versions of it. And those 2.3 Lima engines, they're everywhere. They use them a lot in circle track and dirt track racing. So you can pick them up for like $300, and they can make some jam. They sound like a tractor, but they can make some power.
There it is, 1990 Mazda RX-7, and
the headlights almost make it look like a 300ZX. That's
almost
what I thought it was at first.
Yep.
When I first kind of glanced at it, and I saw the rear end. Plus with the over fenders, I was like, what is this?
There were a couple drivers last year running some real unique things. We also saw an R32 GTR,
right?
Which in GLTC is not a car that you would potentially expect to see on the grid, but we've learned over time, but between having Honda Odysseys and Corvettes and Civics and everything in between, expect chaos.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was a Mercury full body car that we had in Laguna. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, just another full body vehicle. But yeah, it's cool. And listen, some drivers are out here purely to hit the best pace they can, but the majority of them, they just want to have fun. And doing it in a unique car, what a better way to have fun. So.
Looks like Ben Swanson pulling into the pits. GRIDLIFE GT warm-up is going to be next. Just a very short session. And there's Chris DeLucia rolling out on the racetrack as well.
We're looking at a handful of cars for GT. Interesting. Would have catching a bit of undercarriage there exiting the pit. Would have expected a bit more on GT considering how competitive it is, but same thing, drivers may be opting to hang tight for a little bit and make sure that the vehicles are ready to go and don't want to put any more miles on them than they have to.
So GRIDLIFE GT is headed on the racetrack now, and again, one of the smaller grids this weekend, but slowly building momentum in a class that is brand new. Wasn't even here last year at all. The first race was at GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, and talk about diversity there. Our first event, we had a Honda Civic Type R TCR battling a Toyota Supra GT4. So that was where we started, and where we are now is Veloster versus Camaro versus EcoBoost F-150 powered New Edge Mustang. So we just have a little bit of everything here, but more power and more aero, but otherwise similar rule set to Eibach GLTC.
Yeah, more on the power to weight ratio, but these vehicles are incredible. I think this, as I said yesterday, just the natural progression of where we needed to go. Be interesting to see what GridLife looks like in a couple of years and what type of vehicles they're running at that point in time. Could get even wilder. This could just be the beginning of how fast and how ridiculous some of these builds become.
So Chris DeLucia under the KTM Tuners camp now in that E36. LS swapped over the offseason after having a very explosive engine moment after going all the way out to Laguna Seca from his home in the Northeast. So wanted the reliability of an LS. He's good to go. He, again, has an 8 HP transmission in there. So again, there's just a lot of gearing up to do to get a new build going.
Yeah, a lot of work in the off season, but hopefully everything works out for him. We see a little bit of jockeying for position here just in the warm-ups. Everybody being quite friendly, quite tidy. May not be that way once we get into wheel-to-wheel action a little bit later on today as the competitors decide to put on a full show at that point in time. But yeah, Impreza, Camaro, Corvette, BMW, and another vet.
Yeah, Wisely's in a Veloster. That's one of my data mix-ups. I thought I had it fixed, but I have a little bit more tweaking to do, it looks like. So it's right 90% of the time, which is about the same as me. So honestly,
it's pretty good.
I'll take it.
Yeah, complete redevelopment of the back end of GridLife this year. Some incredible stuff, Kyle.
Yeah, the timing system doesn't really output all that much information. So if you want to kind of tie all this information to cars, tires, engines, and so on and so forth, you have to do a cross-reference across the database, which we built and we have. But we have some slightly different nomenclature as far as what timing calls the classes and what we officially call the classes verbatim.
Gotcha.
And I think that's where we're getting hung up on a couple of cars. So,
well, I think the testament is in Laguna, I showed up with probably about 70 pages spread across 3 desks to make everything work. And now I just have a tablet where I can click on anything and all the information's right there. So I appreciate your effort in allowing me to look better at my job than I really am.
Yeah, we're getting there. And honestly, I think by the time we get to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta next month, all the bugs will be worked out, but I'm really excited about how it's working. It was an entire redevelopment, not only of the back end for us, but also for the results and the grids and how all those things are generated and saved. I mean, effectively, everything was a Google Sheet a year ago, and we don't use Google Sheets for basically anything anymore. And that was a big scary change coming into this because everyone kind of knows how the old system worked, and the unknowns of what was going to break, we didn't know until yesterday. So,
well, I think too, making this a lot more public as well. So the GridLife.club page can give you all that information. Basically, everything we're seeing, you can see at home right now if you want to follow along.
Yeah, GridLife.club/watch will take you to the public page, and you can see live timing, the entry list, the schedules, everything that you'd like to see, including track records and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, having that extra screen open, I know when I watch racing, I like having timing screens open. Driver onboards whenever I can, and maybe that's the next thing. Maybe that's the next big investment here from GridLife. We get driver onboard cameras, and we can see what it's like piloting some of these incredible vehicles.
So checkered flag out here for the GRIDLIFE GT warm-up. Only about half the field taking advantage of their warm-up period here. And Eric Meadows, Jordan Wisely, though, leading the way in that Veloster end. KTM Tuners sort of figuring out how to go fast. We mentioned yesterday that this is a spec tire category this year. Everyone's on spec Toyo Proxys R with a big contingency program going on this year as well for those at the pointy end of the field. And Wisely and KTM ran the Toyos last year, so they have a leg up on everybody as far as the notebook is concerned. And that has seemed to help them here in this morning warm-up.
Yeah, thank you so much for Toyo for coming on board to make something like this happen. And it really means a lot to the sport, to the fans, everybody else. It just makes the competition that much better.
So Alex Pites in that C8 Corvette trailing around Jordan Wisely. Pites ran a couple of different aero configurations last year in this C8. We also saw Aaron Lichty also we saw in a C8 Corvette at times last year. Aaron won a couple of races, if I recall.
I believe you are correct on that one. This checker flag is out, so expecting these drivers to now make their way into the pits.
And with that, we're going to step away. And if you're watching on GridLife YouTube or on Racer, we got some content for you, but we'll be back in about 45 minutes. For those of you at the racetrack, USF Juniors will be on track here shortly. We'll be back with GridLife Full Course Drift in just a little bit.
tire rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Carolina Motorsports Park. Round 4 of the USF Juniors program set to go. Drivers just leaving the grid right now. Once again, my name is Rob Howden. Awesome to be here in Kershaw, South Carolina. Great shot of this GRIDLIFE event. But what a fantastic cross-section of motorsports. Drifting to my right on the kart track here at CMP. Their track attack cars have been out as well. The Rush SR cars are here. Just a lot of different styles of cars, types of cars, horsepower numbers. All part of the GRIDLIFE program. Car culture for sure, the focal point of this weekend. We're bringing in an opportunity for all the fans here to get to have a look at the future stars of IndyCar, the very first rung of the 3-step ladder system that is the USF Pro Championship presented by Continental Tire. I'll take the time to say hello to those of you who are around the country and around the world watching us. Of course, we have so many nationalities part of the program here this year. 9 different countries, actually 10 now represented, with France now being added with Arthur Barbe. So 10 different countries, an international field for sure. 22 drivers getting set to go. Let's have a look at the grid. Back on row number 11, starting 22nd for Zanello Racing. That is Ohio's Maddie Colleran in the 29, starting 22nd. Alongside her, I talked about this driver making his debut here this weekend. From Florida, lives in Florida, but spends a lot of time in France as well. Arthur Barbe, rookie driver, making his debut for VRD Racing with Pole Position Motorsports. He'll roll off from 21st. There'll be a couple drivers from Jay Howard Driver Development starting on row number 10, starting 20th in the number 9. That will be J.W. Main out of Tulsa, Oklahoma in the number 9 machine. Main starting 20th on the inside. His teammate in the number 7 from Fairfax, Virginia, Aaron Narola in the number 7, starting in the 19th spot. Great shot there with our drone. And over top of Maddie Colleran, who's going to roll off from 22nd, as I said. We'll go now up to row number 9 on the outside, number 91. Connor Aspley from O'Fallon, Missouri for Exclusive Autosport, second-year driver. Aspley 18th. Inside, rookie driver here this year for Zanello Racing in the number 21 machine out of Long Beach, Indiana. That is Jared Oselka. Oselka in the number 21. Moving now up to row number 8. Moving our way up now to row number 8, it'll be Grant Mitchell starting on the outside in the 28th in the Zanella Racing Machine. A lot of rookies in the program, as we know. 22 drivers total, 18 rookies in the field, so you see a lot of ROs if you're looking at the timing sheets. Grant Mitchell in the number 28 starting on the outside of row number 8, alongside Alex Berg in the 68, Berg out of Georgia, and the Berg Racing Machine, a single car effort, and they're looking to grow their program over the next number of years. Berg held up a bit in qualifying. He ends up putting down a lap. Put in P15, watch for Berg to move forward. Row number 7 will have Pipe Chaparro on the outside in the number 20 for D-Force Racing on the inside. Bex Cranston out of Greenwich, Connecticut in the exclusive Autosport number 90. Row number 6 will have Brendan Cooley starting in the 92 on the outside for exclusive Autosport. Big movement forward, an improvement from practice to qualifying for Brendan Cooley. Mokina, Illinois, the driver there, the hometown for Cooley. He'll start on the outside of row number 6 alongside Canadian Olivier Marac for Zanella Racing in the number 23. Marac comes in sitting 4th place in points. Drivers working their way around this racetrack right now. We'll go green this first time by. Let's keep going up through the field into the top 10 now. Kasper Nissen out of Denmark in the number 6 for Jay Howard Driver Development, starting in the 10th spot alongside Leonardo Saravalli, the Canadian from Ontario, in the 87 for Zanella. Row 4, it'll be the number 19. That's Elias Vignola from Mexico City, Mexico. Vignola starting in the 8th spot. Alongside him out of England, that is Max Cuthbert for Jay Howard Driver Development in the number 8. Through the kink, turn number 10, down into turn number 11. The hard-braking left-hander as the drivers circulate around the racetrack on their warm-up lap. Moving now to row number 3, Victor Couto. It'll be all Zanella on row 3. Victor Couto on the outside in the 88. Point leader Max Mokaram, a couple of wins from Homestead. He'll start from the inside of row number 3, P5. Row 2 will have Vilo Autolo, the Finnish driver for D-Force Racing, currently 3rd place in points, back by 29 after the opening triple header at Homestead. Autolo for D-Force Racing in the 14, starting in the 4th spot. Alongside him, Cole Medeiros in the number 97 for exclusive Autosport. Cole Medeiros starting in 3rd. Front row, Karel Pasovich and Ivan Machado Perez, those two drivers very strong at Homestead. A win for Machado Perez, 3 second-place finishes for Karel Pasovich. Field set, time to go racing here for 15 laps. One driver's heading to pit lane further back, not sure what happened there. They're stacking them up. One driver to pit lane early. Here they go. Getting ready to see that green flag to get things underway for the first of 3 races, and we are racing. Green, green, green. Contact further back. That is Pashovitz. 2 drivers getting together coming into turn number 1. We are now underway. Issues for Machado as well. I believe Cole Medeiros has gone to the lead. Medeiros goes to P1. Was that contact potentially between the leaders as they came down into turn number 1? Cole Medeiros has put the exclusive Autosport machine out front. Autolo runs into the 2nd spot. One driver, as we said, peeled off early into pit lane. I think it was one of the D-Force drivers. Not sure why that driver headed to pit lane, but stacked them up a little bit. There's wing damage as well for the number 21 of Ozelka. So you can see that wing bouncing around a little bit further back in the pack. First time down now into turn number 8. Out through kink, turn 9. And then the other kink, turn number 10. We got flashing lights. I think we may, yeah, we got full course yellow, I believe. There's a pass from the outside. I'm not sure what happened there. Full course yellow, so a driver went around the outside there. Sounds like Leonardo Saravalli might have been the driver coming in. I said it might have been the D-Force car, but it was actually Saravalli potentially. We'll get a better look at it, folks, if I can here. It actually, there, let's get back on track here. I got some spotters trying to tell me who actually came into pit lane. I'll figure that out when they come back. Right, it might have been Alex Berg. So the 25 there of Karel Pasovich. 2nd place in the first 3 races, all 3 races, 2nd place in points coming in, but the contact there in the opening part of that corner heading down into turn number 1, he went off track. So we'll restack him here. Trouble for Machado Perez as well. So the front row with damage on the opening lap. We're not going to be able to get a replay, I don't think. So to be able to kind of have a look at it, left wing damage for Pashovich. So very likely he got into the right rear of Machado coming down into the braking zone at turn number 1. He went straight off the racetrack. From the inside of row number 2, there's the 87 now. As we are having a look, new wing going on the 87 of Saravalli. Yeah, they can get that wing off. Number of drivers with damage. So Leonardo Serravalle out of Thorold, Ontario, Canada, with wing damage here. They're going to get that put back on, get him back on the racetrack. Berg potentially into pit lane early. Not sure what happened to Alex Berg there. I know that he had an alternator issue yesterday, but I believe they got that repaired overnight. So from what I see here as they come around, Cole Medeiros is going to take the lead. Vilo Atal into second. Ivan Machado Perez, who had the issue, still running there in the VRD with pole position Motorsports number 10 in third spot. He slowed on the opening lap, maybe just to get a feel to find out whether or not there was any tire damage. But he is still on the racetrack. There's Pasovich without the left side of the front wing, and that will definitely play an issue, or play a factor. Max Mokaram runs in fourth, Victor Couto in fifth spot, Max Cuthbert in sixth, Casper Nissen in seventh, Elias Vignola in eighth, Olivier Marac in ninth, and Bex Cranston now up into 10th. Serravalle down the order, Berg is in as well, as we said, expecting to see potentially Pasovich come into pit lane as well. So Cole Medeiros, the driver out front now, taking advantage of that. Obviously, he was the inside of row number 3 coming down into the start into turn number 1. Contact between the front row drivers. Medeiros, of course, able to sneak through to the inside. Worked very nicely for him as he was already looking at the apex. Green flag flying as they come out to turn number 14, so we're right back at it. Another driver coming into pit lane as well. Here's the shot coming down into turn number 1. The 1-2-3 combination. Alto trying to defend here from Machado. They're going to go side by side. Machado up on the curb to the inside of 2. Through 3. Ivan Machado Perez pushing hard on Vilo Atala. Straightaway now between turn 3 down to turn number 4. Just a blip down 1 gear into turn number 4. It's kind of a wide open entry into this 5, 6, 7 combination. This series of right-hand kinks that lead onto the straightaway from 7 down to turn number 9, or 8 really. That's the corner here. They come out of this corner and run kind of downhill to a certain extent, down into turn number 8. A little bit of the kick there you see. There's Brendan Cooley now in the number 92. Cooley was 14th across the line to get the restart. Brendan Cooley running 14th there for Exclusive Autosport. Right in front of him, I believe, will be JW Main in the number 9. Good start for JW. John Main jumping up a couple of spots after starting deeper in the field. Here's a big move to the inside, coming over to turn number 11. Did not work. And the Zanella cars battling behind, side by side. Go Mokaram and Couto. Couto, I think, is on the outside. He may get a better run out of the corner here. Max Mokaram on the inside. You can see now the gap that Medeiros has been able to get out early. Back down to the bottom goes Mokaram. He's going to force the issue. Couto couldn't quite get it done at the exit. He's got to check up a little bit, and he's going to get attacked from Max Cuthbert now as well. So 2 Zanella cars and 2 Jay Howard driver development cars. A little fade to the inside for either Couto or Mokaram. I think that would be Couto. No, that's, yeah, it is. Couto in the 46, rather Mokaram in the 46, Couto in the 88. So, indeed, Mokaram 4th, Couto 5th, and the 2 Jay Howard cars running 6 and 7. The 8 of Cuthbert and the 6 of Casper Nissen. So that was our first yellow flag of the weekend, getting things underway. We went clean and green through all of testing, practice, and qualifying. So I was hoping to see a clean race. Didn't get even through a corner before we had contact. But we're back at it again. 15 lapper here in a 30-minute time window for the drivers in USF Juniors. We're back on track at 2:55 this afternoon for race number 2 of the triple header here at Carolina Motorsports Park. Normally I like to have my laptop open here and check out the chat on the YouTube channel, but the internet feed here, the Wi-Fi is very, very weak, so not able to get into here where I am. Announcing from the outside of turn 14 on the stage, part of the music and DJ action here throughout a GRIDLIFE Festival weekend. A lot of people here to enjoy this GRIDLIFE event. Our autograph session happening later on today in the pavilion. Oh, good battle further back here. That's Olivier Marac in the 23. I think he may have made a move to get through there. And that think Cuthbert able to get by as well. We've got a couple of moves here. I think Cuthbert by Kuto. Look at this dive to the bottom. Oh, a big send to the bottom there. What a slider. He's going way off the racetrack. That was an over-aggressive move to the inside of turn number 1. Awesome job by our camera shot. That was Olivier Marac. Sent it down the inside. And that was never going to work. He went off, damage to the right rear. As you can see, we're going to see another full course yellow here as Olivier Marac, who crossed the line in the 7th position, set it up the inside of both his teammate Kudo and tried to get by Casper Nissen. That didn't work at all. Another driver off on the outside over there of turn number 5, 6, and 7. That was, I'm going to pick up the number coming through. That looks like the number 7, so that'll be Aaron Narola. Here's the replay. Look at the send. Marac just throws it in on his teammate Kudo, and that wasn't going to work at the side impact. When the car got sideways, started hopping, is what damaged that right rear. So there's the shot there, the drone coming in to give us a fantastic image right on the scene for Olivier Marac. You wonder, coming in that deep into that corner, was he just trying to full send? Or did he potentially pick up some dirt on he was all the inside of the track? Did he lose grip? Did he have an issue with the brakes? Because, man, he just set that thing up the inside, and wow. And you know what, shout out to Victor Kuto as well for seeing it happen, checking up, because that could have been super ugly for Kuto as well. Could have been a couple of Zanella cars offered the gravel trap on the outside of turn 1. Let's have a look at the field. We're going to have some time here as the AMR IndyCar safety team out there who help us out here at our juniors race is going to quickly get onto the scene to assess and get that car. It's going to need a hook for sure. Cole Medeiros is the leader. Vilo Atala in second, Ivan Machado Perez in third. You saw him get aggressive on Atala as well on the opening lap, trying to get back through. Max Mokaram runs in fourth, Casper Nissen in fifth, Max Cuthbert sixth, Victor Kuto in seventh. Vignola, who started eighth, now runs eighth. Bex Cranston started back in 13th. He's up into the ninth spot. Pipe Chaparro, who started in 14th, he's now up into 10th. So a couple of drivers starting outside the top 10 have worked their way there over the first couple of laps, thanks to a couple of incidents. Behind them is John Main in 11th. Brendan Cooley runs 12th. Connor Aspley up into 13th. He started in 18th, so +5 for Connor Aspley now. And you can still see there's the number 27, Arthur Barbie, but the 25 of Karel Pashovich, it's still running out there. It's still running out there with that damaged front wing. No end plate or side wing. Let's have another look at the shot here, folks. We're gonna see the big send coming to the inside. Way deep coming into turn number 1, up over top of the curb on the inside with the left front, full lockup, full slide coming through. Another look at the replay there for the incident involving Olivier Marac as he got down to the inside of the racetrack. I'm gonna say probably a combination of everything. Sent it, made the move, dirty racetrack. You go to the inside, remember, that's not the racing line. And I'll say something about Carolina Motorsports Park. There's a lot of dust and dirt that blows around this racetrack, and we see it in the pits and on the racetrack as well, obviously. There was an issue with a car that oiled down the track as well in a couple sessions before us, so they had to get a lot of kitty litter out there, the speedy dry out there to clean that off, so that's going to get moved around the track as well. So I have to believe he went up the inside with, first and foremost, a lot of dirt, a lot of dust. Number two, if you make a move to the inside of anybody, you've got to brake earlier and harder to a certain extent, because from the inside line, you've changed your racing line. You can't go, from the outside entry to the apex. So when you're in the inside like that and you're trying to pass somebody, you've got to make sure you get the job done to get the car woed up. And first and foremost, being on a dirty racetrack, then climbing up over top of the curbing on the inside of turn number 1, the entry curbing, that just sent Olivier Marac for a ride. So we'll circulate around the track here, running yellow at this point here. The crew doing a great job right now. They're putting that car actually up on a flatbed. 15 lapper. We're working lap number 6 right now, 5 laps down. Pashovich able to get himself back up to 15th. Remember, it was he and Machado Perez, who had the contact on the opening circuit coming into turn number 1. That run down the green flag sent him back to the back of the pack, but he's fought his way up to 15th. Maddie Colleran up to 16th. She started 22nd, so +6 for Maddie Colleran. She's got Aaron Narola behind her, Grant Mitchell. We know Leonardo Saravalli was coming into pit lane. This is actually going to help Leonardo quite a bit. He had to come into pit lane. The team was able to put the new wing on the front of that car, get him back out. He was, of course, well back, but with the yellow flags, allowed him to catch back up to the tail of the field. Here they come through here. There's the number 88, Alex Berg there as well, the 21 of Jared Ozelka. The drivers who did have some trouble, Alex Berg rather, he came off, as we know, as they were coming to the green flag, pulled into pit lane, some kind of a mechanical issue, I would expect, knowing that he didn't have what it took to head down into turn 1. They were able to get whatever it was fixed to get him back out. Everybody on the lead lap, except, of course, Olivier Marac now. 6 laps in, 15, as we know, the full distance. There's a reason why we bring members of the IndyCar safety team with us here to these weekends, because they know our race cars, they know our drivers, and they are absolute experts in getting damaged cars, incidents cleaned up quickly. They had to bring the flatbed out to actually winch that car up on, so feeling there could potentially be some damage that's leaking fluid. That happens occasionally. We'll get a better look when we come back around. The full course yellow cautions are still out. So we're not going green this time by, so this will be lap number 7. I have a feeling we'll be able to go back to green next time by. So it'll be Medeiros, Attila, Perez, McCarron, and Nissen. Top 5. Exclusive Autosport, D-Force, VRD with pole position, Zanella, and Jay Howard driver development. 5 different teams in the top 5 right now. Canada, Finland, Spain, Lebanon, Denmark. I talk about the international field we have this year. Now 10 different nations represented among the 22 drivers here this weekend. Only 4 drivers returning from last year. Vilo Attila, Brendan Cooley, Connor Aspley, and Maddie Colleran. 18 rookies in this USF Juniors program for this year. Back on track this afternoon for race number 2 at 2:55. We'll do it again tomorrow morning. Same time, same place, 10:10 in the morning, scheduled to go green. From here, the drivers look forward to the middle of May, moving north of the border to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, formerly known as Mosport, for those of you who have been around the sport for a number of years. May 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, Victoria Weekend Speed Fest. Canadian Tire Motorsports Park is going to be packed. NASCAR Canada there as well. They have 1600 series. Radical, I believe. It's going to be an awesome weekend in Mosport. Fantastic, iconic racetrack. And the place will be packed with cameras for sure. Our technical director, Darrell Fox, at the wheel of our Honda pace car here today. The Honda Civic Type R pace car, the most powerful Honda production vehicle ever sold in the U.S. with a turbocharged 2-liter, 4-cylinder engine producing an incredible 315 horsepower. The smooth and precise 6-speed manual transmission features a revised rev match system, helping to maintain stability on corner entry, and a limited slip differential that puts the engine's power to the pavement effectively. The Civic Type R leverages Honda's racetrack-proven engineering to deliver extreme performance and passion, both on the road and on the racetrack. You see that pace car jumping away right now as they come out of turn number 13. So once they get to 14, we're going to get back at it. Coming through 14, that flag's going to fly, pace car is off, and we're going back to racing, folks. We're going to put lap number 8 in the books when we come back around. Here we go, racing again with USF Juniors. Green flag flying. Here's the run back down into turn number 1. Watching the tail of the field come through. Let's get back to the leaders indeed. Cole Medeiros holding on to it. Vilo Attila getting attacked big time by Machado. Machado Perez gets a good run out of turn number 2. They're going to be side by side through 3 and down to 4. Cole Medeiros, the young driver out of Cambridge, Ontario, Canada, leading the way here now. Oh, Machado's gone back to a couple of spots. He got hung out to dry. Machado was not able to get by Vilo Attila, and that has brought Max McCarron back up into 3rd. McCarron goes to 3rd. The 6 of Casper Nissen now up into 4th. Machado having to defend big time from Max Cuthbert as well. 8 laps down, 7 to go. So we're past the halfway point. Cole Medeiros with open racetrack. See if he can leverage that. very strong yesterday. Throughout the day, top 5 through the test sessions, through practice. Qualified P2, but got a penalty, lost his fastest lap for holding up another driver. He came out of pit lane, they waited a little bit, they came out of pit lane. We got drivers together over at turn number 11, folks. Turn number 11. Driver upside down in turn number 11. So contact there, and the driver has gone upside down. That looks to me like the 19 Elias Vignola. So a driver has gone over in turn number 11. That happens occasionally here with open wheel racing. Drivers making moves up the inside. And you'll get that wheel-to-wheel interlocking contact and another full course yellow. Hopefully the drivers here in USF Juniors can take a deep breath during our lunch break and come back, because that obviously happened. That happened deeper in the field. Vignola, where was he running on track? Let's scroll back down through the order here. That live timing's not showing me where he was. So not quite sure where that was. As I look at my live timing on my phone here right now, I don't even see Vignola on here, so they got a Zelk on twice, so a little update there. I'm not sure exactly where he was on track or where that potential contact would be. You likely think another driver would have gotten some damage there after the contact together coming into the corner. But indeed, back behind the full course yellow. This is going to bang out a bunch of laps again. This is not what we like to see for our USF Juniors program. Our focus is on these drivers getting green flag race laps. We had an issue on the opening circuit, as we know. A full set move up into turn number 1. Turn number 1's been kind of the calamity corner so far, but that move by Marak brought out the yellow for a couple of laps, and now we have one over in turn number 11. End of the straightaway out of turn number 8 through the kink turn 9, all the way down into kink turn 10, rather, down into turn number 11, the left-hander. So the AMR IndyCar safety team on scene once again. They'll get that car flipped over. I think we're going to have a chance to have a little look at this, folks. So here we go. Have a look. It's going to come from the left side of the screen. Oh, there he's over there. Yep, another driver came up the inside. Let's roll that back a little bit. Fantastic. Trying to figure who that is. They come through. He's already upside down. Looks like it may be one of his teammates potentially up the inside. And look at the guy to the outside here. That is Brandon Cooley taking full evasive maneuvers to go to the outside of that, as those two drivers had contact. So that was what we in the sport call team-on-team crime, because that's not what you never want to have a couple of your drivers, your team drivers, have contact like that. Looked to me like a couple of D-Force cars getting together coming up into turn number 11. Lovely to see Elias out of the car, having a look at it. Hate it for him, but glad to see him get out of the car. And listen, that's the design of this race car, folks. You go back a couple of years and, you know, to the initial launch of our USF 17, the brand new USF 2000 car back in 2017, we didn't have a halo. The halo came out. It was an update that the Anderson Promotions brought in 2022. And again, kudos to all the teams that are all part of our USF Pro Championships program. Essentially, they had bought new cars in 2017 and 2018 for USF 2000, at that point, Indy Pro 2000, the USF Pro 2000 category with no halos. 2022, we got all the teams to buy in to get new, essentially, tubs for the car that we added the halo to. And it has just taken the level of safety to the level that we need. And we've seen numerous incidents over these last number of years since bringing the halo into the program where tires potentially would have got in and struck the driver. We had guys climb on top of each other. There could have been incidents. So I think we all know, in following Formula One and of course the aero screen in IndyCar and everything we have here in the USF Pro Championships, that the halo device has become such a core component of the safety approach from our group here at Tatis, which builds our race cars. So shout out to Tatis, shout out to the designer of the halo, because that device, that driver safety device, has been absolutely fantastic. So 10 laps in, let's have a look around here again. Medeiros leads, Altala second, McCarron third, Nissen fourth, and Perez now fifth. Cuthbert sixth, Couto seventh, Cranston up into eighth, Chaparro ninth, and Main runs 10th. Connor Aspley in 11th. Pashovitz runs in 12th. Barbe in 13th. Narola 14th. Sarah Valley 15th. 16th, Maddie Colleran. 17th, Grant Mitchell. Brendan Cooley fell back to 18th, having gone all the way around the outside as the driver was upside down and sideways coming by him. Jared Ozelka runs in 19th. Alex Berg still on the lead lap in 10th spot. Elias Vignola now out after incident on lap number 9. And Olivier Marac out early for his incident over in turn number 1. This is lining up. It's going to be a quick little battle here at the very end of it. I'll tell you that right now. For those of you watching online, we'll count the top 3 drivers work their way towards the podium area. As they get in there, I'll jump out quickly and get myself over there so I can have a chance to interview the top 3 drivers before we head to the podium. Hey, remember back at it this afternoon at 2:55. Full course yellow still out. Couldn't do what we do without Continental Tire. Continental Tire is proud to be a presenting sponsor of the USF Pro Championships. Our cutting-edge technology and unbeatable grip will help you dominate the track. Continental Tire, where performance meets precision. Learn more at continentaltire.com. Continental Tire, the smart choice in tires. VP Racing Fuels is the exclusive fuel supplier for all 3 levels of the USF Pro Championships. In 2021, VP expanded their role and became the official lubricant and coolant. In addition to VP Racing engine oil and VP Racing gear oil, this includes VP Racing's line of Stay Frosty performance engine coolants. Trackside here with us right now or watching on the YouTube channel, make sure that you follow all the action by downloading the free USF Pro Championships app at the Apple Store for iPhones and Google Play for Android mobile phones and tablets. Live timing is on there. Obviously all the live broadcasts on there. My USF Pro Insider podcast available there as well. The direct link to buy any of our new USF Pro Championships merchandise available as well. And there's what's left of Vignola's D-Force racing machine. Rear wing damage, and listen, that car looks pretty good for going over in turn number 11. I'll tell you that. That team now has to go to work right now. It's 10:37 here trackside right now. When do they have to present themselves to the grid? 2:30 is when the false grid opens. So they got 4 hours, but I guarantee you that team, again, we talked about D-Force Racing, 2-time USF Juniors driver champion, winning in 2022 with Matt Clark and 2023 with Nicholas Giaffoni. I'm going to expect we're going green this next time by. That'll be lap number 12, so call it a 3-lap shootout to see who comes away with the opening win here at Carolina Motorsports Park. A couple drivers further back. I think an issue potentially for Alex Berg. He's back there as well. I don't know what's going on with Alex. He hasn't been able to essentially get in the fight here. Coming out of 13 to 14, they'll punch off when they come out of turn number 14. Cole Medeiros looking to see if he can't come away with his first race win. He's on the throttle nicely. Pace car's in and we are rolling. Green flag flying. Lap 12 will go in the books. Let's see if we can have a couple of clean laps here. It's been a wild one here in the opening race after essentially 5 clean sessions through practice, through testing, practice, and qualifying. Max Mokaram getting a little bit of luck there on the last couple of laps. He's moved his way up into third. Mokaram will be the driver putting the pressure now on Vilo Atala, the Finnish driver running in second. Atala comes into this weekend sitting 3rd place in points. In fact, he's 29 behind Max Mokaram, so staying in front of Mokaram will allow him to close that gap a little bit. Cole Medeiros rolls in here right now, sitting 8th place in points, off a couple of top 5 finishes in race 2 and race 3 at Homestead. A tough 18th place finish in the early rounds stops him from being right in there in the top 5 in points, but a win here today would be huge for Cole Medeiros, the young driver from Ontario, Canada. Oh, look at the battle further back to right there in 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're ready to scrap it out, are they not? Nissen, Perez, and Cuthbert. Ivan Machado Perez. Or Ivan, rather. I guess Ivan, not Ivan. Ivan Machado Perez, the Spaniard. Sandwiched right now by a couple of Jay Howard driver development cars. Cuthbert's going to throw it to the inside. They're going to be side by side. Not quite enough. It's hard to make a move to the inside of the corner there in turn number 12 because the drivers were able to run that big outside line and carry the momentum around the outside because there's nothing actually there to slow you up. So he made the move to the inside. Machado very patient, though mature to hold the outside line. Machado comes in here as well, 5th place in points. early in the season, folks. This is round number 4 of 16 races on the year. We've still got to go up to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. We've got Lime Rock up. We've got a number of races still to go here, capping it all off at Road America. Mid-Ohio with IndyCar as well in July. Milo Athol on the 14 would love to be focusing forward, but he's right now having to defend from the 46 of Max Mulcairn. Mulcairn looks to the inside again, coming through that 5, 6, 7 complex. Medeiros looking good out front right now. His spotters will be telling him that he's got a gap. Last time by, it was about a second. 0.937 was the gap for Cole Medeiros. Another thing to think about right now a little bit is the tire degradation. We talked to Ivan Machado Perez in the pre-show about that, and the fact that tires are going to go off a little bit. You push early. Oh, here we're going to go side by side. Mulcairn to the inside, coming through turn number 10. Over to 11, they're side by side. Back down to that corner, Autola able to hold him off. He'll push a little wider on the exit. Not quite enough there for Mulcairn, who's throwing everything at the finish driver. Exclusive D-Force. Zanella, Jay Howard, VRD with pole position. 5 different teams still battling in the top 5. Oh, look at this to the outside. Mulcairn trying to throw everything at him right now, trying to see if he can't force that mistake. This is all benefiting Cole Medeiros. The Canadian trying to come home with a win. White flag flying. 1 lap to go. Oh, we're going to do some big sense here. Around the outside comes Casper Nissen. They're going to be side by side coming through. Oh, contact there in the exit. Just a little tight contact. Machado Perez trying to take advantage of it now. Man, there's just a little bit of contact coming out of the corner there. Over to turn 2. Now Mulcairn's got to think about being on the defense. He was challenging big time on Autola. Instead, now he's worried about Machado Perez. Mulcairn, your point leader. Trying to hold those drivers at bay. 2 Jay Howard cars right there. Nissen and Cuthbert. Bex Cranston has worked his way up into 8th. Good run here for Cranston. Started 13th, he's +5. Look at this scrap here right now. Machado Perez is going to look to the inside again. He tries them side by side. They'll work their way up here. We're looking for the scrap. Final lap on the racetrack here. Cole Medeiros though out front. We got a good scrap here for the final spot on the podium, but let's pick up that leader, folks. We'll grab that battle later on. Cole Medeiros looking for his first win here in USF Juniors. Couple of top 5s at Homestead, but he has been flawless here so far. Avoided the turn 1 incident of the start, and he'll come on to the front straightaway. What a drive for the young driver from Canada, Cole Medeiros. We'll see the checkered flag. He wins round number 1 here at Carolina Motorsports Park. What a scrap to the end of that one. Round 4 of the 2026 championship goes to Cole Medeiros and Exclusive Autosport. Big victory for him. Vilo Antala in second. Max Mulcairn able to hold off the charge from Ivan Machado Perez over the last couple of laps. Casper Nissen in 5th spot. Max Cuthbert in 6th. Bex Cranston up into 7th. Pipe Chaparro in 8th. John Main in 9th. And Connor Aspley works his way up into the top 10 as well. Great job for him. +8 for Connor. Started 18th, ends up 10th. But this driver here, Cole Medeiros in the number 97, will be thrilled when he gets his way back to victory, and as will the team as well. Exclusive Autosport getting the victory here. 3 different teams scoring wins on the season so far. Zanella, VRD with pole position, and now Exclusive Autosport. Young driver here coming in, Cole Medeiros. Kind of an unknown factor. Top karter for sure for Canada. Did a lot of national level racing. Represented the country in the Rotax Grand Finals last year in Bahrain, up part of Team Canada. But what a run here today. Started 3rd. Remember, got bounced from 2nd down to 3rd for impeding during qualifying. Leveraged that P3 starting spot. Stayed to the inside with contact between Machado Perez and Pashovich. Put Pashovich off and Machado Perez on the binders. But Medeiros will roll it in here. So impressive for this young driver. Talk about getting one out of the gate as well. Anytime a young driver can get a victory like this early in the season, that kind of momentum and confidence is not something you can buy. You know, you can test as much as you want. You can be in the simulator, you can be in the gym with your coach and your trainer, but you can't buy confidence. That comes from race wins and great finishes. So top 3 drivers will work their way down here, and we'll get them around to the outside of the pit lane. What a fantastic drive. Listen, the battling further back was so good as well. We saw some great racing there. Hate to see the wrecks, hate to see Vignola have that rollover in turn 11. Oliver Marak's full send down into turn number 1. I was hoping for another potential clean session. We were clean and green, as I said, through practice, through testing and qualifying. But there you have it, folks. Cole Medeiros coming down here into Victory Lane. Stay with us, folks. I'll be there in a couple of seconds. It's time for Victory Lane interviews and podium presentations.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
What's the name? GRIDLIFE Drift returns to the full course at Carolina Motorsports Park. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens. Got Jackson Lambros down to the paddock in the pits. Jacob, welcome back. Last night, night shift drift on the kart track, 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. But that was on the kart track. This is the full course, 2.25 miles, the big fast stuff.
Yeah, last night was unhinged, to say the least, and it's be a little more professional today, but when it comes to drifting, it can only get so professional as we can see a few of these drivers already sliding through yellow flags to give you an idea of what drifting is really like to these gents.
There's a car way off at the exit of turn 12, but we're again with full course drift here at GRIDLIFE. The whole track is open to drift, every single corner. We talked about how abrasive the surface is. It's relatively new, repaved in 2020, but it's very gritty, and that's going to wear your tires out pretty quick. So I can't imagine you'll do too many laps in a row, but when you do, there's a lot of great drifting corners here, a lot of long radius corners, and all sorts of different speeds.
Yeah. Speaking with a couple of drivers that managed to make it out onto the big track yesterday, they said they love the surface that's out there on the big track. Good balance between being able to get the grip in there, as well as just generally have a great time and not burn through tires too bad. The kart track itself is probably a little bit more abrasive than what we're seeing on the new pavement out here. So you guys, I'm Farouk with a absolutely massive handbrake pull, trying to extend that drift all the way out. You can see him firing off. Didn't quite, I think that was turn 14.
Yep.
There you go, something a little bit different. Don't see too many of those Trans Ams out there. So yeah, we got a great mix of different vehicles. I get eyes on Justin Pollock. It looked like just we're just about to leave our gridding area here, an ex-Formula Drift Pro driver.
Yeah, that Firebird is Tanner Dutt.
Sorry, Firebird, thank you.
Yep, Firebird Trans Am.
Yeah.
5.7 liter V8, 3,500 pounds on record for that car. So it's a heavy girl.
Yeah, not a lot of development on that platform either. Just not a lot. I mean, they just didn't produce a ton of those models. So really the aftermarket, like in any car, is going to go towards things that we see a lot of, like this. BMWs, E46s, very popular drift car, as well as the Corvette. So getting a good mix of all of the above, as well as the S chassis, the winningest platform in drifting history when we look at championships. I bet you by individual event results as well, they probably take the cake.
I don't don't know if there's a couple of Corvettes that are signed up across the weekend. The only one on full course I had was James Dunn, and unless the livery is different, I don't think this is the car we're necessarily looking at. Yeah, a couple of Corvettes we've seen. This is a chassis that seems to be getting more and more popular. This is a C6 generation Corvette. I feel like the C5s are the ones that we see the most of, at least at the grassroots level. Yeah, it's what you'll find with drifting is a lot of it is going to be damaged cars. Flood damage in particular is what a lot of drifters look for, or front or rear end damage, because most of the time we're taking a lot of those parts off anyways. So, I think we set some scenery on fire.
It is possible. Probably that vehicle that went off track there. So hopefully it looks like we've already got an emergency vehicle out on track getting to that spot. We'll get that under control quite quickly. Yeah, this is, it's been pretty hot and extremely dry the last couple of days here. And when you get a car stopped and parked off in the weeds there, the car's gone, but it appears that it has set a little grass blades ablaze over there. We've got a full fire crew here ready to go, as well as some fire department people serving us food as well. You know, the fire department very active here. You know, I'm a fan of all kinds of vehicles. That fire truck is awesome. I don't know how old it is, but it looks like it's been around the block a couple of times, so to speak. Yeah, I grew up near and dear to the department. My dad, both my grandfathers, a couple of cousins and uncles, so kind of grew up near fire trucks, and maybe I'm a little bit jaded, but they are incredible vehicles. Nothing's cooler than a fire truck to a kid, let me tell you. That are trains. Trains and fire trucks. Yeah. Everything big, heavy, and loud. Doesn't look like anything too crazy. They'll get this contained quite quickly. Yeah, this is literally leaving burned rubber and burned grass in the wake of the drifters here this weekend. This is, I don't believe the first full course drift we've had on session, but I expect the full course to get busier and busier throughout the day. The later sessions are kind of when as we get closer to the festival and the spectators get even closer to the fence, we kind of get everyone lined up to watch. The first session of the day, sometimes you're only going to go out for a lap or two. Yeah, they're going to save the tires for later. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they have the kart track open all day as well. So even the high-level pro cars, we've seen them out on the kart track having a blast out there. Very tight technical section through there. A pretty big dichotomy between that and the full course we've got here. The massive 14 turns and some big sweepers. Drivers told, hey, maybe don't drift the kink, because that. I mean, now that being said, it's hard to tell a drifter not to do anything, but. That would be the only spot where maybe you're not going to see them going all out, but they'll reserve a lot of their tires for their fans are the closest. They can put on the best show possible. And look at that, fire department. Nicely done. Engine 51 already got that cleaned up and ready to go. Cool. Looks like a big old tanker pumper combo. Yeah, just you know what's crazy about these things? A, they're way more expensive. Seriously, look up what a fire truck costs. Even used, yeah. Way more expensive than you think they are. They're also way heavier than you think they are. I mean, they look big and heavy, but trust me, when you Google those values on these things, man, you have so much appreciation for them. They handle significantly better than what you would expect and are way faster than what you would think. I mean, they're meant to get there first, and in most emergency situations, the fire department arrives before the police and the ambulance does, because they're the only ones that are actually able to change the lights. So the autocom system is what that's called, and it's a high-intensity light at a very particular frequency. And if you take a look at stoplights, especially at major intersections, you'll see a little beacon at the very top, and that is meant to pick up the autocom that would be flashed out from the top of the vehicle. There you go. Bet really cool. Hey, you were getting a fire department lesson today. I'm telling you, if you're fans of cars and motorsport, the Venn diagram has significant overlap to people that like fire trucks, trains, planes, boats. Yeah. Golf. Strangely, I might have to send this clip to my dad. He worked in fire prevention for 30 years. So yeah, that's cool. What's a race without a fire truck? Yeah, you would say. Keeping society safe all across the country and the world. Look at that. I think we still got time on our session, too. Yeah, a couple minutes. They might let them go at least one more lap or two before we get set for the rest of the day. We've got another track battle heat upcoming, and then we've got our first race of the weekend for the GRIDLIFE competition. GRIDLIFE GT race number 1, and immediately back on track. The Falcon guy is back at it. Justin Pollack out there. Yeah. It's on your slides. Beautiful, beautiful Mustang he's got, and would not be shocked to see him throw a 360 at some point, kind of become a signature move here at GRIDLIFE, particularly at Midwest. He is always the showman and a driver that I would absolutely love to see get back into FD, especially with the new regulations. I think he would do quite well. I'm not sure who's piloting his older car. I'm not entirely sure on that one, as Kyle hits the books for me. I'll do my due diligence. Sometimes they sneak in and don't make it on my list, but that's okay. I mean, drifters are pretty sneaky that way. So Colin out there as well as Liskey.
Is Linsky out there? He might. Yeah, he's registered for full course. So.
Yeah, I caught a quick glimpse of him. Just that livery. They've the Extreme Graphics guys always have a beautiful livery. He's usually running purple on the background and something a little bit crazy out front.
And Dutton in that Trans Am getting after it. Or Firebird, I should say.
Yeah. At least I'm not the only one who got
Firebird. It says Firebird / Trans Am. So
that's the same thing.
Yeah.
One being a Chevy, one being a Pontiac.
Yeah.
You know, Hurt Life. That car is very soft, as you can tell by it bouncing around. It's not a typical drift car, but it's doing a pretty good job, all things considered.
I think the four-door cars at GRIDLIFE are getting more and more popular because, with ride-alongs and things, and you're, bringing your buddies out with the GoPro. There was, Forsberg had the Ultimaniac for a couple of years where, there was a dash in the back seat for the backseat passengers to watch. So.
Flama Blanca before that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and honestly, they're a lot cheaper too. Most people don't want the sedans, they want the coupes. But if you really, really want to take people for ride-alongs, having a 4-seat drift car is it's up there. It's on my list of cars to build. The list is long, but I would like to have a 4-seater at some point for ride-alongs.
Sonia Slides getting a great view. All the Falcon cars together up the front straightaway. Falcon again returning as a partner for GRIDLIFE in 2026, continuing with their contingency program and sponsoring of 2 spec tire classes in GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. But we've had the Falcon guys and gals out here for a number of years in drift as well, going back in the photo line race back to 2015, 2016. It was cool to see these liveries just world famous for so many reasons.
Yeah, the teal and blue is it's iconic, and it means something to a driver to be bestowed that livery upon them. It's not one you can just put on a car. That is something that you are more or less asked and invited into a very, very private club.
Question that we had earlier was why such aggressive camber? Why would you be doing that in the front?
Because you want the wheels planted at lock. So we don't really care about what happens with the wheels going straight. The idea is that when we get to full lock, in order to keep bump steer out, in order to keep the tire completely planted, we sacrifice straight line alignment to make sure that we have great alignment going sideways, or maybe not at full lock, but just before full lock, to make sure that we have the most amount of traction in the front. Because these cars, they're very strange. If you really crank the wheel, they will understeer like crazy, but we build them to handle oversteer. So if you don't put in that oversteer, it's going to understeer like mad. And that's simply because of the way the alignment is. But once it catches on, once it hooks, it's a great car. So there's Colin there. Brendan Greaves out of Australia, in the hotshot secret BMW behind him. Very back of that pack. Another incredible driver. It's been around for a hot minute.
We got the checker at the main flag stand potentially, but looks like they'll come back around to it this time. And getting a tandem in here. Through this turn 12 sequence is great because the radius extends as you leave the corner. So as you feed in throttle, just letting the car drift out right out to that outer edge, and you just keep going, picking up speed.
Yeah, real tough on the outside tire, but these cars are built to take it. As you can see, supercharger sticking out of the front of that older gen Mustang.
And what's how often are we seeing the S450 Mustangs in drift?
Not a ton. I mean, the 550s have become a lot more popular. SN95, SN197, they're picking up there a lot, but that gen is in a weird spot when it comes to drifting. There are people that have them, but they prefer, considering that the SN platform really didn't evolve too much. There's a lot of chassis available, and there is Mr. T-Pain himself. The one and only convertible RTR built specifically for him. He's really coming to his own as a drifter.
I was saying yesterday that those humps behind the cockpit there are radiator overfill tanks or something like that.
Yeah.
So a little bit of functionality and some style.
We were trying to figure out the correct name for it. I believe turret is what they're called. Found them in old style, even like Le Mans cars had those. The open cockpits.
Yeah, that's super cool. And that car looks great. It's very different shaping to where you're used to with Mustangs.
Yeah, it's a good mix of the old and the new. CoraWorks livery going on there. There's Brendan. I never remember him through his accent.
EA Sports. Not a sponsor.
It's in the game. Yeah, so it's a really cool track that drivers get to go out on, and I mean, it's very, very high speed. Yeah. Not a lot of tight technical sections, but you can go do that on the kart track. This is all about getting as much speed as you can and topping the car out.
Yeah, both surfaces available basically all weekend long. The kart track runs all day, the full course just here and there, but it's a great track for spectators as well. They can line up on the front stretch and catch this whole turn 11 through 14 complex, or at the inside of turn 1 where they have that 1, 2, 3 switchback. Look at T-Pain digging.
Yeah, feeding the wheel quite nicely. You can see the adjustments he's making. And if you just watch how the car is flowing, he's doing a great job extending that drift. It's not easy to do. That car makes all the power, and he has found the rev limiter and basically lived there for about 45 seconds.
Yeah, and really holding the angle at a pretty high longitudinal speed there. So.
Getting the weight shifted around for 14. Which was that? Oh, sorry, maybe not 14.
No, yeah, right,
okay.
14. Yeah.
I forgot it's got that little dog leg right afterwards.
He'll come straight to the pit lane. Tires, brakes, everything screaming probably.
Yeah, most of these drivers, you're pretty cool with having it sit at the top end of the temp gauge. A lot of these cars are more or less built to handle that, and the cooling often works very quickly once you get up to those temps, but it's the sustained RPMs and load that you have on the car that causes that.
T-Pain back into the pits and wrapping up full course drift here. Our first session of the day. We go full course drifting again in the afternoon 3 more times, although only twice more on the broadcast. Sometimes you got to get a ticket and come here in person and join the other multiple thousands of people that have made this the biggest GRIDLIFE South Carolina festival ever. Continues to grow, and really exciting to see, again, even the drift paddock alone, over 80 cars in just drift. 80 in Time Attack, 40 in Eibach GLTC, a dozen in GRIDLIFE GT, 44 Rush. Just absolutely wild. But that'll do it for GRIDLIFE Full Course Drift. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
race against the clock. The first round of GRIDLIFE Track Battle in 2026, the first stop of 6 as we head to GRIDLIFE South Carolina and Carolina Motorsports Park. It is heat number 4 of 7 for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. Group D on track again, and our primary focus here will be Falcon Club SC. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins, and we've got Jackson Lambros in the pit lane in the paddock. Jacob, we got a glimpse at this earlier in the day. We've reset the class record. Mike Jansen this morning had reset it to 153.527 in Falcon Club SC in his Honda Civic. So we're already pushing limits here, even in technically the slowest of our 7 classes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, records are a scale. But considering the rule book and kind of how tight everything is in SC, that's incredible. It's incredible that he's able to take that much time out of it. And it'd be interesting to see if they're able to do that in this session as well. The times are going to tumble. We are getting into some warmer temps. Some drivers finding it a little bit greasier as the temps start to go up on track. But there might be a really, really nice window now that everything's really rubbered in.
Yeah, John Laughlin in that Mini. We saw him earlier again. Not really sure where this car is going to land as far as its total pace in reference to everybody else, but out right now, gridded in 4th behind David Best in that number 134. Again, we're gridded by our overall pace so far. You can see on your timing and scoring screen the vehicles that are on track at the moment. Tom Halka in the Impreza, Emmerich in the Elantra N. Got an MX-5 in Bright, and then Jansen dueling Best, Laughlin, and Robertson in a Civic, 2 Fits, a Cooper, and a Mazda 2.
It's quite the pack so far. It's a good group, though. I mean, honestly, I think the SC guys might have more fun than the rest of the field, because it's all about momentum, especially this track. It's just carrying as much as you can. How late you can get on the brakes. Some drivers not even braking for a few of these corners because they know just the momentum to be able to swing out is what they need to be able to get around the track. Slightly different racing line as well, once again, because they're trying to keep as much momentum in those cars as possible. So you might see them in some spots of the track that you may not see any other competitor, just because that is where the momentum is allowing them to go without ever having to touch the brakes.
Yeah, and here's a look at Club SC. You can see that all the cars in Club SC and Club TR are on that Falcon RT 660. And as you move up into other categories, you've got more choices and different choices. You see Halka was on a Bridgestone there, Emmerich on a Falcon, and just choices and all the way up until you get to Unlimited, and then you're going to go looking for slick tires because you no longer are required to be on a DOT street. And that's when you're talking about slower and longer warm-up laps to really optimize the grip of those.
Yeah, and finding that correct grip window. But I think, getting into the SC side of things, they've done really well to adapt to the new tire regulations. Drivers seem to be very happy with it, and we're already seeing lap times coming down. We're seeing track records getting crushed. That's a good indication of how great those tires are.
Johnny Grunwald in the RX-7, rocketing down the backstretch towards turn 8. This is a track mod entry with the orange banners that you see. And we've seen this car a number of times. He's pulling double duty again. There he is. Currently first of the track mod cars in this heat, but we haven't seen many others just yet. As we move through the heats, we'll kind of stack on to our list in the timing and scoring there.
Yeah, really flying the FD rotary flag, which is fantastic. A legendary engine, one of my favorite engines of all time, just because it's such a different way to figure out combustion and forward mobility. And yeah, originally I believe started with Mercedes through Wankel.
Corey Smith jumps up on top of the MX-5 there in second place, 154.263. Again, the Club TR guys, I think we have some of those cars even in Group B, so we'll see the pointy end of that field. Mike Jansen jumps to the top in the Civic in the 156. And Sam Dooling, again, driving his car all the way from South Carolina. Interestingly, talking about Alan Patton in Group A earlier, he drives for, he had driven for Thunder Bunny Racing. In IMSA and SRO last year. He's working with a new team this year, but Sam Dooling is now working for Thunder Bunny Racing and moved from Michigan to South Carolina over the winter. So Sam's really been enjoying it. A lot of the GRIDLIFE crew rode down to Sam and then up with him here to, or I guess down. I feel like I'm all confused about where I'm at.
You're in the South now.
Yeah, in the South now. But they drove down to Sam in South Carolina and made the short haul here.
Yeah, I mean, I bet the commute's a lot better for him now instead of coming all the way from Michigan. Very difficult to fly a car, so everyone having to haul or drive. And I remember a few of these drivers back in Laguna driving from the East Coast to the West Coast in the car they're competing in and, camping out. So the grassroots spirit is alive and well here at GRIDLIFE, even though we are, you know, we're through the years. We're through the years, but everyone is still having a fantastic time, and I do love the fact that that grassroots scrappy spirit is still very much alive and well. See a little, ooh, maybe attempted a pass here. Is that Honda Fit really finding the edge of the suspension?
And Sam, you know, I don't know if it was a joke over the winter, but I feel like, I don't know if he joked about selling the car, but he has 200,000 plus miles on this thing.
Incredible.
And I'll bet you that half of them are track miles. I mean, this car has driven to Laguna Seca and back twice. It's won events all over the country. And you know, what was fantastic is there was a Club SC car that was spotted in the parking lot, and someone posted it to the r/cars subreddit and said, you know, they're basically like, what is this thing? It looks like a race car, but they were making fun of it. And the entire internet community was like, that is a race car.
That is a
true race car.
Yes.
You know, it might not look like a prototype, but these are race cars here.
I think race car is more of a mindset.
Yes.
No, it's great, and I recommend anybody, if you're wanting to get into racing, Club SC, great way to do it. Highly, highly competitive, but it just keeps the cost down, and you can still have an incredible time, an incredible weekend, and feel like you progress as a driver. So we look at Thomas Halka out there in that Subaru.
Yeah. Tom and son Josh have run with us for a very long time. Supported by Turn-In Concepts with that team livery there, the 98 Subaru Impreza. Tom missed this event last year, had an ankle injury that he spent a bunch of the season recovering from, but I see him there on the RA71 RS tires, which are a really quick tire for track battle, especially in street class. But we'll see Tom again to the EJ207 with 6-speed H pattern, rocking down the backstretch into turn number 11. And I guess, I don't know that, I have to recall back to 2023 to know if he was here at all before.
I'm actually shocked that you couldn't immediately pull that up with your vast knowledge.
Yeah, well, just because he wasn't here last year.
Okay.
I remember that specifically because the car, I think, had a number of different drivers. I think it was actually Tony Barber that drove it last time out, so at this event. So I definitely remember that being a storyline for the weekend. It actually had a couple of different drivers throughout the weekend, and I believe it also had a Podium Sprint slot.
Wow.
After all that.
See, and you're saying drifters are strange for handing out their cars. These guys are no different. Race car drivers are race car drivers.
You know, and every single time a time attack car hits the racetrack, it's a test session.
Yes.
Because you're always tweaking and making changes, and in the pursuit of speed, that's the sport. So it's not like you're always going out there, you know, if you toss your keys to somebody, it's not necessarily like it's a sorted car that has hundreds of miles on it in the same setup. You're always trying something, and it's always new.
And it looks like Tom Halka, 155.958 coming across the line. He's currently holding it down right now in the top spot in street, although we do have a fair few competitors still to come up. So yes, if you're first time watching this, there are multiple different classes here, and it's just based on what your time is, and that's how we group things up, so that way we don't have vehicles getting lapped or, you know, potential closing speeds being crazy.
You know, I know we're just after the drift session here, but I have to note that this time for Halka is 5 seconds off of his weekend best so far, and even Jansen Best Dueling and so on and so forth, they're nowhere near their best times of the weekend so far, so this could be a sign of things to come for this heat. If drivers are struggling to get back to where they were this morning, the track temperature has risen significantly since that early session.
Well, and speaking of the heat too, I mean, heat's going to pull horsepower, right? It's the sun is coming in. It's coming in strong. We were baking there a little bit earlier on, but now the cars are going to be pretty hot by halfway around the lap, as well as the brakes. I think that's probably where they're losing the most amount of the time is just how hot the brakes are getting, and they're going to lose efficiency pretty quick.
Yeah, Maxine Emmerich was a 154, 161. Now it just had a 156. It's the thing with turbo cars too. You know, a lot of heat generated in the engine bay. So you mentioned the air temp not generating enough horsepower, but also just with the turbo cars, especially as Johnny Grunwald has got a very terrible noise coming from that car down the front straightaway.
It sounded like rolling anti-lag there for a moment, but it didn't sound as pretty as I was expecting it.
No.
So coming off the throttle, the anti-lag setup would be throwing a bit extra fuel, changing some of the timing. Well, not really changing timing in a rotary.
Right.
Throwing a bunch of fuel, which it just naturally does, and keeps the turbo spooled up. So when you get back on throttle, you're right into the boost. But that is very interesting anti-lag, especially for a rotary. So I'm not sure what was going on there.
Yeah. See if it does it again on throttle here. Let's See, best lap of 153.975.
Yeah, I hear him playing with the throttle a little bit. Ideally, you want to be smooth on, smooth off the throttle. You don't really want to be stabbing at it unless you're Ayrton Senna and you're trying to just find the edges of where the grip is. But yeah, Johnny maybe working that car a little bit more.
Yeah, sounds fine now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. Maybe just hit the wrong button.
Yeah, that or just a little test, perhaps, for next lap. I don't know, but it's strange if you're going to do something like that. You'd think you'd do it on the run up to the start-finish line, not a quick sit, but could have missed a gear too. But banged it off the limiter potentially.
Yeah, just an interesting sound. You know what though? He's the kind of guy that if you go up and ask him, he will tell you all about it. He will let you know exactly what happened on that lap. So maybe we find our incredible pit reporter, see if he can have a quick chat.
I'll have to send Jackson over there at some point.
We gotta give him some more work. He looks too comfortable.
He's been running around in the heat. I don't know where he's at now, but
he's been collecting stories.
Well, I see him actually just in front of us. Grunwald coming back around. Here's a look. This is a new entry this weekend. I believe this is, let's see, the name is escaping me, but I have my trusty entry list. It's the number 123 car. This is Henry Pitzer. His first time running GRIDLIFE Track Battle with us, a 2003 Lexus IS300.
Love those cars.
Yeah, 3-liter inline six, 3,300 pounds, 5-speed gearbox. Yeah, great looking car. And certainly getting his experience in GRIDLIFE Track Battle this weekend. Session best of a 201.019, but about 6 seconds off of his best of the weekend, which was down in the 155s.
Yeah, so it seems like everybody right now suffering a little bit from heat soak. I believe that'd end up being a 2J in that car, so they're normally pretty good with the heat, but higher temps, less horsepower, less braking, less comfortability in the car.
Toyo Proxes on this car. Again, Toyo coming on board. We mentioned Falcon, but Toyo for GRIDLIFE GT is the spec tire. We'll talk more about them when we get to our GRIDLIFE GT race coming up after this.
Our 888R.
Yeah.
That's a big tire.
Yeah.
There we go, some fit action.
Yeah. And Jansen and Best, they're picked up a little time on this session, but still nowhere close to their best. But David Best drives that car all around just like Sam Dooling does. And, we haven't yet to see a fit train so far. There's Sam sticking the hand out the window, celebrating. They have way too much fun in these things.
There we go. Is he trying to shake him? It looked like he was trying to break the toe there for a second.
It's just smiles per gallon, right? I mean,
now we're talking.
Yeah, I mean, so we talked about Club SC and how, as far as the class index, as far as the speed of the car, the fastest Club SC car is going to be one of the slower cars of the weekend. But it doesn't mean that they're not trying really hard, B, very talented, and C, this is, I think, one of the most competitive classes in this entire championship. Just look at the whole, this field is spread just by about a second or two. And it's going to come down to hundreds, I think.
It looked like he was trying to break a toe there. That's fantastic. Yeah, I would, as the old adage goes, I'd rather drive a slow car fast than a fast car slow. And this is the ultimate version. You're going to get a bump draft?
Yeah, I don't know if Race Control will look kindly on that. I know they're all good. They're all friends and buddies, but I don't think they want people doing that in the heats here. But here comes Sam Dooling up the inside, but Bess is going to contest it.
Listen, at this point, you just make this a wheel-to-wheel race. This is good fun.
That was a proposal a while ago. Was could you make Club SC into a wheel-to-wheel category? And I think ultimately it was decided that we didn't want to have to make them put cages in these things because it raises the entry floor that much more.
Yeah, and the center of gravity, which is already shockingly high.
Right.
So
and they seem to have plenty of fun as is.
Yeah. This is good. I honestly, I would love to see a Club SC wheel-to-wheel. I think it'd be incredible. Look at MX5 racing. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they're both having a blast.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
Spec Miata's some of the best racing out there. This isn't that far different.
Yeah, really, really cool to watch those guys have some fun. Group D looks like they're checkered, and Group C will be coming up next. We'll step away for a moment, and we'll come back with Group C action. So with some more Club TR competitors and a mix of Street GT and Street. More coming your way from GRIDLIFE South Carolina and GRIDLIFE Track Battle, Heat number 4. sunny Saturday here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina and Carolina Motorsports Park. GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat 4 on course right now. Group D is complete. Group C headed out on the racetrack as we work our way up through the faster and faster classes. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens once again. We did not see a lot of improvement or pickup in that earlier session, mostly because we just think the temperatures, air temp, track temp, is getting hot enough that it's affecting the pace of these cars. So I guess the question becomes, what should your strategy be if you're looking at the timesheets and you know you're not going to go faster? What can you learn knowing that Podium Sprint is in the afternoon on Sunday in similar conditions?
Yeah, I mean, this is the time to set up your car, right? If that's what you're going to be racing at, this is the time to go out and test. And a few of these drivers, actually a good chunk of these drivers, choosing to sit back, which to me, I think is a bit of the wrong strategy. I'd rather go out now and work the car pretty hard and understand, you know, is it going to overheat? Can I get 2 flyers in if I need to? Try and understand as much as you can about these conditions. Now, I did see that it's possible the temps come down a little bit tomorrow, so maybe that's what they're hedging their bets with, but I don't know. I would rather take the time, suffer some of the abuse, like Nate Eichinger is right now, and just see what we can do. But that's just me. That's just where I stand on the subject. I would rather have more data than less.
Nate Eichinger in this Subaru, this 2003 Subaru WRX, 2.5 liter flat 4, 3,200 pounds. And, you know, we were talking a lot about Subarus here this weekend. And I actually have a guest who's going to join me now, just fresh out of the car. And it's going to be Nick Nazaro from Subi Mods joining me now as we look at this 2003 Subaru WRX. Nick, welcome back to the GRIDLIFE booth here as we get ready to roll here for Group C, Heat 4. You were just on the racetrack. Tell me how it's been.
It's great. This morning the track was, run 1 was great. Like, genuinely, the track was awesome. Put down was able to shave 5 seconds off my time yesterday, so it's a little shakier now, but I think we still got it. I think we still got something.
You're doing double or triple duty here this weekend, from what I understand.
3 cars, 2 drift cars and 1 time attack. So it's I'm running the gambit. I just ran over here from False Grid, so I'm all winded. But yeah, we're running the camp.
So Subi Mods returns as a partner for GRIDLIFE in 2026. We're really excited about it. We actually had a chance to look at the vlog that you guys sent us the other day. Really neat content you guys are making at all the GRIDLIFE rounds this year. Tell me what's up new with Subi Mods coming into 26.
Absolutely, yeah. So Advance Beyond the Grid is our multi-part series, which will air at every GRIDLIFE. It will depict our struggles, our wins, our losses, all of that through each round. And the reality is what we want to paint is we want to show people, number 1, that this is achievable, and number 2, what it feels like, the pain, the suffering, and then the win. You know, that feeling like I had this morning that, wow, everything came together. This is amazing. You know, and you watch my GoPro in that next one, and I'm banging the steering wheel, just screaming, like, because you put so much effort into it. The run-up, the driving, so when it all comes together, it's great. And we want to paint that picture. So that's exactly what we're doing. And then at Atlanta, we'll have something very new. We'll have a refresh on a new car with a really great driver. And we're looking to maybe shake Dewey off of that podium spot.
I'm excited about that. So that's happening at Road Atlanta?
That will start at Atlanta, and that will continue through the end of the season.
Wow.
So
okay.
I will not be the fastest Subi Mods driver on the TA course.
That's exciting. May 7th to 9th, it'll be a GRIDLIFE special stage in collaboration with Formula Drift.
Yep.
And of course, Subi Mods has got a ton of presence here in the paddock this weekend on the kart track. Night Shift Drift was a lot of fun last night.
Best thing so CMP is my favorite event. The culture, the vibe, it is just here. I think it's how cram-packed everything is. So you can get to the skid pad and a walk, and Night Shift Drift, Greg did a great job narrating it. I had some fun on it, and you know, again, I mean, we have a great roster. There's a lot of great drivers here. And it's just really cool to be able to see passengers who've never experienced. I think last night a comment was made on Night Shift where someone had said, either you or Jacob, the path to getting people into motorsport is getting them in the drift car. You know, letting them feel what these cars do, and then letting them experience what happens on the time attack course. It's just pure enjoyment, and I think that's what we're experiencing. You know, I think motorsports is here. You guys are doing it, and we're ready. We're ready to support it.
So, you know, talking about Subarus as starter cars, we had this conversation a little bit last year around, like, what's the easy way to get into motorsports with a Subaru. You know, I was watching FD last week. I noticed a lot of the BRZ chassis out there, the first generation cars. You guys have a first generation BRZ running in Eibach GLTC, as I understand it?
Yes, correct, Max Gorley.
Max Gorley, and then also you've got a car out here in TrackBattle. So between the first and second gen cars, the first gen car is obviously less expensive. So correct. If you're looking at the Subaru lineup right now and going racing, are you going to go for that first gen? I mean, there's a lot of parts compatibility there.
Yeah, actually, mostly everything in the driveline is interchangeable on those platforms. The only real, I wouldn't say the only real advantage, there's a couple others, but the main advantage is the 2.4, right? The 2.4 is a great platform. It makes, you know, a substantial amount of power over the Gen 1, and it's actually, like we've kind of said, it's been the cheat code for a lot of GLTC drivers is putting that that platform in, and that's what actually Max Gorley runs as well. So I think if it were me coming onto the grid, it would be a Gen 1, FRS, BRZ, 8.6, whatever you have. I know last night there was some contention on which one was better, so. But,
well, okay, I'm biased to my side.
I'm
but
here to say they are all the same, right? It's an 8.6 chassis, so I love them all.
Well, to be fair, they are all built in a Subaru factory.
You're correct,
so.
Yeah, but the dash is different, right?
I like the white tack, that's all I'm saying.
I love it. And I think that's really the cheat code. It's a low barrier to entry relative to everything else. The cars are genuinely reliable. I mean, we're battling some first event things with Max's car, but we got them worked out, and you look at the grid and they're popping up everywhere.
Yeah.
And we're hopeful to support that with some sort of, maybe, you know, we'll let it air out now, maybe some sort of a contingency. You guys did really well. Kudos to you for the new GRIDLIFE, I guess you could say the driver portal, right? And I think the coolest part is being able to, I heard Toyo is doing a really amazing contingency this year, and I think that's the path forward, is partners, sponsors helping drivers drive more.
Yeah, so we're really excited about all the changes that we made in the off-season, in particular with the driver data. You know, we talked last year about capturing more information from competitors to allow things like contingency based on whether it be tire or engine information. Have a look here. Look at all those flat, there's some flat fours in there I see.
Yep,
Tom Halka, Eichinger in the 141 up there in second in street mod so far. Gravely's got a Boxer, but it's a Porsche Boxer. So you can see this, all this information is fed in by our new GRIDLIFE Club system.
Yep.
So it makes it really easy for us to say, you know, who's running a flat fork Subaru engine, they're eligible for a particular contingency.
Correct, and whether that be chassis, engine, platform, whatever it may be, I think the coolest thing about what is happening in this culture now year over year is it's growing. I mean, you look at the grid, it's huge, right? I mean, and everything you guys are doing supports that growth over the next year, and that's really what we want to be a part of. And again, I think all of this bleeds down, right? You say, maybe someone might say, well, why Subimods being here, how does that affect our day-to-day? Well, if we can collaborate on a weekend and get through this, I can get through anything. And I genuinely believe that, and that's how we bleed down what happens here to our day-to-day program.
Gotcha. You mentioned some challenges with Max Gorley's car. Could you elaborate more on that? Because we've got, after lunch, our first Eibach GLTC race of the weekend.
Yeah, so obviously you have a first car out, right, or first run out for Max this year. Car just had some, it was hibernating for the winter, right? And it was a little slow to wake up. You know, had some oiling issues early on, and we were battling temps. It's hot here this weekend, and we made some changes in the off season. Link was kind enough to come on to the team and support all of the cars with their plug-and-play system, and we're just working through that, right? Moving from EcuTech to Link, there's some changes in sensors, the way things are mapped, so we've just been working through that, and then Odie, again, shout out Field Suspension, was able to come on the team and provide us with some really good feedback, so we're working through some spring changes, just getting the car sorted, and you know, he's feeling good. We've probably touched every part of the car.
I was going to ask next, like, what's the catalog of parts you've gone through with that car?
So, you know, Max's car is, Max Gorley is a great friend of the team. He, you know, is I want to get this right, he is a National Guard member, so he is still active. And in his spare time, when he's not doing that or his day job, he is driving. And he has done almost you know, a bunch of various components. You know, he has a great suspension program, and I think the reality is what's actually kind of cool about this, there's not a lot done to the car. It is coilover suspension arms, there's some power components, you know, oil pans, things like that, little ancillary engine pieces, and aero. Safety, and that's it.
And you sort of talked about the 2.4 liter engine that Subaru introduced with the new BRZ.
Yep.
And you know, across the paddock, and in this next group of cars that we're going to see on track momentarily, those cars, a lot of them are swapped, first gen chassis swapped with the 2.4.
Yes.
And you just gain so much more torque with it.
Correct.
And for Eibach GLTC, you just land kind of right where you're supposed to be with the power.
Perfect power to weight. I think it's 220, if I'm not mistaken. We're around, depending on the power level. Again, don't quote me on it. I'm not in those wings always, but the reality of it is the car is perfectly suited for it, and it is genuinely it is not one of those swaps that requires a massive amount of investment or time, right? I mean, Link has made it very easy to get that car running, and that, truthfully, is, I think, the path forward. And I think over the next few years, you will start to see those cars as the barrier of entry drops, those prices drop more as we get away from, you know, 2013, 2014 models. You're going to see them propped up everywhere. And they take a beating. I mean, our drift car last year that you saw, you know, that did what? Every GRIDLIFE event, all day, every day.
Right.
And when we broke that motor, that was a stock block. When we took that motor apart, our techs looked at it and they were like, this thing looks like it came out of a daily driver. It was brand new. So, like, kudos to Subaru, and that platform is going to continue to go. And I think, well, kudos to Toyota to some extent. But
collaboration.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, Subaru is my.
you know who wins? Whoop, little off there for Robert Rushton. You know who wins and all that?
We do.
We do. Let's take a quick break before GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group B heads on the racetrack. We'll be right back after this.
Absolutely.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
And Saturday morning continues GRIDLIFE Track Battle. We're back at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Kyle Heyer joined by Nick Nazaro from Subi Mods. Continuing our conversation about GRIDLIFE as a whole, modifying cars to compete across the board in whether it be Drift or GRIDLIFE Track Battle or an Eibach GLTC. We were chatting about the challenges Max Gorley's had this weekend, just getting up to speed. But, honestly, Eibach GLTC is so competitive. And over the winter, there were some rules changes that sort of tightened the sandbox a little bit. Yeah. And I think, we're going to see those 2 to 2.5 liter engines really come into their own this year after a couple of years of really big, heavy engines kind of being the way to go.
Yeah, and I mean, you're starting to see that. Like, a lot of the LS platform stuff was big for some years. But now you're starting to see the resurgence of, K-swaps and other, kind of, I guess you could say, smaller engine platforms, right? And I think the reality is it's evolution, right? And sometimes, evolution is positive in one area and for others, and you just have to work within it, right? And that's how we view it, and, right now, we're on the good end of it.
Yeah, so this is our Group B, and this is where the pointy end of our Falcon Club. I keep saying pointy end is like the take a shot phrase for the weekend for me.
Pointy end, yes.
This is my first show of the year, and I'm knocking the rust off. So, but pointy. Anyway, the fast guys in Falcon Club TR on the racetrack. Yep. We talked about earlier Peter Granberg. He has got a K-Series BRZ. However, Jeremy Bailey has an FA24 swap number 13 Club TR car. He actually won in Podium Sprint last year, kind of an upset.
Amazing set. Jeremy's a good friend of the team as well. In Dewey's camp, right? And he was the one really who kind of like, I'm looking at him and I'm like, wow, he's all in, last year. And he was actually the one I think that probably, I don't want to give him I don't want to gas him up too much, but I do believe that podium, that podium last year was what people started looking at and being like, wow, this thing has some balance and some power to do this. And then you just start seeing this explosion of it. So it takes one, but then a lot does come with that.
And here's Cal Fortner in the Mercedes-AMG GTS in Street Mod. But just to tidy up that thought, we've seen Peter Granberg do his K-Series swap. There are kits available for that swap, but you do have to bang around some things in the engine bay and clearance. It fits in there good once you do that, but it's not as easy of a swap as the FA24 into that first-gen chassis. And ASM has started doing swaps like that as well. I think they've got it figured out now to where you're running it on you have to do a harness swap, and then you're changing out some pinouts and things. But other than that, it's running on factory electronics and everything.
It's relatively simple, actually. The only thing, a little bit of a jump there, but I think the only question that I would have, and I'm not as good of an engineer when it comes to suspension to understand it, is the BRZ 8.6 Gen 2 chassis is very, very balanced, right? It has it's one of the, I had the pleasure of being able to grip drive one with a NASA instructor, and you can actually articulate very easily what the car is doing, right? It can do one thing at a time very well. It can turn in, it can have power. I'm curious how the K-swaps affect that, whereas the engine isn't maybe fully over the subframe as the way that the actual BRZ is with being horizontal. Yep. So it doesn't seem to hurt them that bad because they're doing pretty well. But, I mean.
I've driven one, not on a racetrack, but I had driven one. I will say the one fun thing is revving out to 9,500 RPM where the tach stops.
Stop, yeah. where your brain is saying, I don't know if it has. Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And owning an FRS myself, it's very unnatural to do that in that car. But it's just a great swap. It looks like a lot of fun. I've told myself if my car has any issues, I would just do that as the easy button.
Absolutely. California is ran a great time.
Yeah, 138.651. And just keeping an eye on our lap times from the weekend, Cal Fortner's best time that he had laid down so far was a 140.404. So this is an improvement for him.
That's a great time in the afternoon, too, when the track. We've already had one drift session as well. So, wow, Jeremy Bailey's at the top of the grid in TR. Oh, man, Granberg.
Yeah. Expecting a lot of pickup there as well. Club TR class record's a 140.6, so we're still about 3 seconds off. And Alan Patton's track record in Street Mod was a 134.176 2 years ago. So we're about 4 seconds off there, but between Cal and Dewey, they've really been kind of at the top part of the field this weekend.
Who is in third in Street Mod?
Currently, I think it is Dewey leading, then Cal Fortner, but then in third, hey, that's you. That's Nick Nazaro.
Really?
Yeah. P3, WRX STI.
Wow.
So you're currently not only in Podium Sprint, but you're sitting third. Chance for a trophy this weekend.
That's the first time I've ever done time attack this weekend.
Did you know that? Or were you gassing me up there, or did you not know that you're actually third?
No.
You're third.
No, really?
Yeah, third in class. As long as I'm, yeah, Dewey, Cal, Mr. Nazaro.
Wow.
We're learning in real time that you're doing way better than you thought you were doing. No pressure.
It's all the car.
Yeah.
See, that's it. Start drifting and then.
Right. Well, you know, and we've seen this even in the Rush Series. Drifters had come over to wheel-to-wheel racing and just land right in.
Right, Nate and a couple other guys.
Yeah, Chris Forsberg.
Yeah, Chris Forsberg. And then I thought there was one more.
I thought there was two. But there's multiple. Yeah, there's drivers doing all sorts of swaps in the paddock. Yeah. This Cody Burleson, I believe, in the Nissan GTR. And this is a car that we don't see a lot of in GRIDLIFE track battle competition, but this is running the 3.8 liter V6, 3,700 pounds to manage here. And here's Mark Johnson again in this Civic.
I love this car.
B16 big turbo.
Love this car.
Great looking livery on it too.
Amazing, amazing all around.
Will Dries in the Hyundai Elantra N up to a 143.2. Little dust kicked up by turn 4.
That is an amazing time for him in that car. I'm very happy for that. Seeing that's a low car. All right.
Let's see if there's a little coordination here. Johnson pulling out a line behind Burleson here, maybe trying to get him to see. They both got quite a bit of aero, but looks like Mark is closing pretty quickly. For reference, Will Dries' best time of the weekend still a 42.4, so he's a little off his PB.
Yep.
But not too far off. Looks like Mark might have bailed out.
Yeah, he might have dropped off.
We were talking earlier about traffic management. Again, we have a lot of cars here split across 4 heats. You're averaging around 15 to 20 cars a heat. Actually, does Mark have an issue, or is he just really slowing down?
It's very hot right now, so I mean, you know, those cool down laps you have to be pretty pronounced to slow them down right now.
Track is that Rebecca Cohen joining us again. No, sorry, that's Will Evans. I wonder if he got her car or if it's just a similar livery. 2019 Civic Type R.
I think, isn't there multiple? I feel like
there's multiple. Yeah. There's a lot of cars with that livery treatment in the Civic Type R world.
Well, that was, you know, to talk about, I guess one of the things to talk about could be that, you know, what's a first-time drive like, right? Coming into a pretty aggressive class, right? Street mod.
Yeah. It's a step up in aero. You can do a lot more to the engine.
Yep.
Really, it's your tire limited, right? So that's the big thing. 255, I believe.
255 all-wheel and 285 rear wheel, I believe. Is
and for front as well.
Front, yes, yeah.
So, I mean, 285 is a pretty big tire, but for all-wheel drive, 255, you're really, you know, driving around on bicycle tires.
Yeah, you really got to be, you know, we're basically running an out lap and a flyer, and then a cool down. The new STIs just do not have the type of cooling pack that, you know, other cars do, and, you know, my tuner's not super happy with me, you know, just red light.
Just turn it up, turn it up.
No, that's what I said to him all weekend. I said, I promise you I will do one flyer. Please just, you know, give me all the power. So, but no, I mean, you were talking about traffic management. I mean, that was actually my struggle was, you know, just coming in, trying to be respectful to the end, you know, to the group, and you know, but you get that adrenaline, and you're like, I gotta go, you know. But it's I will say the drivers here are great. You know, I mean, we run a really respectful grid, and I think it's one of those places where no one is unhappy if someone runs better than me, I'm happy for them just as much as I'm happy that I'm there. So that's really the cool thing here.
Jeremy Hensley. 2013 WRX STI.
He's like the what is that, like the Star Wars, like the dark side of the wrap, because it's basically like our wrap, but on the inverted colorway.
It's cool looking for sure. I've always really loved the hatches.
It is. I think that's the best year. Yeah. 11 to 14 STI. They are just so well balanced. I mean, it's a great year.
And his engine is listed as a 2.5 liter flat 4.
Yep.
So is that the?
It's the EJ. EJ25. Yep. And he's in street, right?
Yeah, street class.
Yeah, street class, yeah.
3,500 pounds is what he's got listed for his weight, so not necessarily the lightest.
That's a big unit right there rolling around, but he's handling it.
Got all 4 tires doing work for you.
Absolutely.
Braking, stopping, and going. He's got turn-in logos on the car, so probably running some similar things to Joshua Halka, but he's on a different tire. Looks like he's on the V-Tour versus, I think Halka's on the Bridgestone RE71 RS.
Yeah. Shout out Tony and the group at TIC. Fielding a lot of cars again this year.
EJ257, there you go. Look at me go. I got it all plugged in.
We're gonna strip that FRS badge off you just as fast.
Kevin viewing the number 18 JDM Integra. He's sitting on the right side of this car.
Yep. Ooh.
And there is Andres Portulis in the 171. That's an unlimited class entry.
Love that. Love that car.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that it's got all Lexan windows. He got this big girl down to 3,000 pounds.
Wow.
Which is
it's lighter than my STI.
Yeah, and there's a lot of car. 5-liter Lexus V8 under the hood.
It's a big engine up front.
A lot of car. I mean, I imagine the sight lines are, with that big nose on it.
I don't think you're seeing anything in that thing. That's a cruise ship.
It's almost like I got a shaker hood. It's like a muscle car from the 80s.
Yep.
But yeah, cool looking car. Andreas, he definitely gets his track time worth. I mean, last year at Road Atlanta, it rained all weekend, and he was just lapping.
Well, that's really the interesting thing that I've seen is that there's a lot of strategy that goes into the weekends, right? And then there are just some cars that can naturally just hot lap and hot lap and hot lap. And I give those guys credit because, man, I have done one day so far, and I feel like I am.
Well, you're also driving 3 cars.
Oh, I'm getting old. I'm getting old. My hair's
So maybe
gone.
we'll knock it down to 2 next year.
Yeah, that's what the team wants. But
pace yourself.
Hey, we gotta have fun, man. We only live once, right?
There you go. Running the 8-speed auto in this car as well, which I didn't know actually, but that makes sense. That's what it would ship with.
Is it the natural? That's basically the OE transmission, right? Yeah.
I have to check in with him and see what kind of cooling he's got done to that. I'd be curious because he just runs all the time. But
I mean, people forget Lexus has a very storied history in motorsports, and those cars are, maybe he's just, if you shaved it down to 3,000 pounds, there's probably some other, really good modifications in there, or maybe not, but it's a beautiful car nonetheless, and he's moving.
Yeah, great looking livery as well. He has not quite picked up this session, but the Civic on top of the unlimited scoreboard did pick up 2 seconds from his previous best time of the weekend. And here's Jeremy Bailey, last year's winner in Falcon Club TR with that FA24 swap in that number 13. And so far, let's see where he is as far as lap time. He has got sitting third in this session at a 1:44.768. And
caution now, looks like.
Looks like we're still green unless
I think I saw him.
Oh, maybe just a local.
Yeah.
But this his best time of the weekend is a 42.1, so a little bit off of that. And there's the checker. So
that's an amazing time for him, though. To put that in perspective, I think he has probably half the horsepower of me, and he's down a second below. So that's just goes to show how good that platform is, and when you get a good driver in there, it's a haul.
Yeah, and Jeremy is very familiar with this car. He's had it for a long time.
Yep.
And now that he's had a full season with the FA24 underneath it, you're just going to figure out every little bit there is left. And the other thing is, as this first generation chassis matures, I feel this with my car, but the competitors as well, pushing it to the limit. It's like there's not really anything that can break that you don't know is going to break, so you can prep for it and build on it and use other people as reference. And these are just going to be, we see S2000 still, but the S2000 is such a great track car.
Absolutely.
This is just going to be that for the next generation.
Yeah, and I know we said something last night on the night shift stream where we were like, oh yeah, it's the next S chassis, but I think maybe you could even make the argument it's the next S2000 in some ways, the reality of it is every car holds their place in its rightful history, right? And I think you're seeing the BRZ and 8.6 chassis cut its place in history.
I would just like to note that the BRZ chassis, not a Subaru engine, but P5 overall. So far, we've still got Group A to go, but that's just impressive. A Club TR car sitting right behind a Track Mod 2 Unlimiteds and a Street Mod.
That's just the way it is. That's what we're talking about, and that's what we're here for, and that's how we're looking, and hopefully it stays that way.
Yeah, well, we're going to take this moment. We'll step away once again. We'll get ready for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group A, and Alan Patton is going to make this very exciting. Nick, thank you for your time, and we'll see you later. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Oh man, am I anxious. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Track Battle coverage here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Kyle Heyer with Jacob Gettens getting ready for the fastest cars of the weekend to head out on course in the heat of the day as we approach lunchtime here, our last track battle session of the morning before we get into our afternoon sessions. Alan Patton getting ready to go on course. Jacob, I caught up with Chris Drum, one of his engineers, and he said they had some power issues in the first session of the day. They think they can go multiple seconds faster. I don't know about the heat of the day, but I do think that given they're only 3/10 off of the track record, I bet you we might see a fall here.
Well, I've got my records page open, and I am ready to see some big updates from it. That's bold. Now, I'm wondering if that is something where they maybe deliberately held back a little bit just to make sure everything is running fine, or if someone just forgot to hit a switch. So
yeah,
we'll see.
I didn't get clarity on exactly what the issue was, but they seem confident that they've got it sorted. And Alan, again, is such an experienced driver, you know, relatively new to driving, but he's gathered so much experience so quickly. He only really started driving about 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's interesting when that happens. Sometimes, though, you don't get into bad habits early, and all you know is the most current information about driving habits and techniques. So, you know, that's the one upside with starting a little bit later on, is that, you know, you're getting all the right info, and at no point are you shaking off all the bad info.
So Group A waiting on the grid here. I think we're under 1 minute.
Heard the whistle go. I don't know if our mics picked that up, but we're slowly learning the patterns of whistles.
Well, earlier Jackson Lambros caught up with Alan Patton. Let's hear from him.
Alan Patton fastest here on Saturday morning. Even then, it looked a little bit squiggly for the rear end out there, but it could have been a lot more power for you.
Yeah, so we went out, we did some balance changes yesterday. Still need to find a little bit more front end. But yeah, the big issue with that session was our boost control wasn't working. So we were on all motor basically, and they were saying it was about 500 horsepower. So I guess that's the NA record. we'll try to go for the actual record tomorrow, yeah.
I think we'll have to talk to GRIDLIFE officials on whether or not that's official. But there you go, guys, Alan fastest.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, I mean, again, I know that car is capable of, I think, north of 800.
Wow.
So if it was only making 500, I would believe that there is multiple seconds on the table.
Yeah. It was when you updated that when we were off air there for a moment, I'm like, I don't know. But hearing that information now, I think it's there. And as you can tell, he is raring and ready to go, lined up, taking that head spot, and he's going to get all the clean air he needs.
Yeah, new livery on the car again with Orr. Wife's Jewelry Company on the side, who's also supporting some racing over in the SRO paddock where Alan also drives. His co-driver from last year, I think they've split across different cars, but they're all still kind of in the same family over there. But look at the splitter on that thing too. Look how wide and aggressive it is.
He was grinding off a lot of that in his earlier laps, and he was looking for a little bit more front end, which is interesting because it looked like the rear end was more of a problem in those early laps than the front end was. But he could be trying to dig out of the understeer by putting in a little bit of oversteer and trying to throttle through it, and that might be the case. But I don't know how much more front end he's going to be able to get on. At the front looked fairly soft. He was nosediving pretty hard into that splitter, so it'd be interesting to see what they do to get that. Those cars are very, I mean, it being even with the current setup, they're very, very well balanced right from factory.
There's the whistle for 1 minute here as we just wait for him to roll onto the racetrack. And all eyes will be on him. I don't see Dewey lined up, so I think he's going to either show up to grid a little late, but I have a feeling that Dewey, being the time attack master that he is, knows that maybe, this isn't the session he's going to run the fastest, so why not preserve the car here a little bit?
Yeah, master strategist to say the least, and it's not his first rodeo. It's not even his first 100 rodeos. He's definitely in for the strategy side of things and understands what is worth it and what is not. And considering how long he's been driving that chassis, and even that engine package is new, but the core of it is the same. He knows what that car is capable of, so not needing to pick up that much information in this session. But the information we're going to be looking for is that track record.
Really enjoy the new livery with the flames on it, and just the this is actually based on a livery that Louis Gelati Racing had in I think it was back in World Challenge a couple of years ago.
Okay.
A different color scheme, but same kind of flame livery. So sort of a throwback there, but the bronze coloration on it, or I guess copper coloring.
Yeah, it's like a coppery purple almost.
It's really neat.
It's very, very pretty.
And just absolutely glimmering in the sun here today. And just anxiously awaiting. And again, no one else has joined grid, so we're missing a couple heavy hitters. I do see one car at the back that we need to keep our eyes on in Street Mod. That's Luca Barberis. Dewey warned me that what they're doing with that car, if it works, it will be a weapon.
Interesting. I wonder what it is then.
Well,
Dewey with the, being very cryptic.
Yeah, and if you recall back at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, that car broke the track record there in Podium Sprint, of all things.
Yeah. I mean, that's not usually the time that that's going to happen, but yeah, we'll see. I wonder what they're working on. I'm not seeing any major changes, maybe rear wing work, but I mean, listen, if Dewey's going to come out and make a statement like that, it's something really interesting.
I bet you it's power related.
Okay.
I know that car can easily power slide in fourth gear, so I don't know if they needed more of it, but there's another look down on the grid.
Nasty.
And the wheels are clean too. It's like they're wiping down that car after every session.
Hey, dirt is drag. So, I mean, if it's picking up 100th of a second just by making sure the dust is off it, that's all they need at this point.
Brad Perkins have to keep an eye on as well with the BMW M3 in track mod. And then, of course, Chris Boersma, the front-wheel drive Honda Civic that he drove his wife to prom in that car a while ago.
A while ago? Yeah.
Years.
I was going to say, what do you mean a while ago? How old is this man? There we go. Coming out hot.
And immediately onto the racetrack. And getting those rear tires up the temp. That's the challenge with the slicks, is they will give you performance for a very long time, longer than the car will give you performance, but you got to get them up to temperature. They like to be hot and sticky. A slick tire, the floor of performance is just so much higher, and you got to really get temp, and you only have 2¼ miles to do it.
Yeah, and it's managing that temp window as well. They're pretty forgiving considering that tire package, but there's still an optimal point where they're not too hot, too cold. So we'll see how it all plays out once he gets in this warm-up lap. I expect to see a little bit of weaving, trying to get the temp into those tires without overworking anything. This is the out lap is arguably more important than some of the other laps. I mean, almost any of them, because if you get this out lap wrong, you're then chasing behind, you may get caught in a pack, so it's pretty crucial.
Yeah, going back to the previous session, I thought, Alan Patton, I thought he would go another lap. I know that he had issues too, but once you get past maybe that second flying lap, you're going to just end up in the back of the cars that released behind you, right? Because you're going to go around a full lap. So I got to keep that in mind too. You're only going to get a couple goes before your pace difference overcomes the track available.
See, as the drivers trying to find their acreage out on this beautiful landscape. I would expect to see a bit more separation between a few of them.
Yeah, and they're down in turn 8 here, and Alan is coming around turn 13 right now. So, again, about half the racetrack that he's got to eat up. But the car that is at the tail of the field there is Luca Barberis. We know that car is ridiculously fast. But here comes Alan Patton onto the front straightaway. Louis Gelati Racing, the 606 Corvette. Here we go, green flag. Lupe, track battle heat 4.
Absolutely nasty coming down that straight, popping off in between the shifts, and there the sparks begin. And expect to see a lot of that through this lap, through our heavy braking zones and some of our compression before the kink, and things are looking pretty tidy. Back end looking just a touch lively, but it seems like he really enjoys the car set up that way.
Used all the road there at the exit of turn 3.
He's looking for this last 10th. That's all he needs to break this track record. It's just a little bit left on it. Now with that extra horsepower, how's he going to be able to handle that? Because he went through that whole lap basically NA. Now with the extra boost, this car is going to be a little bit more dynamic. The rear end's going to be a little bit more happy. We'll see if he's able to do it. And a little bit squiggly. There's that front end that he was looking for. Seems to get it sorted, but the car is still kind of veering a bit left and right under braking.
Coming around the back straightaway towards turn 10, the kink. This is a big moment the last time this morning. 170 miles an hour over the jump and right out to the edge of the road. A lot more planted that time, it looked like.
Yeah, very, very controlled. At least seems like he cut through that apex on a bit more of a straight line, so the car not under a ton of stress, while also going through a lot of vertical stress. So great positioning on that, great instincts to be able to get the car through that corner early. Now we start to see the power pour on before he's going to have to shut her down and see what this time looks like.
Yeah, I don't have timing right now from the tower, unfortunately, so we'll know a little bit later. Oh,
Whoa.
The curbing at 14 and up onto the front stretch across the stripe. And we'll have to wait on that one. But that looked like a really solid lap.
It was very solid. Had some signs of being a bit wily, but all things considered, looks great. And he seems to be still in it. It's either a very, well, backing out a little bit now. It seemed like he was trying to keep some speed going to potentially cool the car off, and hopefully that's not something that's going to rear its head a little bit later on.
Working through turn 4 and back around to the backstretch. Still seems like he's on it, maybe for a second go at this here.
I'm not seeing any records smashed as of yet. I'm sure he's on the edge of his seat as well as we are. Find out what that time looks like. The plot thickens.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be another fast lap, I think.
Looking pretty good. Man, that car is dynamic. He does such a great job of leaning on the outside of that tire and finding the edge of grip. I'm not seeing any major wheel corrections with this. So that's a lot of trust in knowing that that car is set up well. Even in the times where the back end is stepping out, it's still very controlled. He's not snapping it around, just using a little bit of that slip to get around the corner. Not having any major mistakes. But look, just as he's getting on the throttle, it's still getting wild.
Oh, big slip there. Yeah. Oh, too much slip.
Yeah, that's not going to be the time. Yeah, bails out of it right at the end.
Come back into the pit lane. Back around. And there's this is Andy Smedegard making a trip out in a C8 Corvette. He was talking about, you know, he serves a lot of customers with S2000s and FRS BRZs, that sort of thing. And he said, you know, wanted to get people started with a platform that you have to do less to get it up to speed. And the C8 Corvette is a great platform to start with. And I guess this is where you end up eventually. All roads lead back to Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, just iconic racing. Something about that vertical windshield wiper too that just exudes racing. Just a single wiper, but looking fairly sorted as well. Very different platform than what we saw from the previous Corvette, but still racy nonetheless. A Porsche at speed is a beautiful sight. Working here to get some updates on timing for you so we can give you some official statements. I think I just got something popping up here.
There it is. All right, we've got timing back, at least on the back end here.
Bear with us for a moment. We'll get you some official times loaded up here shortly and be able to potentially make an announcement and let you know what all is going on.
Yeah, so again, I didn't, at least I don't have the time captured here, but at least it's back up now, so we should get times coming back across.
At least on the display.
At least on the display, yep. Sorry about that. Don't know what that was all about, but.
Wouldn't be racing if it wasn't dramatic.
You know, there was a lot of discussion on the internet about the practice session that TrackBattle had yesterday. There was in the rules, you can't earn a track record in practice, and that seemed to be a controversial rule, and I don't understand that necessarily.
I mean, you're out on track. Now, could you rent the track privately and set a track record?
Not a GRIDLIFE track record, because it's not a GRIDLIFE competition. Practice isn't a competition session, so therefore I don't even know how it's a debate necessarily.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, no, I could see. Admittedly, I could see both sides of that argument, because in theory and practice, you could also run some legal modifications. You're not being inspected when you're coming off, so at least as far as I'm aware, after practice, the chances of inspection are pretty low. So yeah, I think you know what? I do agree with you on that one, Kyle. It's got to be an official session for it to be a record.
Andy Smedegard sliding this car around. Not really a lot done to this, is what he told me. Really, as my understanding, it's just suspension and brakes, tires and wheels. not much else.
That's all that car really needs. Maybe some more rear aero, but the factory development team over at Chevrolet doing a fantastic job on that platform, and a big leap to move the engine much further back. A controversial one, but now that I think his track records are starting to fall all across the world, people are tending to agree with it.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Kendall Samuel, I think, is off driver's right going into turn 1. I guess that would be driver's right out of turn 9 as well. So that could potentially bring an early end to this session. Jason Witt on track there. But again, just didn't get those first laps in this Group A session. Of course, the timing computer will have it. Also, we'll have that updated for you the next time we're out later this afternoon to kind of fill you in on where we landed. There's the checkered flag. Ernie Pizzellis making his way by.
Yeah, fairly tidy. I think we just had that one off, although, yeah, Alan Patton, I mean, he got very close, very, very close, and there we get an extra camera angle of the car sitting waiting for the tow hook to come back out. All things considered, very tidy today. One small oil down and a couple off tracks.
Let us definitely knock on wood for that.
I'm all over
we have
it.
a long day left to go.
I will say the junior series that was on while we were on break had a pretty interesting incident. Thankfully, everybody all right. But one of those cars ended up facing the wrong direction towards the sky.
So checkered flag out for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group A. And it will be GRIDLIFE GT, the first race of the weekend for the newest GRIDLIFE wheel-to-wheel class, coming up in just a few minutes. And Ernie Pizzellis, one of the last cars across the stripe here. We'll see if he'll pick up any time across the stripe here. And into turn 1, he does pick up a little bit. 139.613 is what he will be doing. So checkered flag there. And of course, we won't have the results list for you just because of that timing issue. Once again, those times will go into the results and we'll get them for next session. And look at Josh Halka going for a little slide there.
Having a time sliding in an all-wheel drive car. Not a great time. That's you get to very quickly switch between understeer to oversteer to understeer and back and forth. But able to do a good job. You pretty much just got to power through it and hope for the best.
Well, on his cool-down lap, GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group A is complete. More coverage coming from GRIDLIFE South Carolina right after this.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a non-zero sugar to get me there.
What's the name? GRIDLIFE GT is at GRIDLIFE South Carolina for the first time ever. GRIDLIFE's newest wheel-to-wheel class started at GRIDLIFE Midwest last year, and as the field grows and more cars join our grid, it has become a pretty exciting place. And one of the new exciting things for 2026 is a brand new contingency program, courtesy of Toyo Tires. This series is a spec tire class, Toyo Proxizar. There is up to $3,600 a weekend available in Toyo Bucks credit, and another one of our partners, Eibach, is back again, partnering with the Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Series, and this will be our track inspection vehicle here for the weekend. Eibach, of course, great supporter of GRIDLIFE and Toyo Tires, just some great partners around, but that Toyo Bucks credit, $3,600 available per weekend for a driver if they were to win all 4 races. Proxizar spec tire, if it rains, you can use any Toyo tire. It's a pretty exciting program.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I mean, listen, if they're not limiting where you can use those bucks, you could be putting that on the car at home. You know, maybe the wife needs some 888s or something like that for the daily commute. You never know. We'll get a little crazy out there, but yeah, that's a fantastic contingency program, and it just allows drivers to keep building up.
Well, the pole sitter for this GRIDLIFE GT race is Christian Aranja, and Jackson Lambros caught up with them. Jackson?
Christian Arana on pole position here in GLGT. You moved up with a handful of Mustangs here, or excuse me, Corvettes, to get started here for round number 1. Was that pace something that surprised you at all?
Yeah, so I mean, last year running TC, kind of all the Corvettes moved up. So my engine blew up last year. Spent all winter, pretty much 8 months getting a new engine in the car, and that kind of helped me bump up the power. But yeah, it was good. Kind of like the unknown right now is the Toyo tires. They seem to be working out pretty good. But I think that's going to be what we're going to feel out in the race to see how well it goes.
For you to start round 1 with a pole position, how much of a confidence booster is that for the remainder of the weekend?
I think it's still, I feel good about it, obviously, like being a second ahead of everybody else. But I think everybody's kind of learning the tire, like I said, so I think other people are going to catch up. Like, I know Maton's going to get quicker, so just got to keep pushing and try to get faster. Yeah.
Going to be fun to watch. Best of luck to you.
Yep, thank you.
Guys?
Thanks, Jackson. And Christian Aranja on pole. That car has previously run in Eibach GLTC trim again, as he mentioned, moving up into GRIDLIFE GT. Let's have a look at the starting lineup here for this first race of the weekend. It's Christian Aranja on that front row, Maton Rosenberg in the 484 in a Chevrolet Corvette on the outside of that front row. And Jacob, row 2, 2 drivers we saw last year, AJ Hartman in a Mustang and Eric Jensen in an FRS.
Yeah, we'll see if that battle continues. 5th and 6th, Gary Wimble and Eric Meadows taking up that 3rd row. And moving into the 4th, we got Jordan Wisely and Anthony Sciaffuto rounding out the 4.
Yeah, then Alex Peitz will roll off in row number 5 alongside Chris DeLucia, LS Swap, BMW 325 IS there. Big changes in the offseason. Support from KDM Tuners. That includes Anthony Sciaffuto, Jordan Wisely, and Chris DeLucia here. And, of course, we mentioned Willem Dries in the Track Battle Championship. All the way from California, the KDM Tuners guys, or at least the team owner, Josh Sadler, who's here supporting these cars. So really neat to see. But these cars, at least in this trim, have never been here before, so a lot to learn, I think, about how this is going to feel on track.
Yeah, and with the spec tire, I mean, now it really just comes down to the racing prowess and how you can bring those tires in and more or less how you're going to work with them. But it's a very, very tight field. A lot of LSs, as we are seeing, both in their native chassis and out. This should be a very, very solid way to kick off that first race of GT. I'm looking forward to it. We had a ton of fun watching them run around yesterday as well as today, and now we get to put the rubber to the road.
Excited to see it. And, I think Maton Rosenberg moving up, with support from Vibrant Performance, moving up into this GRIDLIFE GT category. He was really solid in Eibach GLTC last year, won the championship over Eric Cattell. It was pretty close, but he was really, really good. And I think there was some questions around who was going to be the dominant force in GRIDLIFE GT. Hans Horpedal, season champion, not running here this weekend. So doors wide open between Rosenberg and Arana, 2 previous GLTC competitors. You've got, of course, Eric Jensen there in row 2 in that FRS. Same story for him. But then AJ Hartman in that Ford EcoBoost 3.5-liter twin-turbo V6 Mustang. He was here all last year, kind of knows the rhythm of these races and how his car is going to feel in this trim. So game on.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, especially having both of those Corvettes, very similar trim. I mean, wings, aero, all of it's pretty similar between the 2 of them, but that run down to that first turn is going to be interesting. Aranja getting the inside on that, so he's going to have a little bit of an advantage on that side of things, and he's going to make sure Maton Rosenberg is going to have a bit of work to do to get around the outside to get the pass done.
Here we go. GRIDLIFE GT with new spec Toyo tires coming to the green flag at Carolina Motorsports Park. And then for the first green flag of the year, we're racing at GRIDLIFE South Carolina into turn 1, side by side. Aranja gonna pull just north of Rosenberg as they get into turn 2. Rosenberg keeps the overlap there, a little bit of quarter panel overlap, but now he tucks in line through turn 3.
Yeah, Rosenberg just looking for that advantage. You even saw it on the run-up. He started edging Aranja just a bit, trying to force him to maybe make a mistake at the launch or get the timing wrong, but does a pretty good job there. Does have to back out at the last minute, and even on the timing, it looks like Rosenberg might have actually come across that line a little bit above Aranja, which is kind of interesting. We'll have to go back and take a look at that later on.
Green flag means go, so once the green flag waves, you're all good to go. And Christian Aranja now down to turn 8, leading the field. And AJ Hartman slots into third over Eric Jensen. Chris DeLucia having a look at teammate Jordan Wisely down into turn 8 as well. But AJ Hartman, twin turbos spooling, trying to run down that Vibrant Performance Corvette.
Yeah, I'm expecting Hartman to be able to get a good dig at one of these tighter corners and potentially make that the spot that he's going to be able to get the pass done. But for right now,
Rosenberg just dropped a tire on the left at the exit of the kink. Big moment there.
Yeah, that could have been the moment that Hartman needed to be able to get back in there. So hopefully no damage done to Rosenberg. But AJ Hartman's going to be keeping an eye on that, potentially looking for the next spot where he's able to make the pass down. But for right now, Aranja doing a great job pulling out a little bit of a gap over his competitors.
Up to the final corner of lap number 1, Hartman putting some pressure on Matan Rosenberg.
This could be the spot if he can get a good dig out of this corner, catch a little bit of a draft. It looks like he's peeking for it. He's peeking that window. Will he make a dive onto the inside, maybe go for a late break? I don't know if the gap is quite there for him.
And finally, the -1 lap bug is fixed. I was excited about that for the timing and scoring pylon. Chris DeLucia up past Alex Pites there. He didn't end up getting by Jordan Wisely. And Eric Meadows, a little bit of a bottleneck back there behind the Corvette as they get things sorted. You see bottom right of your screen there, the KTM Tuners Veloster hunting over the curbs.
Yeah, getting a bit of a spread there between the mid-pack and the back-pack, but our top 3 still very much within striking distance, although Aranja doing a much better job of keeping these corners mighty clean and keeping that space out. Rosenberg right now has got to be fighting in his rear mirrors, and that alone can take some time out of your lap.
It sure can, and Eric Jensen's lingering back there watching these two battle. If they spend too long in each other's mirrors and distracting each other, Jensen can pounce. Now, Eric Jensen had won a couple of races, Autobahn Country Club and at Heartland Motorsports Park, both in race 4s of the weekend at Eibach GLTC. He's never won a race on a broadcast. There's a little smoke coming from that car.
I was just gonna say, it looked like that gap has gotten a lot bigger and there's a lot more smoke coming out of the back as they come into view of us. I'm not seeing any more of it. He's really hard on the brakes. But our top 3 still going at it. It looks like Hartman is getting very close to wanting to make that pass.
Hartman definitely pushing the issue here. Looks like Matan's car stretches his legs a little bit right at corner exit. You see that gap slowly expand. But AJ's car is built for downforce. We saw at Lime Rock Park last year, the lateral G's that Hartman could pull was higher than even a TCR car at times. So
yeah,
he's really
crazy.
Got his aero dialed in, does it all himself.
Yeah, hoping that boost comes in a little bit earlier for him. If he can make that pass, yeah, it's going to be tough on the late on the brakes. So it's going to be these couple of slower corners that he's going to have to use.
Hartman just tracking behind Rosenberg. Eric Jensen is now 8 seconds back from the leaders. Gary Wimble sits solidly in 5th place. DeLucia got by Meadows. We'll keep an eye on him with that 8 HP LS combination.
I'm pretty sure I saw Jordan Wisely just pull into the pits as we see him start to tumble down at the plates.
Anthony Scafuto also, I didn't see him take the green, but he is out on track now. See him entering turn number 12. I feel like I smell brakes over here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's what that was Jordan Wisely having a brake issue, because that would have come in very, very close to us. Rosenberg now getting a bit more of a stretch on Hartman. I wonder if he's kind of Hartman playing a bit in the dirty air, not getting the cooling he wants. It's amazing. It doesn't take long before, if you don't have that fresh air coming in, it doesn't take a lot to start overheating the car.
Yeah, and again, I'm not exactly sure what kind of cooling ability he's got, but you got 2 turbos inside that engine bay. Yeah. And the car's black, by the way.
Yeah.
So in the temperature.
Help. Looks great. It doesn't help with the temps.
You got to do the aerospace NASA reflective chrome that Rosenberg's got. It's like a space blanket out there.
I like it. I mean, so far it's working for him. He's looking clean. he's got that stretch now over Hartman, which is fantastic. That's what he wanted. Had to deal with him pretty much on his bumper for a few laps there, but now look at that spread. So hopefully no major mechanicals there for AJ Hartman. Maybe just letting the car come back down to an operating temp before he can dive back in, but our top three are starting to spread out with everyone finding their pace a little bit later on in this event.
Rosenberg picks up on it. He just ran his personal best of the race. So did Hartman did not. But Christian Aranja still leading. Let's keep an eye on that gap, though. Now that Rosenberg has got a couple laps under his belt here. 2.6 seconds is the differential. Can he start closing it down? Is Hartman dropping, or is Rosenberg driving away? That's what we'll know soon.
Well, I mean, with those lap times, with Rosenberg putting in a better lap time than we've seen previously, I'm hoping for the best that Rosenberg is now getting that pace. Tire window has come in. He's getting confident with it, and not having AJ Hartman breathing down his neck. He looks like he's starting to pull on Aranja, and we'll find out as soon as they come across the checker exactly what that gap is. Currently sitting at a 2.6. I expect it to close pretty substantially by the time they come back around.
Chris DeLucia didn't get a good qualifying run yesterday. Came from the back of the field. Now applying some pressure to the back of the number 11 of Gary Wimble here. This Corvette versus LSM3. Big wiggle on the brakes into turn 8.
Yeah, you could tell he wanted to make that dive, but the timing just wasn't correct. Came way, way back. Late on the brakes, but not enough real estate on the side of the Corvette as we're seeing a bit more. I wonder if that's just under compression.
Yeah, I think that might be. Jensen's got really big wheels on that car. Might need to clearance a fender or something. But
I think he's doing it right now as we speak.
Yeah, it'll fix itself.
Yeah, well, so DeLucia now pulling back just a touch. Whoa, there we go.
Yeah, I see on the best lap delta, 8/10 quicker than Wimble's best lap. So this should just be a matter of time, I would think. Got to keep those rear tires up underneath you, though. Those Toyo Proxes are. They'll give you grip for a while, but you got to treat them with respect.
Just looking here as Aranja looks like still
that's lap
doing
for
quite
him.
well, and Rosenberg dropping back by almost a second.
That was a great lap for Aranja.
Yeah, that's what he needed. That's exactly what he needed in that situation. Yeah, that.
Flames out the tailpipes of that car, too, on the brakes for Jensen, but he's also falling into the clutches of Gary Wimble and Chris DeLucia. So this could very quickly be a 3-horse race for 4th place.
I wonder if DeLucia now hangs back just a little bit, let Wimble start to move his way up, get into a bit of a tussle there with Jensen, and then you can make the strike at that point in time. This might be the case considering how much they're closing the gap as we start to come through these corners. Be an interesting strategy, but it's one that can work. Let the leader worry about something else. You sneak through and catch them while they're going a little bit wide.
Big wiggle there for DeLucia. I think he's struggling with rear grip now. Just had it all over the place through 5, 6, and 7. He's just got to take a breath, cool it off for a second. I think he's really just sending it. He's got pace in this car, right? But I think you got to pace yourself a little bit. It's hard in a 15-minute race to come from the back to the front. You see there in the list of cars, 2 Corvettes, a Mustang, and an FRS, your top 4. And then the lone BMW in the field running P6.
When you're running that hard, when you know you've got to fight from the back of the pack, you can start to overwork the tires too, because you're trying to get through the pack as quick as you can. You're probably diving in a lot later than what you were hoping to. You're getting on power a lot earlier, and you're just not being very nice to these tires. So the Toyos are holding up quite well, but might be time just to, as you said, take that breath, let everything come back to operating temp, and then go back at it.
Gary Wimble holding station in P5. But trying to run down Eric Jensen. These guys are panicked right next to each other in the garages. Good friends.
And we're doing a good job of that. Starting to cut some time out of Jensen as our top 3 coming back to the pack. Rosenberg now with a almost 5-second gap over Aranja, who just looks untouchable this part of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rosenberg has definitely got his North Star set. It's going to be that 57 to go chase down. Hartman, his best lap of the race, though, 141.725. Initially thought he was going to put some pressure on Rosenberg, but it's dropped back a little ways. But he's sort of in kind of no man's land right now, not catching Rosenberg, not dropping into the hands of Eric Jensen.
I'm not sure if the audio picked up there, if it was from maybe the drift track, but I heard a lot of revving in and out. I wasn't sure if that was AJ Hartman. We were focused on him, but it might not be the audio from that shot. I really hope not, because it sounded not great.
Well, you see that on the graphic there, 3.5-liter V6. It's the EcoBoost twin turbo engine out of the Ford F-150. And you know, at revs, it kind of sounds a little bit like the old Ford GT GTLM car.
Yeah.
So, you know, it has a very unique note to it.
Well, I mean, yeah, similar I'd say similar with a big asterisk there from what Multimatic did. Funny enough, built not that far from where I grew up. I had a couple of friends actually work on that program, and yeah, it's one of those win on Sunday, sell on Monday, and that engine in that car right now is the direct result of that. The twin turbo V6 developed for the GT, and now in a pickup truck near you.
Yeah, it's really neat. I mean, I'm sure that there's a lot of race car parts on the race car, but it's so interesting that you take an A.J. Hartman build with that same core engine block, and you can end up with a pretty similar note. If he could rev to 9,000 RPM, it would probably sound almost identical to it. But right now it's just stuck in third. But also consider season points, right? We're looking season long in this championship. Hartman came up short last year to Hans Horpedal by just a point. So hoping to maybe have a 1 point better by season's end.
Yeah, Hartman dropping 2 seconds out of it. Jensen 2 seconds out of it. Wimble keeping up the pace though. So I'm wondering if Hartman kind of realizes where he's sitting, knows that he's got, he's checking the straights. He's not seeing anybody even close to him. So why damage the car? Start to use the visual indicators of where everybody is in the pack, slow things down. You've pretty much locked in third as long as everything holds up fine, so why risk it trying to push that hard to close a 10-second gap?
And watching Christian Aranja, your race leader, leaving turn 8, and was on the curbing there and dropped the tires off the end of the curb, and there is a pretty significant rut at the end of that curb and dropped it down, and I have to feel like that's got to be rough on the car. But again, these cars are fairly robust. The C5, and especially all the modified parts they have on these things, it takes kind of a lot to knock things out of alignment.
Yeah, they're incredibly stout, and I mean, these drivers are obviously getting into a lot more of the aftermarket as well. It's built to take this strain, but why take the risk? Why take the risk? You're out in the lead right now. You've got a pretty healthy gap. A mistake like that can either end your weekends or just end your lead.
That Jensen and Wimble battle is really heating up at turn 12 at the moment as well. We'll have to keep our eye on the flag stand too, because we could be approaching a white flag anytime. Remember, our races are anywhere between 12 and 18 minutes, give or take. No flag this time, so we'll continue. But that can happen at any moment. And when drivers see that, they know they just have 2 1/4 miles to get the job done.
Yeah, 14 turns to glory. Everybody looking very, very clean through this whole thing. The 87.
It's Anthony Scafuto in the Camaro.
Down 2 laps.
Yeah, I don't think he started on time. Side by side on the front stretch, by the way. Eric Jensen and Gary Wimble are battling door to door, but Scafuto supported by KDM tuners this
right
year.
There
we go. Oh, a little damage on the splitter for Jensen.
Oh. Not that that's shocking considering how much that's been scraping, but now trying to build a ground effect car.
Yeah, and so Wimble's going to grab 4th here, and I have to wonder, was that the source of the smoke or the result? Ooh, big wiggle onto the braking zone for turn 4. Jensen is struggling a little bit now, and that damage, that's going to be really annoying inside the car, especially if it's still on the clips that hold it to the car. It's going to flap and shake, but it's extremely distracting if you don't know what's happening.
Yeah. Now, do they have live radios back to the crew? Can they let them know what's going on?
I guess the answer would be what crew? I mean, Eric Jensen's here on his own.
Fair enough.
So that's the grassroots grit. None of these guys here have team members. They might have a family member here, but I know Wimble and Jensen are here on their own. I think it was Kerry Wimble's anniversary, and his wife's not here. So I saw that on the social media over on just the other day. So
it's gonna be a tight race. I think I just saw bits and pieces of that front splitter being donated to the sky. But yeah, that's not going to be great. Fingers crossed it doesn't get caught into the front wheel, especially in a break. Oh, there is a bit more damage underneath as well. More bits and bobs hanging down.
Yeah, it's just distracting, right? I mean, if that part comes off, it's going to slow the car down, but it's not going to be incredibly consequential for the short term. It's just what it hits when it leaves. That's the thing. Honestly, I'd rather have it just fall off than be buffeting around this whole time.
Well, and you have no idea what it is. You don't know what's falling off. You might have a guess. Maybe it's happened before, so you understand what the sound is. But either way, that's in the back of your mind going, I don't know what is happening.
He's not bailing out, I'll tell you that. He is in it.
Look at more parts starting to come off. We're going to have to give him a littering ticket by the time we're wrapped up on this lap.
And there's the white flag, final lap of this race. And Jensen just has to make it hang on for another 1 minute and 40 seconds.
That is going to be tough with DeLucia starting to breathe down his neck as well. Maybe spotting an injured animal ready for the taking, as little bits of carbon fiber flying off into his face.
And now he's got Chris DeLucia hunting him down. If he doesn't hold this together, DeLucia's going to steal a top 5 from Jensen.
Yeah, Jensen's going to have to get the shoulder or the elbows out to really make sure that DeLucia isn't able to get past him. DeLucia's got the power to do it. Jensen very, very much down on arrow right now. it's going to happen. DeLucia's going to have to do it in a heavy braking zone.
Into turn 8. This battle for 5th or 4th, make it, with Wimble out in front, is still hot. But Christian Aranja off in the very far distance. You see that yellow Corvette. He's coming down into turn 14, back to the checkered flag. And not his first race in GRIDLIFE GT, nor his first win in it, having run a GR Supra pit race last year, but he's going to start 2026 with a win at Carolina Motorsports Park. Race 1 of the season goes to Christian Aranja in GRIDLIFE GT. Congratulations to him. Matan Rosenberg is going to slot into 2nd place, then AJ Hartman in 3rd, and then that battle for 4th is heading into the final couple of corners. I don't think it's going to change. Looks like Wimble solidly 4th, Jensen in 5th as they approach those final turns.
Yeah, not seeing any passing going on right now, as we saw DeLucia just sneak by our view. So it looks like he's going to be stuck there in 6th. Jensen able to hang on so far. Let's take a look there at our leader, and that seems to be the case. Yeah, DeLucia really backed out of it. I was expecting him to be breathing down his neck.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's nursing an issue or what, but he was only, you know, a second behind Jensen at the start of that lap and ended 5 seconds behind. So, and it looks like Jordan Wisely was able to get back on the racetrack after that issue he was nursing earlier. So that's good news. And then Eric Meadows here in that number 3. Something tells me he's got some work to do, because I think that car is faster than it's showing right now.
Agreed. Yeah, it's tough to say, and we could ask, but they probably won't tell us.
Let's have a look at our race results here for GRIDLIFE GT race number 1 from GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Christian Aranja at the top of the order, then Matan Rosenberg, Corvette, and then Mustang, AJ Hartman 3rd.
Yeah, after that, Gary Wimble taking in 4th and 5th, Eric Jensen, Chris DeLucia. I really thought he was going to make up the gap, but didn't end up doing so. Eric Meadows in the Corvette, Alex Peitz, and then Anthony Scafuto and Jordan Wisely not having the session they were hoping for.
No, it started off okay, and I think they were pretty quick in qualifying, but just getting that car to make the whole race, again, with the temperatures we're seeing, just keeping temperatures in the engine bay under control, that might be, I have a feeling that could be it, but maybe we'll have to send Jackson Lambros over there to figure it out. But Christian Aranja picking up his first win of the season, and 25 points for not only, actually, he's got 28 because of the 3 from qualifying.
You're right. You're picking up those Toyo bucks to hopefully use a little bit later on.
Yeah, Toyo bucks. Let's have a look at the highlights here from this first race, though. It was exciting. Here's a look at GRIDLIFE GT race 1. It all started with the roll out of the grid for the first time in 2026 at Carolina Motorsports Park. The run to the start-finish, Christian Aranja just nosing out. 2nd place qualifier, Matan Rosenberg. Chris DeLucia didn't have a great qualifying run, started the tail of the field, got by Alex Peitz early and launched himself forward. All the while, AJ Hartman was trailing Matan Rosenberg.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to be able to take it to him and potentially take that 2nd spot, but unfortunately just didn't really come together for him. And yeah, Chris DeLucia makes up some ground pretty early on, but unfortunately falls a little bit flatter on during the rest of the season, or session, sorry. Maybe just thought, hey, that's good enough for me, I'll stick where I'm at. And I don't know if we were able to get the shot there of some front splitter action deciding to detach itself immediately.
Christian Aranja ended up winning race number 1, picks up those Toyo bucks. And the first spec tire wheel-to-wheel GRIDLIFE race, at least with our internal classes here, we have a winner, and it's the number 57. GRIDLIFE GT Race 1 from South Carolina is complete.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might hit you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park. Located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here, this is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&P is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9. And now into this wickedly quick kink here, turn 10. They're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curve. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
Of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one.
Sorry about that. It's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah. But that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. Humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. Talking with Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that you can do that, you can go flat through the kink, I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind, and I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150, and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice!
Yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh, yes. That's him, perfect.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46, is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
Who's this guy?
Yeah, so you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop his ass.
Yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right.
I thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave it so much. 11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen, and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking, what are they about to do, when do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody, or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
Going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Wabum just got clipped.
go. There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Walbaum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was, you know, traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, I expect Miata, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I like improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back, to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts, and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .49.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last like 6 laps were all 1:48s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. Like, this is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
Hey guys, Alan Patton here. I got my beautiful C7 Corvette by LGR. So we came here for the practice day yesterday. Wanted to do a bunch of setup and, you know, tweaking on the car because it's actually been overhauled over the winter. We were going to try to get it dialed in. Car was feeling great, and then we lost a transmission. Lewis is actually the MCO sequential guru. He can rebuild those transmissions in like 10 minutes. They had it out within like an hour, had it all torn down, and then we just needed a drop gear, which was in Texas. So they flew a guy here. From the time the transmission broke to them having it running again was like less than a day. Like they got it done before midnight. Huge kudos to the LGR crew. Took today as what we were gonna do yesterday, just getting the car set up. There's some tweaks we're having to make, so we're gonna go back out. Hopefully get the car in a good window tomorrow, and Sunday morning are gonna be the sessions where we're gonna try to, you know, smash some track records. Stay tuned for that, and we'll see if it happens.
Family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine. The spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was going to stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're going to try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm going to fix this, and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this going to be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling? All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve.
Ooh.
Or piston. Or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know. It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix how?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GRIDLIFE Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they
Wow, Dana's keep holding it together. Can he hold around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
All punched in.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so like you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it, you know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. You know, I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Catil, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
And we'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Green flag flies. Magnussen gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnussen push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnussen pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong on this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnussen with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnussen.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Matan.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Matan. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous weekend, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and sometimes that fight can leave you. If you have multiple incidents in a weekend, 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds a hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 Owen. Tight tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah. Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone into turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax. I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah.
But not for long. Here comes the 7. He's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement.
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that.
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end. Come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, going into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth with me. So
Watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Nice family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being GRIDLIFE. You guys are GRIDLIFE. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use some exotic booze, there's a bar in far Bombay. Come on and fly with me, let's fly away. Come fly with me, let's float down to Peru. In Llama Land, there's a one-man band, and he'll toot his flute for you. Come on, fly with me, let's take off in the blue.
You have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who've come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me. E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7, but you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost of confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there is a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi everybody and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg started the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Ben just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come, checkered flag. Baton Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah! It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! We're hanging it, dude.
I was hanging it.
Dude, that was awesome.
Oh, it was so much fun.
That was like a good drive. You look like
I've been wanting to be there a long time. Since my first race in 2022, so.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So. But it was a really nice job. What you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy. Oh, I want to be here all the time.
Right? It feels great. It feels good. Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
So we have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes and torque. Went in a little nervous, but no problem. Last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah. I kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
vice versa. Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the Valley GLTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the false grid. GLTC drivers and cars for the false grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but Dino got her.
Just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down, Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2, start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit, bring it onto the curb, turn it back the other way for the next corner. Don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces. You know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you. It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of 8. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in GRIDLIFE. And here comes Lena Chin, and is working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
Like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th, got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen.
GRIDLIFE South Carolina, the first round of 6 in the 2026 season. Racing has just begun here this weekend, earlier today with the GRIDLIFE GT Series, and now the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Race number 1 headed out on the racetrack for a pace lap, and we'll turn them loose for about 15 minutes. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens. This is the biggest wheel-to-wheel field here this weekend. 44 cars, Jacob. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, and it's been super competitive all the way through practice and warm-up. I mean, even at times where they're supposed to be kind of taking a chill and just making sure the car is good. We saw wheel-to-wheel racing. These competitors very much just want to get into it. This track is going to show every single element that the Rush can hit into. We've got some really heavy braking. We've got some top, completely flat-out sections. You're going to see drafting. You're going to see late braking. You're going to see some crossover passing. I'm looking forward to it. This is some of the best racing you are going to experience this weekend, especially on that first race, because it's very important to get a top-level result on this first race.
Well, let's have a look at our starting lineup. It's Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey on the front row. Two drivers that battled back and forth all year long last year. Leach is the season champion. Bryce Mersberger and Jalen Batley start in row number 2. Then it's young 16-year-old Ayrton Grimm alongside seasoned veteran James French in position number 6. Andy Vogel rolls off in 7th place with Ryerson Whistle, new to the series as of Laguna Seca, in 8th. Then Brett DiGiacomo and Mitchell Cooper in 9th and 10th.
Getting into row 6, we now have Trip Stout, Sean Childress taking 11th and 12th. Into row 7, Ryan Anderson, Isaac Nolan taking 13th and 14th. As we dip a little bit further into the grid, into row 8, Devin Markert, as well as Kyle Melnick. And 17th and 18th, Anthony Magnioli and Grant Bourne. And then Ethan Hardestry, Jason Olair going out in our row 10.
That is Dixon Davenport and Nick Billingsley sharing row number 11 in 21st and 22nd. And then Max Kraus in the 314 alongside Matt Wilson. Love that fire suit, love the cowboy hat. And in 25th place, it's Lee Killert returning to the series and Samuel Reed in the number 255. Then Ben Carroll rolls off 27th alongside Jeremy Boysen in 28th place. Then it's Jared Anderson starting in 29th alongside Spencer Morgan in 30th.
Yeah, wrapping up the back of the field, Larry Brady in 31st, Keegan Bosch in 32nd. Going to row 17th, Gabriel Nitre and Jake Sanders, 33rd and 34th respectively. Getting near the back of the pack, Heath Pomerantz and Kelsey Anderson. Getting into now row 19, AJ Campo and David Herrera. And our second to last row, Jeff Hardesty, Dalton Snedden. And the last row, Bill Dorrance and Paul Duff going to be fighting their way through the rest of the pack.
Yeah, big field here today for the season opener. 6 championship rounds all over the country will finish up this season in September at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. The reigning champion and the winner of the first 12 races of 2025 is on pole. Can anybody dethrone champion Ryan Leach? We're going to find out all year long. Time to go racing from Carolina Motorsports Park, and the GRIDLIFE Rush Series is underway.
This first turn is going to be absolutely everything for these drivers. They are stacking up already. It is a very short run-up from that checkered. Will they keep it tidy as we're getting 3-4 wide coming through? First 2 corners, and we're already seeing puffs of smoke and dirt and chaos everywhere.
And I think there might have been a little bit more smoke, maybe some issues. Cars off there heading into turn 3 now. We got everybody through turn 1. I think there's a couple cars tracking in the dirt, but otherwise pointed mostly the right direction. Looks like Leach is out front. Blair, looks like the 88 of Jalen Batley, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact through 5 and 6.
Yeah, we're seeing some fenders rubbing on tires. That's the smoke you're seeing popping off. Didn't quite get the car number there, but expect a little bit of body damage for the jockeying that's going on. Is now everybody getting sorted, getting a little bit more in a row, and we'll see some dynamic passing as they come through the compression.
Yeah, I think that might have been Anthony Magnoli having that tire rub there. Either that or Jason Ayler in the 74, but as they track out of turn 8 now, line astern, a little bit of slipstream here as we approach speeds of 130 miles an hour. These cars only make 150 horsepower, but weigh just 1,250 pounds at minimum. A little bit of a defensive maneuver here from the 88 of Jalen Batley on, I think that is the 191.
James French.
James French, thank you.
Yeah, this is where everybody gets to take a bit of a deep breath. The hardest part of this race is now over, and it becomes a war of attrition, making sure those cars are good, finding that slipstream, and finding the possible places you can find on track to be able to get the pass in. These are all spec cars, so it really comes down to a little bit of suspension tuning and how brave you want to be on the brakes.
There's the 39 car popping out of line. That's Mitchell Cooper on the one of Trip Stout. Really tight quarters there in turn 14, one of the slowest turns on the racetrack. And then this run to turn 1. Now, we saw some cars go off. How dirty is the racetrack on lap 2?
It's going to be a little bit strange going into turn 2 for people dragging the dirt over, but everything looking super tidy so far. Ryan Leach being hunted down pretty quick by Blair Hosey, and we expected this battle to happen.
Yeah, I saw Magnoli dropping down the order there, so I think he might have been one of the cars that had some damage, potentially some tire rubs there. We'll see where he crosses the stripe. Not in the top 20 it looks like. So he has dropped off down to 22nd. Big lateral slide, though, for your race leader through turn 7.
Yeah, these cars really want to step out when you get that much G-load on them, but both drivers, Ryan Leach and Blair Hosey, doing a great job. Bryce Mersberger just poking in the top of your screen, in and out. We'll see if he's able to make up a bit of room, and there he is, coming through that compression. And you can see just how much that track likes to jostle them around.
Yeah, and also note, as you mentioned, the kind of jostling around, you can see the track darken in the braking zone sort of periodically, because every time the cars hit a bump, they get lighter and they're putting less rubber into the road, so the grip level's changing in the braking zone as they bounce over those bumps.
Bryce Mersberger now starting to reel the pack leaders in, but it looks like Jalen Batley's still in the fight there just behind him. So get interesting. Letting the top two battle it out a little bit might give Bryce the opportunity to be able to fight back in, as well as James French and Andy Vogel not too far behind.
Yeah, really impressive drive by Jalen Batley to hold off James French. We talked about James's experience in what was then Prototype Challenge. I think he has a Rolex to his name one of those times as well. So tracking out of turn 14 and up the front straightaway. This is going to be the completion of lap number 2. And Leach, Hosey, Mersberger, Batley, James French, then Andy Vogel in the number 34, was just runner-up so many times last year and is hoping to break through for victory at least once in 2026.
So far, after that little bit of headache for a few drivers at the beginning, things are looking pretty clean here as we get a nice little view there on the 88 car.
Jalen Batley, again, had great battles all last season with Bryce Mersberger. Those two were just one and the same, two peas in a pod, whatever you want to call them. But again, nose to tail for 3rd and 4th, just chasing Leach and Hosey, two of the most experienced drivers in these cars after last season.
And drivers opting to take a lot of curb on some of these corners. It seems the suspension, although very small, is able to absorb that pretty well. These cars being incredibly light and very, very nimble. You can already start to see a couple of different suspension choices. Certain cars really nosediving hard while others staying a bit more flat. And those are going to be the decisions made in the pits previous to this race, and that might be the make or break as to being on the podium or somewhere in the back of the pack.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch how compliant these cars are. We talked yesterday and maybe a little bit this morning about how you would think these cars would be very sensitive and they wouldn't really like a lot of yaw, but they seem to be just fine slipping, sliding around and driving on the limit. Big lockup, by the way, into 12 for James French, who is 5th in line, dragging that left front tire into that slow turn 12 apex.
Yeah, now we're starting to see drivers spread out a little bit. We're through the first part of this race. Now it becomes a, how well can I hang into my spot? Do I want to make that dive, or am I happy where I'm at? So we might see a bit more jockeying maybe a little bit later on in the race, but I think for right now it's pick up a 10th here, pick up a 10th there, start to get back into the mirrors of the driver ahead of you and maybe put a little pressure on.
Completing lap 3, and gaps to the lead, half a second. And really tight between DiGiacomo and Ayrton Grimm in 8th place. Looks like there might be an issue at the first sector. Yellow flags waving at the exit of turn 3. Might catch it in the next camera shot to see potentially why we have a waving yellow.
Yeah, interesting. I'm not sure based on timing if anybody spun, but
yeah, I didn't see anybody there the last time around, so it must be a new car after the chaos of the opening lap.
Could have been one of the back markers that just having a rough time, or potentially one of the vehicles with damage decided they want to keep going, and it didn't work out too well for them.
See a hand in the air for a moment there from James French. Maybe just waving.
Tear off?
It could have been tear off too, yeah. That's actually a good call. These drivers, again, with the open cockpit and all the dust out there, it's got to be quite the activity to peel off those visors when you get them covered in dirt and debris. Look at this. This is Kraus on, there's a full course now. Full course yellow.
You can see the dust on the tires of Sean Childress in that 26 car. So you know he went for a little bit of an adventure, but that's also explaining why he's a little bit further back in 26.
Yeah, so full course yellow with about 10 minutes remaining in this race.
Getting a pass. I don't know if he was passing him by there for a second. It looked like a wait by.
Well, I think they're all just, they hadn't seen the double yellows just yet.
Oh, okay.
And again, once the double yellows are out, no passing is allowed.
We are getting some wind in here, and I'm wondering how much that's going to start affecting these drivers. They're not super aero dependent, but it's enough of a breeze. We're picking it up in our mics. That might be enough to get that car a little squirrely into a few corners.
I certainly think that could be the case. And, you know, I think the direction it's blowing at us, I think it'll affect you most as a headwind going into turn 8. So it might slow your speed down there, and maybe a bit of a tailwind coming back towards 11. So that certainly could. These cars don't have a very tall side profile, but any headwind or tailwind, just like when you fly across the country, a little faster to fly west to east than east to west. Same thing in a short distance down the backstretch.
Yeah, I mean, even just a bit of catching it on the side, if it breaks the aero pattern in the car, it could be enough, especially if you're expecting something under braking. But yeah, hard to say. I think they're just going to have to let us drive one and find out.
I've gotten offered a couple of times. I haven't been able to take advantage of it just yet, but there's our Hyundai Elantra N safety car pulling out on the racetrack now, and we still haven't gotten a look at what has caused this incident or brought out the full course yellow.
Not seeing a tow truck heading out, so maybe they're able to nurse their way back in. Normally we'll kind of catch it here.
Could also be, well, there you go.
Speak of the devil. Our drone pilot hot in tow.
Yeah. Nice, good job.
Gotcha.
And let's see if we can spot maybe where we have a car stopped. Is there one center track there? Not quite. Oh, right there. Yeah, driver's left.
See if we can catch a number on that. We got 2 drivers that are down on laps. Spencer Morgan and JD Kroll. Don't know if that is either of them.
I think the answer
66.
is... Yeah.
That is Spencer Morgan.
Okay, good call. So stopped on driver's left, and I don't see any damage on that car, and he pulled off to the driver's left off the road, so I imagine a mechanical issue of some kind.
Yeah, it could be.
But this gives the drivers trailing Ryan Leach an opportunity to pounce, right? The longer a race goes on, I think the harder it is to mount an attack, especially if that lead driver gets any sort of breathing room. They can kind of slow their pace down. But this leaves you vulnerable. GridLife rules with the green flag is once green comes out, it means go, whether or not you were caught sleeping.
Yeah, so that start is it's a big part of it. And we're not looking like an F1 start where it really you can pass after the checkered flag. So it's I like this version better. You got to pay attention, and there's no games then. As soon as it goes green, that's it. It's first one on the throttle.
Yeah, well, this rule was originally conceived to sort of prevent the stack-ups that you see in other series when you're not allowed to pass before the start-finish line in a lot of series. So what happens if someone misses a shift or if they just are not ready for the start, it causes everyone to start to brake check. And then by the time you get to car 20 in line, you're running into each other at 50 miles an hour.
Not a great time. And I mean, these cars are incredibly safe, but there's not a lot of vehicle between the fronts and backs, and you're stuffed in there pretty tight.
Yeah, so again, we do single file restarts here though, so not quite like stock car racing where you double them up again like the race start. We successfully, I'm going to say it was successful. We didn't have any major incidents that we could see with a 44 car grid going into a very tight turn 1 after a very short front straight. I'll say that's a win.
It got hairy. Let's be honest here. It got,
okay, fine.
You know, you ask somebody sitting around 12th position how that start went, they'll tell you a different story.
Well, my perspective is we didn't end up under full course yellow in turn 1. So
I'll take it.
It's a lot of cars.
Looks like we're going to get one more lap under caution. Drivers moving out of the way for fresh air. So that says to me these temps are getting to them a little bit, even if it's just the driver temps, which is just as important.
Yeah, you got to be comfortable inside the car. The open cockpit will help on a day like today. You know, open the visor now that your speeds are a little lower. You certainly don't want to do that at speed here because all the rocks and dirt and debris kicked up. But under yellow, let's get some fresh air.
Yeah, crack the visor a little bit. Or I always like seeing the hands go up to direct the air under the chin. It's another fun little move.
These cars, you know, while, you know, dimensionally they're smaller than, you know, a standard mid-size sedan, inside they're actually quite roomy. And there's drivers that are over 6 feet tall that fit no problem in these things. They're actually really big as far as the chassis is concerned, and the bodywork is, it's almost like if you just took a sheet of plastic and melted it and dropped it over the top. There's so much internal room under the bodywork. It's shaped very intentionally to allow that driver room for not only for comfort but for safety.
I mean, if we can get Grant Anderson in one of these, then I think we can get most people.
How tall
is he? 6'5"?
Yeah, and he was totally comfortable.
Yeah, he said he loved it. And then on the opposite, Nate Hamilton, who's 5'5". He's not actually. He's not that. He's gonna kill me.
You know what was funny is when I shot their headshots last year, I had a different lens for Nate versus TJ Hunt, and I didn't do it intentionally, but Nate was real small on the graphic, and TJ would just not let him hear the end of it.
I shouldn't make fun of Nate's height. He's a good friend of mine. Maybe that's
great.
why. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, I mean, well, I hope we'll see them back later in the season, maybe at some of the West Coast rounds or even Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
This is a long way to come. I think, if I recall, TJ was here last year.
Yeah, I believe he was. There's a couple of conflicting results. There's only so many weekends in a year, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he really did very well. I think it was top 10 in the points by the end of the year, TJ was.
Yep. TJ's an incredible motorsports athlete, and know, to toot the drifting horn one more time. I'm sure the fans are sick of it, but just shows the crossover and the discipline that those drivers create in a completely different platform.
Yeah, I think it was fun also for people that know TJ from the YouTube world and from the drifting world to see him jump into a wheel-to-wheel race series and bring some attention to what happens at racetracks all over the country every week, right? So just spreading the love around all the motorsports.
We see it a lot. I mean, look at Cletus right now making a big push through ARCA, wanting to get the O'Reillys and all the way up to the top cup. I think it's important. I think YouTube race car drivers are still race car drivers. They just have a bit more attention on them, and there's been multiple drivers that have proven that.
Right, and looks like the safety car is speeding up. Lights are out. We will be coming to a restart. If I had to take a guess, I'm going to guess 2 laps, but we'll know when we see the white flag from race control how much time we have remaining in this event.
Yeah, Ryan Leach is going to have to get as big as he possibly can. So is Blair Hosey, who's going to want to keep on it. Bryce Merceberger, I expect him to go in for a late lunch and try and catch somebody a bit unawares. Jalen Batley stacking up in 4th, James French in 5th right now. And here we go.
Green flag, we're back underway here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. I just see a green at the flag stand. That means we've got some time to go. And up the inside, change of position, and 3 wide for the lead. Through turn 2, and Bryce Merceberger. He comes through to the top spot, and Hosey tries to chase him down.
I don't want to say I called it, but I saw him gunning for that right away, and that was a beautiful set of passes. Man, Ryan Leach was very concerned with what was going on with Blair Hosey, and Bryce Merceberger was able to take that outside line, sweep back in, and catch both of them out.
What a great move there. So Bryce Merceberger to the top of the board. Hosey to 2nd. Leach drops to 3rd place. And he'll get back in the slipstream and try to run them back down. Look at French up to 4th place past Batley finally.
Yeah, you do not want Leach, though, on your tail, especially after something like that. He might take a little offense to that pass, and he's going to start pulling out some wild moves. Ooh, getting some big wheel on the curb there.
Yeah, jumping up on the rumble strips on the inside. And yeah, definitely, Leach got pounced on. That's the challenge of these restarts. As the race leader, you see them dragging each other across the road to try to avoid that slipstream. The first car in line is going to push the air out of the way. That second car will draft up to the rear bumper. Look at this side by side. Here comes DeGiacomo on Batley.
Great late braking there. Just holding them out, doing it on the outside now, so you can be able to come back in. But Batley able to catch the inside there. But because of that S-bend, your first move is your best move. Fighting it from the second corner is going to be tough.
Yeah, and again, Batley in that 88, you see his best lap is half a second quicker than James French, but that's what the restart does for you. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're faster. There's trouble at turn 12. 2 cars turned around as DeGiacomo goes for the pass on the 88, and he's through.
Are they going to be able to get these positions in before we come back? It looks like cars are getting back on track. A little bit of dust up as the white flag now waving.
Yeah, white flag, last lap around here. GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race 1. And the incident at turn 12 is clear. Lock up for French.
Yeah, that was very, very unexpected, but able to hang on to it.
This is going to be a great battle here. DeGiacomo trying to get back by Batley here. Batley passed him back on the front stretch, and for the lead, it's only 0.2 of a second between Merceberger and Hosey.
DeGiacomo reaching out, adjusting that mirror because he knows exactly who's behind him, hoping to get a good sight of it, but it's going to be elbows up all the way through the rest of this lap. A few more corners to go.
Yeah, Hosey is all over Merceberger in this run to turn 8, and then the run through the kink into 11 is Hosey's best opportunity to get on by. They're nose to tail now. And then you look at Batley driving right by French. He's got a problem. French is in trouble.
French is not in a good spot now. Question is, does he try and keep going, or does he get off the racing line and let everybody go by? Looked like it was kind of running through his mind what his decision is. Now we take a look back at the leaders.
Yeah, definitely French is dropping down the order. Heartbreak late here. Here comes Hosey, though, over the curb and in trail. Bryce Merceberger trying to hang on. Here comes Hosey on the brakes.
Oh, the late braking. Who's holding out? Oh, can he switch back? Can he catch the inside? Now both of them with massively overheating brakes on that one.
Trying to swing around the outside. Here comes Merceberger back to the inside. He takes a shot to the inside of the 8 car, and they're now side by side clawing for grip, leaving turn number 12 and 13. They're door to door. If they had doors, they'd be door to door. Here they come, and here comes French. Excuse me, that's Leach in the 56.
Oh, we're getting it. Oh my God, bumper to bumper. The top 3 make contact.
And Leach is through, and he's going to steal the lead away as the front 2 tangle, and Ryan Leach picks the pocket and wins Rush Series Race 1.
Wow, what a finish.
Wow.
Leach gets passed on the restart and just hangs back and lets Merceberger and Batley go at it. Sorry, Hosey go at it. And even Batley moving up into 3rd on that one. What a finish.
That was wild.
That's racing, baby.
They were leaning on each other there. And again, all GRIDLIFE series are no contact. I can't really, AJ Campo's off at turn 14 through the grass as the rest of the field comes through to finish. But again, I'd have to look at that again to really see if there was any wrongdoing there.
I think they both were fighting for the apex, coming through 14. To me, that is just, I mean, that's just solid racing, and neither one of them want to give up the line.
Yeah, I think I hope that the outcome of that is that they all high-five in the paddock after that, because that was awesome.
Now there's going to be a hand signal one way or another, that's for sure.
I suppose. But yeah, just unbelievable. That was so cool, and this is a great look at what we could see for the rest of the weekend with the turn 11 and 12 switchback that opens the door. There's a couple of different lines you can take through there. That has made this a pretty exciting last lap. See a car stuck on driver's left there as well.
Can't quite get eyes on that number, but there you go. The race winner in Ryan Leach did not back down and made the right move at the right time, literally at the last moment.
Wow, that was cool. We'll have a look here at our race results in just a moment and run you through the order before we have a look at that all over again. Ryan Leach gets the job done, wins the first race of the year, just like he did last. Mersberger, Batley, Hosey. That was where all the drama was. Jalen sneaking up onto the podium through all that. Then DiGiacomo, a great result. Ayrton Grimm up to 7th with Vocal in 6th. Whistle, Stout, and Nolan, your top 10.
Yeah, absolutely incredible way to finish things out. Now looking in to see to the second part of our tracks, Billingsley, French, Anderson, Markert, Oler, Bosch, Melnick, Wilson, Kraus, and Nitre. I like that name.
Rest of the order, 21st to 30th. Highlights here, Sam Reed, Jeremy Boysen in the center of that group, Jeff Hardesty and Kelsey Anderson wrapping up the top 30, and the last couple of pages here of GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Drivers that didn't have such great races, Mitchell Cooper in the 39 car down in 40th, a lap down. I see AJ Campo off late on that last lap. And then the final finishers, the races that they'll like to redo from 41st on down. Ethan Hardesty, Anthony Magagnoli, I think was one of those drivers involved in that early incident. Spencer Morgan and JD Kroll with issues in race number 1. Wow.
Yeah, exciting way to kick things off here for Rush Racing, and this is just a taste of what's to come both this weekend as well as this year.
Yeah, that was cool, and we'll have a look at the highlights here for GRIDLIFE Rush Series for race number 1. It was awesome. And it started early on in this race. Lots of jockeying for position in the early moments. And it was all Ryan Leach out front for a while. Then Hosey, then Mersberger, then Batley. And it was like this for a little while until we had a full course yellow that shortened things up a little bit with that car off on driver's left. And on the restart, it was the 114 of Mersberger that pounced. And then these great battles on this last lap.
Yeah, it's tough. I wish we had cameras on absolutely everything, because I'm sure there's a bunch of mid-pack jockeying that was going on that we weren't able to capture, but here we go. Look at this. Both of them not backing down, checking shoulders. You even get the little glance to the left and the right to see, are you going to back down? And there is our race winner, Leach, just hunting them down, finding that gap and going for it.
Yeah, and really it all starts here with the 56 getting into the 114.
Leach got into him too, though.
Yeah, so it really wasn't, I thought it was initially Hosey and Mersberger getting together, but it was actually prompted by Ryan Leach. So I'm curious how race control will look at that. So results provisional for now.
Provisional, very provisional.
All right, well, GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1 complete. More GRIDLIFE action right after this. The Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Championship is back for 2026, and the first race of the season is about to get underway. But before we do, Jackson Lambros, the pits, caught up with our third-place qualifier, Nick Barbado.
Nick Barbado rolling off P3 for race number 1. You didn't come in this morning for warm-up. I'm feeling like that's maybe giving us some signs of confidence here for Saturday.
We're good. It's been a smooth sailing couple of days. The car ran great in testing, and I didn't get much sleep, so I decided to prioritize sleep over driving. We're good.
Obviously kind of a more, I don't want to say super unique layout, because we've got guys running straight 6s and BMWs, but you're still competing with a couple of V8s. What's it going to take to really bring it to the front row here?
I think it's going to be, I hate to sound cliche, but it's going to be consistency. And, you know, this car that was behind me, Eric Magnuson, great driver, great setup, heavy, high power. It's good for a lap or two. He's going to fall off. And I can do the pace 7, 8, 9, 10 laps, no problem. Eric Katila's in the other direction. I think his car's going to need a couple laps to come up. So I think I'm going to come on, I'm going to be holding good, strong the whole race. Magnuson may drop off, and Katila's probably going to come on strong late. So let's see. I think it's going to go down right to the wire. It's just about being smooth and consistent.
We appreciate the time. Best of luck out there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Tale of two Erics. We're going to see if Nick can get in the picture.
All right, well, Nick Barbado rolling off in third place. Here's a look at your grid. Eric Magnuson and Eric Catil side by side on that front row. And behind them, it will be the aforementioned Nicholas Barbado in the 49 and Ayrton Grimm right out of the rush car, right into the Eibach GLTC car. Amazing. Daniel Geraldo in fifth place in the Toyo number 440. Then Brian Hedian, then Andy Smedegard, Matt Waldbaum starting in 7th and 8th. And rounding out the top 10, Blake Korth and Joel Morrison.
Getting into row 6. And our 11th and 12th is Tom Panzarella and Michael Helio. Getting into row 7, 13 and 14, Mason Bursack, Justin Lee. Need to get a couple more headshots in there.
Yeah. I was planning to do it this weekend. It's busy.
I know. Carlos Mendez and Sam Scott taking row 8 and into row 9. Salil Shakula and Jeff Benali, actually a friend of mine, 17th and 18th respectively. Ken Wu Lee and Zachary Mortimer round out your top 20.
And then we'll just get a couple more rows in here because we're almost taking the green. RJ Till, Brian Hendricks rolling off 21st and 22nd. Then Justin Wingfield and Ben Swanson. Had a little smoke coming off the grid. Hope we can keep it together for this one. Dai Wynn and Vitas Aronowskis, 25th and 26th. Followed by the 27th place Brian Tyson and Michael Pagano in his BMW 116. And with that, let's get going here. And time to go racing for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, race number 1 of the season. We start in South Carolina. We end in California. And new rules, new changes, but the same players at the front. Magnuson, Catil, green flag, we're underway.
Let's see if we get the same chaos in this. Lot bigger of vehicles and maybe a little bit more room to play. And can our leader of Eric Magnuson hang on to it? But it doesn't look like it. Catil making the move real early.
Eric Catil to the top spot, slots into the lead over Magnuson. Ayrton Grimm up to 3rd place by the time he crossed the stripe there. And clean through the opening couple of corners. See Grimm in that Turbo MX-5 running in P3. Last year, Catil dominated one of the races here. We'll see if he can do it again.
Yeah, Catil, I mean, he's a known quantity in these parts, and be interesting to see how Barbado's prediction comes out for the rest of this race, expecting Eric Catil to maybe drop off with some heat management issues, is what it seemed like he was alluding to, but Eric Magnuson, he's expecting to surge a little bit later on.
Yeah, a little bit back down there, the gray and blue S2000. That's Matt Waldbaum on his team boss, Andy Smedegard. There's the cars in this race. You see in the timing and scoring, a great mix of V8, V6, inline 6, 4-cylinder, a little bit of everything here and there as we rocket through our first lap. Into the kink, we're going to have some side-by-side with Korth, Waldbaum, and Joel Morrison's in that mix.
That is a very sketchy spot to be going side-by-side. You want all the room in the world in case things start to go sideways, but seem to be keeping it clean so far. And 2nd and 3rd getting a little bit closer to each other. The few other cars starting to make up the rest of that pack.
Yeah, looks like Ayrton Grimm is really just pressuring Eric Magnuson in that number 3. And Catil has put some distance, maybe not quite as much as I would have thought, given that he had a pretty strong start, but we'll see if he continues to drive away. He's got that car so dialed year after year. Debuted in 2022, had its first win in 23, and it has not stopped.
Maybe thinking, hey, let's put a gap and let's not go too crazy, because in case of a yellow, I'm going to lose all of that extra space that I'm working towards. We're seeing, oh, somebody late on the brakes there. I didn't quite catch which vehicle it was, but I'm seeing some smoke popping up from the front end. Possibly a BMW. It's hard to tell from that angle.
Yeah, pops and crackles on the front straightaway here as cars go by. And look at Andy Smedegaard there in the black and white 86, trailing up in the mix. He's 6th right now behind Daniel Geraldo in the Lexus IS. Daniel Geraldo in that Toyo car had shown flashes of greatness last year, but I don't know if we've ever seen him as high as P5, so really impressed by that start there. And all right now, here comes Smedegaard up alongside him in the FA24 powered 86.
Yeah, drivers picking some very interesting spots for these passes, but I guess if you've got the power to go into it, go for it. Just not a lot of room at a very high bit of speed, and using all the curb and finding every bit of acreage and going side by side. It looks like pass not complete.
Yeah, that was tough there on the inside. You see Geraldo's got a 3.5-liter V6 and Smedegaard in that 2.5-liter flat 4, but he also was on the inside and just kind of had to pinch off the momentum leaving that corner and let the Lexus take the long way around. Also, the size difference between those two cars is pretty staggering.
Yeah, and I mean, it's now that I think about it, a bit, you know, not too bad of a spot, especially when we start looking at the weight. If you've got a car that's a bit lighter, a bit more nimble, let that big car use the momentum to push them wide. You may be able to find yourself up on the inside.
Yeah, off briefly at turn 11 for Mason Bursack. He's back on course now as Geraldo tries to defend from Smedegaard, and then just behind them it's Blake Korth in one of those CRP Racing MX-5s, the white car in trail, but Smedegaard, good run off of turn 14.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to. He's got a giant hole punch in front of him through the air. And, oh, seeing something popping off a car there for a moment, something blue.
Yeah, tucked back in line down the front straightaway. Grid battle's going on behind. As we track through turn 1 and 2, the second place fight is beginning to heat up, though. Brian Hedian is closing in on Grimm and Magnuson.
Yeah.
Oh, see Andy real sideways there, got a handful of opposite lock.
Yeah, able to keep things sorted, though, and not finding themselves pointing the wrong way down the track. Now we're getting a little bit more in line, but the battles are still continuing on.
This is where Smedegaard's car is a lot better through the late stages of this turn 7 complex. He's going to slide through, complete that pass, and here comes Grimm on Magnuson. Turbo MX-5 versus LS M3, but that battle on hold for now. But 4 cars battling for P2.
Yeah, we'll see if he pulls a similar move. We're finding, you know, these lighter, more nimble cars able to hold onto the apex on the inside of the corner a little bit longer than the big body cars. Big body cars are making it up through the straightaway, though. As I say that, S2000 looking for a bit of clean air.
That's Brian Hedian popping out of line, maybe just giving Eric Grimm a heads up that he's got company. And here comes, oh, that's Barbado on the brakes, really late underneath Hedian.
He thought about it, he definitely gave it a look. But unfortunately just not able to work that out, as now we're coming through this nice tight hairpin at BMW. Getting a little bit wide there on Barbado.
Yeah, again, the strength of that car still will be the initial acceleration, but it's not necessarily going to continue to drive away. Grimm keeping that gap pretty constant, and a big closure on the brakes as well with a much lighter chassis and trail.
And Barbado, is he going to be able to make a move through this last section? Gets the dig, gets a bit of a run on it. Now he's starting to peek out. Do you go for the move and stay up the inside? We'll have to see how do you decides that, yeah, no, that's not going to be happening.
Clouding the curbs there, S2000 M3.
So far, so clean, though. Barbado wants that pass real bad, and he's definitely fighting for it. And there's a little bit of room there. We saw this before. Do you wait until Grimm is a bit more under attack and then go for it and slip through? We've seen it in a couple of races already.
Yeah, Barbado still putting pressure on Hedian here. And that's bringing Smedegaard into this mix. And so this 2-car battle for second has now turned into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, all the way back to Geraldo in 7th.
Yeah, and Geraldo now just gets the spectator view. Maybe to keep it back just a touch in case there's a bit more of an incident and able to slide through. But drivers keeping it pretty clean.
Checking a little deeper into the field here. Kunbu Lee, and then that's Dai Win with the rear bumper flapping in the wind there. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. Shouldn't be of concern. It's just a piece of plastic, but it's distracting.
Yeah, distracting. I mean, same thing we saw earlier on with possibly even the sound of it slapping against the side of the car.
Nothing a zip tie can't fix.
Definitely no aero advantage there.
No, certainly not. But he's chasing a trio of cars. Kunwu Lee just ahead of him. There's Brian Tyson in that Focus just up the road. And then I think that's Mason Bursack in the E46. He had an off a couple of laps ago down at turn 11. Great battles all around the racetrack. Just watching out of the corner of my eye. That looks like Tyson side by side there with Bursack. In the Tyson in the blue Focus there. Made a lot of changes in his car in the last year. And he's run a Civic in the past, that JST Performance yellow Civic, but he's moved over to this Focus platform, something a little different.
Doing a good job of getting the power on. Now, hard part is getting caught out on the outside through here. You might be able to swing back, but unfortunately just not enough momentum. So he goes for a bit of a dive through this section. Oh, gets caught up just a bit. And there's that inside. Now, with that front wheel drive, able to get the dig out. The question is, are you going to be able to keep that top speed long enough? But it doesn't look like a great move, just not enough horsepower to keep it going.
And again, working with the turbo car in the Focus and an NA in Bursack's machine. Side by side through one though. And Kunwu Lee's got a great view of it.
Yeah, going for it again. Trying to just cut these insides. Unfortunately, just not able to get quite the same dig out of it. That BMW put the power down just a little bit better. Now we're going into a 4-pack.
Yeah, that was what you get for being a little aggressive at turn 1. He's going to lose 1, maybe 2 spots here to Kunwu Lee and Dai Win in similar-looking 86 chassis cars. So the attacker becomes the attackee.
That's the tough part, too, especially for your late braking. Those brakes are going to start to fade out, and then you're going to be looking for them in the next turn. They're not going to be there. Overshoot the turn or even, you know, find yourself really far out, and that's what it looked like. Just not quite as tidy through that section.
Kunwu trying to track in here on the brakes. In that 22, interesting color on that car. It's sort of like a gunmetal.
I like it.
It's cool looking.
Yeah, I like it, especially the blue highlights, I guess you will, on the front lip.
And then Peter Zhang in that turn-in concepts car. The battle for second heating up again. Magnussen really feeling the pressure. You just wonder if Eric Grimm is being held up here. He's not applying as much pressure as I think. You know, if he truly was quick enough to go run down Catil, I think we would have seen more pressure applied. But he's definitely not left the mirrors of that number 3.
Yeah, a lot of good looks at it, a lot of thinking about it, but might just be sequestered now to 3rd place. We'll see. It's 7.5 roughly on the board. Remember, this clock can change a little bit dynamically depending on the schedule. So this is about the time, though, where drivers are really going to have to start thinking about, okay, am I making a move or am I defending? Am I going ahead or am I making sure I'm not going back?
I think Grimm's move here is to do what Andy did to Geraldo, is try to arc underneath this 3 car right here at 5, 6, and 7. This is where that BMW's weight will be a disadvantage to Grimm's car. I know we tightened the rules up a little bit, but Magnussen's car is 3,200 pounds. Grimm is at 2,976, so it's a 300-pound difference. Catil's got trouble. The leader is slow on the back straightaway and drops down the order, and Magnussen takes over, so that battle for second is now the battle for the lead.
You beat me to it. Yeah, Barbado basically called this out earlier on and thought that Catil may not have the endurance to make it through the rest of this race, and I think that might have been just what happened. So now you wonder, does Grimm have a bit more motivation knowing that this isn't for the 3rd step, this is for the 1st?
Yeah, this is a big deal. Eric Magnussen got his first win last year. Ayrton Grimm still searching for it. He was on podium a couple of times last year, and he's so close he can taste it. Look at this 5-car battle for the lead, and it's heartbreaking for Eric Catil to have this issue. We hope we can get it resolved for the next race, but this is a huge break. Look how fast that car was. If he gets it sorted, game over for the weekend for everybody else.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a toss-up here. There's enough time on the clock to get a few more laps in, and everybody that passed by Catil completely understands what just happened and how the entire dynamic of this race has just changed.
Yeah, we just kicked the door wide open for a new winner here because the drivers in trail here, Grimm, Hedian, both have never won a race before. Barbado, I think, has stolen a race 4 invert once before at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course last year, but still relatively new to winning. Of course, Smedegaard is no stranger, but here comes Grimm.
There's Grimm, yeah. He's starting to close that gap just a little bit more. Starting to go a bit later on the brakes, getting on the power a bit earlier. So hopefully this young driver's got enough experience to know exactly when to strike. Had a pretty decent race there at Rush, but almost no time to rest in between, and right back into another vehicle.
Yeah, Brian Hedian really putting pressure on Grimm now, and you see the difference in the best lap between those two leaders, only 22 thousandths of a second, so they are really evenly matched. But Grimm now maybe holding up this strain. Barbado tracking in line, and then Smedegaard, he's not going to wait around for anybody.
Yeah, Smedegaard now looking to make his move a little bit further on in the pack. think I just saw something else pop off Magnuson because we got another car off in the dirt.
That's Tom Panzarella off in the dirt. That's on the entrance to turn 5. And he's turned around facing the wrong way. This is not what Grim wants to see. Grim would like every opportunity to hunt down and pass that number 3, but they're likely going to get a full course yellow. That could end the race with so little time left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good for Korth, who's sitting further back in 7th right now. We'll see if we can get a clean lap of racing after this goes through. It depends on if we can get that vehicle off the track sooner rather than later. Looks like they're still racing at it. I don't know if the yellow has hit them yet.
And whenever is Ailing Coutil, he's back moving again. He's still inside the top 10, so something's not quite right, but it hasn't taken him out of the race entirely, which is good news. But up onto the front straightaway here, I don't see a white or a yellow. We would see the yellow a little further along the course, but here comes Hetty into the inside of Grim taking a look.
He had a good look at that one, but it's a dirty part of the racetrack to be able to go in there. I mean, you can try and make a move, but it is going to be really risky, and you may find yourself going all the way through the South Carolina sand.
And remember that Ayrton Grim just did a race in the Rush Series like 20 minutes ago, and he's back in a different car. Here comes Hedian, here comes Grim. 3-way battle for the lead.
Here we go. Now Hedian's going to find himself on the wrong side of Grim, and there he is.
Trouble! Brian Hedian and Grim come together. They bounce over the wheels, and Hedian goes for a ride into the gravel, and left front suspension is broken on the 824.
Sorry for yelling there. That was I saw it coming from a mile away. Hedian really wanted that spot and just not in a great place to find himself. A little bit of desperation sunk in. Looks like he's going to keep moving though. And Grim now has one less person to worry about.
Yeah, but what happened to Grim's car here? They just looked like they caught the wheels and they rode up the side. It happens all the time in drift.
Yeah.
So again, good thing he landed all 4 wheels.
Grim is way back now.
Yeah. Here's a look at it just a moment ago. Hedian tries to stick the nose in here. And just, that's a wild situation.
Phenomenal ollie he just did.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Grim, the victim of Hedian getting a little bit too aggressive. The problem is he left about half the door open.
Yeah, I see a little damage to the right rear of Grim's car, and also I think the right front. Now that looks okay, but he got tagged in both corners there. But a little over-aggressive there as they work by some lap traffic. We're likely coming to the end of this race. Magnuson gets a moment to breathe, and look who is 3rd now, Andy Smedegard.
Yeah, and Barbado now moving up. It's crazy. It's crazy how much he called this race.
White flag waving. This will be the final lap of the race. Eric Magnuson looking to start the year off with a win, but the battle will be for 2nd. Can Nick Barbado hold off the ASM 86?
Oh, Smedegard looked at it. I don't know if he's just gone with a bit of an intimidation there on Barbado, but definitely gave it a good look, definitely gave it a good thought. It could just be a tactic. Hey, I'm right here. I'm in your mirrors, so you better have a perfect line, because if not, I'm going to take advantage of it. He's got nobody behind him to fight. So for Smedegard, this is a phenomenal spot to be to take 2nd.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, Grim is still hanging in there for 5th behind Geraldo. Not over yet between those two in the Lexus and the MX-5, and here he goes. He's not giving up. He had a look for the win, and he does not want to give up a top 5.
Yeah, picking up another spot. Magnuson right now is in a pretty good spot. He's going to let Barbado and Smedegard battle it out. He's just got to keep a really even pace all the way through the rest of it. Let them fight in their mirrors, and he can just continue on and potentially take the top spot.
Yeah, and he has got the 49 right where he wants him. The crosshairs are lined up, the laser dot all over the forehead of the 49.
He has got that car drafted all the way in. Now what's he going to do at the kink? Does he try something bold? Magnuson clean through that fast section. And there we go. Smedegard going for it. Catching the inside. Are we going to see a bit of contact? Smedegard barely hanging onto the track. Barbado forced to take the wide line, and Smedegard gets the pass. Oh!
Not done yet. To the inside, Barbado trying to cling to it. Going to slide across the nose of Smedegard, and he throttles up, but he can't quite fit into the gap there to the inside of the 49.
Tried to go for the under-over. Didn't quite work out too well for him, but we got a little bit of racetrack left, and can Smedegard hold on to the brakes just enough to go for a late breaker?
One last try, leaving turn 14. A little bit sooner on the throttle, but coming back to the checkers. Eric Magnuson from pole inherits the lead from Eric Coutil with trouble, and will take the win in Eibach GLTC Race 1 at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Barbado, Smedegard, and I think Ayrton Grim took 4th.
Wow, great job from Grim to take the best out of a pretty terrible situation, and just off the podium. He could have taken 1st. I had a feeling, but it is what it is.
Wow, what a race, what a battle.
We've been treated.
Trouble for Peter Zhang. This is, where is this on course? This is at turn 8, and there is a little bit of body work, it looks like, in the gravel there. So on the final lap of the race, some issues for the turn-in concepts FRS, some debris flying around there at that turn 4 area. That's been a trouble spot today.
Yeah, wind picking up again. We're getting these, listen, I don't mind, it's cooling us off, but definitely could be blowing some dust across track as well, which is not going to help with the grip levels.
Let's have a look here at the race results for Eibach GLTC race number 1. I have some questions I think that that result is going to answer for me. And we'll have a look here. Eric Magnussen takes it with the BMW M3. 2 BMWs up on top, then Smedegaard, Grimm, Geraldo, Korth, a nice solid 6th place. Then Morrison, Waldbaum, Hedian, and Justin Lee. But my question is, where did Catil land after all that trouble?
Yeah, tough to say, but we're going to find out here momentarily as we look into the next 10 on our list. Yeah, taking it from 11 to 20.
Yeah, and as we look down the rest of the field here, you know, Eric Catil managed to limp it home to 14th. So whatever was happening, it could have affected him a couple of times, but it wasn't like it knocked the car out completely. So a top 15 result, that's salvageable for the weekend, I think. So Shukla, Mendez, Scott, Catil, Hendricks, your top 15. Kunwoo Lee, in that battle we saw earlier, Mason Bursack, 19th and 20th there. Then Dai Win in 21st. Peter Zhang didn't get back around to the finish. And here's a list of cars that I think didn't quite make it to the checkers or were already a lap down plus. Again, early season teething issues for a handful of cars, I think.
Yeah, you do your absolute best to get everything sorted, but you can see here there's a few drivers just not having the weekend that they were looking for. And Michael Hilo, unfortunately, right at the very end there, not, I don't even know if he got a lap in.
Yeah, I thought I saw him on the grid, but not sure that he made it all the way around more than just one time. But really exciting race, perhaps a little too exciting at a couple of times, but let's have a look at the highlights from an entertaining race 1 of the season. There'll be 24 races in 2026. This is the first. At the green flag, Eric Catil from the outside took the lead early in that hybrid racing EG.
Yeah, the spot where we thought the most drama was going to happen was very, very clean, and the drama comes a little bit later. I mean, the highlights could basically be a complete replay of this race because it was fantastic. We had a lot of drivers intimidating each other through the mirrors and a lot of passing opportunities, but it took some bold choices that worked out for some and didn't work out well for others.
Yeah, a little too close for comfort here between these two, Ayrton Grimm and Brian Hedian, and they had a great battle going on for second. This is the change of the lead, the critical moment of the race. Eric Catil, some kind of issue in that car that a reset seems to have taken care of, but we'll find out a little bit more later. And then that big moment here, Hedian 4 wheels off the ground in the contact with the number 2 of Ayrton Grimm.
I locked it up right after. Hopefully there's a photographer out there that's just about to win an award for the shot for that one. And there we go. The battle continued on all the way through. Smedegaard just doing everything he could to try and bring it home, but wasn't able to. And Eric Magnussen is your top place. Even though Smedegaard tried everything he could to at least make it to second.
Yeah, he got to third, though. Great climb from where he started. But Eric Magnussen, the winner of race 1 for Eibach GLTC. First race of the season. Will there be more to come? You'll have to tune in for the rest of the weekend to find out. Eibach GLTC race 1, complete from GRIDLIFE South Carolina.
Challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
GRIDLIFE Drift. It's all part of the party here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina, round 1 of 6 in 2026. Hi, everybody. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins and Jackson Lambros down in the pit lane and paddock. Glad to be back with you for another full course drift session. And I can tell you there was a lot more cars lined up than there was this morning. So I'm really excited to see everyone take to the road here. I see T-Pain out there. The Firebird we were looking at earlier is out there. And a whole host of others, including the entire Falcon crew. Could be busy out there on the road.
Yeah, Justin Pollock is out there. Who else do I see? Mike Perez, Farouk Kouguay. Got a whole load of them out there.
I'd venture to say that there are at least 25 cars lined up on grid. I know that there's about 40-ish.
46.
46 that you're cheating. You have the entry list in front of you. 46 cars that are registered to run full course, but again, with a couple of sessions, it takes a lot of tire. I didn't expect to see all of them on track at once, and I do think that the attendance will grow as the day goes on here. Yeah, I agree, and I mean, it depends on who's all still running. I haven't actually seen any major incidents, knock on wood, so far, but that's drifting. These are disposable vehicles in a lot of ways. Yeah, last night, if you missed it, Night Shift Drift, you can watch it on the GRIDLIFE YouTube and on Racer. Just very exciting, entertaining 2 hours with Greg Bussell. And looks like Jackson Lambros caught up with T-Pain a little earlier. Let's check in. Jackson?
All right, we've been trying to get this guy, but I feel like this is the first time you've spent more than 5 minutes out of this thing.
Nah.
T-Pain, talk to me about your weekend so far, my friend.
Oh man, it's been great, man. GRIDLIFE is always good. You know, show one, we're back in effect. We are cooking. We're cooking.
We've seen you rip a couple Mustangs before. I'm not sure if we've seen you go without the roof here. Talk to me about this RTR machine.
Well, it is the only Spec 5D convertible in the world. So, you know, I just got to spread the wealth and make sure everybody enjoys it just as much as I do. So what better organization to get with than GRIDLIFE? You know, it's it's that time. You know, I can come up here, I can mess up a bunch. Not a lot of eyes on me. There are a lot of eyes on me, but not judgmental eyes. How about that? Like-minded people that actually know why I'm messing up. So that's good.
I like that. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks,
Yes,
T.
sir. Thank you, man. Yeah.
T-Pain, what a great guy. And there's a lot of eyes on you, buddy, but they're the right kind of eyes. Everyone's here doing the same thing.
Yeah, and the drifting community just wants to see people get better. So he's got the best people in the world around him right now to give him all the advice. See even more cars pulling up to grid. Nate Chen out there, an FDRX7. Got a Volvo, I think it's a 240 wagon.
Heck yeah.
Not mistaken. I don't know if it's outside of the drifting world, but it is known as the Brick.
So, weirdest drift car you've ever seen? We had a Plymouth something or other? Or a road, what's it, not a Roadmaster.
Yeah.
Was it a Roadmaster?
Yeah, it would have been a Roadmaster. That one's up there. The Aston Martin Vantage was actually out last night for Formula Drift, Super Drift Challenge. That one is up there. I'm trying to think of what else. There's a few. But I mean, listen, anything weird. There's a 599 Ferrari. Supercars are always a little bit weird, but
yeah, cool stuff. I love the creativity you see here. Full course drift, high speed, 2.25 mile racetrack here. And this is what GRIDLIFE does best, is bring everybody, you know, T-Pain said, like-minded individuals, right? Like-minded individuals that like cars, they like motorsports, they like wrenching on cars. But what they do with those cars might be different. But GRIDLIFE brings them all together in one paddock, and you got the music element. And it's just a big party all weekend long. It's like if you took a track day, you took professional racing, then you took a music festival, you took a drifting event, you smash them all together. It's basically Forza Horizon.
Yeah, it's as close to Forza Horizon as we're ever going to get, and I'm here for it. I've been attending GRIDLIFE since day one, and I feel like I've gone through the full cycle of driver and working behind the scenes, and now working in front of the scenes, and it's fantastic. If you're sitting watching at home and you haven't been to one yet, please put it on your bucket list because you need to be here.
Yeah, the 6 rounds of the season. We venture all the way from here in South Carolina to Salinas, California, and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in September. The next event will take place in collaboration with Formula Drift at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, May 7th to 9th. Then it'll be June 12th to 14th at our Midwest Festival, our home event at Gingerman Raceway in South Haven, Michigan. We head up to Watkins Glen International, July 26th through 28th. A return to Watkins Glen. We're really excited about that. We were the first people ever to drift there. And then off to Lime Rock Park a little bit later in August. with our Circuit Legends Festival, one of our favorite events ever, and then off to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca to finish things off in September.
Yeah, Laguna Seca is an incredible event, and I mean, really, you're gonna have a great time no matter which one you go to. I believe tickets are on sale for pretty much everything right now. Midwest is gonna sell out fast. It always does. So if you're looking at that, now is the time. The best time was yesterday. The second best time is now.
Yeah, certainly Midwest Fest. Get your tickets now. Of course, Summer Apex at Watkins Glen International, upstate New York. If you're in the Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Binghamton area.
Canada.
Or Canada even. Yeah. This is the event for you to go to. I can tell you from seeing the maps, seeing the plans, you are not going to want to miss this. And also, if you were at Summer Apex at Road America and you can get to Watkins Glen, trust me, it's going to be as good, if not better. We're so excited.
Here we go. SC. All right, now we're into some Miata drifting.
Yeah, we saw this guy last night on the kart track. He's been ripping it. I think this is a 1.8 liter four-cylinder. He doesn't have a ton of wheel speed or horsepower, but
he's doing it. He's doing the thing. He's as much momentum as you can get into that car. Great shot there from our cameraman, having a Manji the straight. But yeah, that's it's the vehicle that, like everybody will tell you, if you can start on a Miata and drive a Miata well, you're set up for pretty much everything. As T-Pain going flying by, I think he brought his own camera car.
There's a camera car floating around there, that Ford Focus, or is it Fiesta Focus?
I think it's got a Nappy Boy Automotive logo on it, so.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch T-Pain last night in the night shift and then now on the full course.
We're seeing a lot more celebrities get into drifting as well. Dion Dawkins, the NFL players into it, Will Ramos, the metal singer, trying to get him to collab with T-Pain. There's, I mean, I'm just scratching the surface. Joey Logano's kind of...
I didn't know that.
He's been around. He showed up to an FD event in New Jersey last year. So that was a little nerve-wracking, calling a run with Joey Logano over my shoulder. But
that's the area. I mean, he hails from Connecticut, I think, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of a home event for him.
He was in town for something else and decided he wanted to come see a drift event in person. Okay. Which is that to me, that's a big step. But he slid around a couple of cars. Yeah, more and more celebrities seem to be getting into it, and I'm pretty stoked about that.
Well, I mean, I think half the sport is style, right? And I think that's a huge component to it. And yeah, it's such a great mix of cars in here. You know, I was kind of giggling with part of our new GridLife Club data. We have much better data across all of our series, including Drift, about the cars that we see here. And with Drift cars in here now, Nissan is the third most populous make in the entire GridLife paddock because of Drift.
Yeah, and I mean, outside of that, you got a couple of Z's here and there in some of our grip racing. But yeah, the primary, it's a great drift car, 350Z, G35. Phenomenal cars to get into, relatively inexpensive, and they're pretty much ready to go right out of the box. If you want a bit bigger of a step up, get into a Corvette, C5, C6. And if you can get your hands on a clean S chassis, go for that, but they are unobtainium now.
Yeah, Hurt getting after it. It's windy out here too. It's getting real hazy. Whoa! T-Pain going for a ride. This is right here at turn 14, and he's going to dig right into the sand.
Yeah, might be. We might find him there later.
But it's all good. This is what it's all about, having fun. You know, this isn't competition. And we asked drivers, you know, if we did competition, would you do it? They're like, please don't. We love this. This is what it's all about, coming out here with the homies and hanging out. And sometimes you end up in the same.
I see absolutely no reason to be perfectly honest. If we're going to do a competition, give me biggest entry. Give me best 360. Give me best team tandem.
I think what T just did is he just put down the American flag in the moon base over there, and he's declared himself a beach.
I like it.
So
I like it. T-Pain Beach.
No water for a couple 100 miles around here, though. So
I guarantee that's going to be the biggest party here, though. If T-Pain gets his own beach, whew, look out.
That would be a lot of fun.
Although lots of those over in Europe, tons of them over in Europe. They absolutely love them.
That was awesome. You see the curbing here. It's really rough.
Yeah. There you go, Nick Novak, former pro driver, taking a step back this year to focus on doing some fun events. As we talked about, drivers get a little burnt out from competing. It's very, very tough. It's incredibly expensive, very taxing. To put it into perspective, it's nothing to spend $60, $80, even $100,000 on a single round of Formula Drift. You might only get 15 laps. So that can give you an idea of where we're at the top level of this sport. But Nick Novak, phenomenal driver, one of only a handful of drivers to ever go first in qualifying and win an event. Did that in Irwindale, I want to say 2020, no, it would have been before COVID, 2019. Yes, okay. 2019.
Time flies, man.
Yeah, I was there for it. It was incredible. He not that he found a flaw in the judging system, he realized there was a big opening in the judging system. And yeah, took a bit of grip out of his car. He was a little bit slower than everybody else, but hit all of his markers, tons of angle, tons of style, and had an incredible qualifying score and then went on to win the event. Only a handful of drivers ever do that.
I love watching her get after it. Love that this Lexus just squats so much in the rear.
Yeah.
As it kind of rotates around and you get into the throttle, it just hunkers down on the suspension.
Very soft car, and he likes it that way. He likes the cars very dynamic, doesn't want them stiff. You get a lot of style. Oh man, that Volvo. Speaking of a car that's pretty soft all the way around.
Do you think Volvo engineers ever anticipated this being done to their cars?
There was a conversation for sure. You know what? Knowing the type of people that would design a Volvo, they're very corporate, but they're also the kind of people that go out drinking real hard on a Friday night.
They invented seatbelts, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think the headlight wiper. Both incredible safety innovations.
And here we are making them slide around sideways.
They do a good job. They're shockingly good at drifting. We just didn't have a lot of them over here. The adoption rate to Volvos wasn't very high, which is unfortunate because I love a weird drift car.
We all love a weird drift car.
Yeah.
I mean, just getting after it.
The Volvo diesel wagons are also really good at drifting. There's, I think it's like called the blacktop variant or something.
How much torque you make with a diesel Volvo? When
you tune it up, you can make 350, 400 foot-pounds. Now, there's going to be a lot of work involved with that. Honestly, the Mercedes OM606 is kind of the big diesel drift engine, and then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the 618 is the more modern variant of that. Black Smoke Racing out of Finland are notorious for their diesel drifting, the Mercedes. They have an AMG right now that they've got drifting with the diesel.
And the Falcon guys, just Pollock out there finishing up. I think I saw a checkered flag. So we're going to wrap things up here from GRIDLIFE Drift. We'll be right back with more after USF Juniors. We'll see you then.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
What's the name?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Carolina Motorsports Park. We're getting set for round number 5 overall, the second race of a triple header here for USF Juniors, the very first run of the USF Pro Championships presented by Continental Tire. My name is Rob Howden. Had a chance to talk to race 1 winner Cole Medeiros from Exclusive Autosport in the pre-show, lining things up right now for the second race on the weekend. The grid set by your fastest lap, or your second fastest lap rather, in qualifying, or if you went faster than that second fastest lap during race number 1, you're able to use that time to move your way up the order. We had a couple of drivers that were able to do that, both Alex Berg and Connor Aspley using their fastest race time from race 1 to move themselves up the order. Same went for JW Maine, Arthur Barbie, and Maddie Colleran as well, leveraging the opportunity. They were given to go quicker in race number 1. So indeed, lining things up right now for the drivers here as they're actually pulling out onto the grid now. You'll see them coming out onto the pit lane to get things underway, and let's dive right on in here with the lineup grid for race number 2. Getting that set up here for you. 22 drivers set to go. Beautiful day here trackside at Carolina Motorsports Park. Here, our first time the facility here in Kershaw, South Carolina. 91 degrees trackside. They're saying it could be a little bit cooler tomorrow. That's what we're hoping for sure. It's a warm one here. Let's have a look at the grid as they get set to roll. They're out down here onto pit lane right now. 22 drivers set to go. Maddie Colleran's going to start at the tail of the field in that number 29 for Zanella Racing. Inside of that row, Arthur Barbie for VRD Racing by pole position. Barbie making his debut here this weekend in USF Juniors. Found some speed throughout the week. We'll see what he's able to do here in race number 2. Row number 10, starting 20th, Aaron Narola on the outside. In the number 7, his Jay Howard driver development, powered by Ed Carpenter Racing teammate JW Maine, starting on the inside of row number 10. Maine coming from deep in the field, worked his way up very nicely into 7th in the opening race. A fantastic move forward for JW. He'll have to do it all again, starting 19th here inside of row number 10 for race 2. Row number 9 on the outside, Pepe Chaparro from Bogota, Colombia in the number 20 for D-Force Racing, rolling off 18th alongside Jared Ozelka from Zanella Racing. Ozelka in the number 21. Up now to row number 8 on the outside, Connor Aspley from Missouri for Exclusive Autosport in the number 91 machine. Again, a good run for Aspley up into 8th from deep in the field. Couple of drivers able to leverage the yellow flags and some of the attrition to move their way nicely up the order. Aspley finishing in the top 10, as I said. Starting 16th here alongside Grant Mitchell in the number 28 for Zanella Racing. Row 7 will have Bex Cranston alongside Brendan Cooley, the 2 Exclusive Autosport drivers, both able to work their way forward in the opening race of the triple header. Cranston in the 90 starting 14th, Cooley in the 92 starting in 13th. Row number 6 will have Max Cuthbert, the Englishman for Jay Howard driver development in the number 8. Strong run for him as well, coming home 5th place in the opening run. Cuthbert starting 12th alongside Victor Couto in the Zanella Racing number 88. Well, as we get ourselves into the top 5 rows, top 10, Casper Nissen and Elias Vignola on row number 9. Nissen in the number 6, starting 10th. And Vignola wasn't able to see whether or not they got that car repaired because he's the driver who went over onto the roll bar, flipped over in turn number 11. The D-Force Racing crew working their tails off for the last 3.5 hours to get his car ready to go. I believe that number 19 could be ready to roll off from 9th position. Row number 4, we'll see Alex Berg in the number 68 for Berg Racing. He was able to leverage the fast time that he laid down in race 1 to move himself significantly up the order. Started 15th in race 1. Strong race 2 best time moves him to 8th outside of row 4 for Alex Berg, the rookie. Starting alongside Olivier Marac, the Canadian out of Ontario for Zanella Racing in the number 23, starting 7th. All Zanella on row number 3. Max Mocarab in the number 46, starting on the outside of row number 3. Inside, Leonardo Saravalli. The drivers getting themselves ready to go. Max Mocarab, your current point leader in that number 46. Moving now to row number 2. On the outside will be Vilo Attila for D-Force Racing in the number 14. A solid second place finish in race number 1. He'll be looking for more of that to kind of keep himself in the championship contention. Inside of that row, starting in the 3rd spot, he got the lead coming out of turn number 1. Took it to victory. Cole Medeiros, the young Canadian, for Exclusive Autosport in the 97. 3rd different winner on the season. He'll start on the inside of row number 2. 22 drivers in the field, 2 on the front row. Karol Pashevich will be on the outside of row number 1 for Olivia Racing. He and the pole sitter, Ivan Machado Perez, contact into turn number 1 as Perez got on the brakes. Pashevich a little deep. Contact with the left front part of the wing to the right rear of Perez. And that put Pashevich off. He was able to get himself back up and actually worked his way forward, but a penalty dropped him further down the order into 18th with contact there. But indeed, drivers heading out onto the grid right now. Ivan Machado Perez for VRD Racing with pole position motorsports starting on the pole position. Ivan, very impressive in speed. Didn't come away with the win, but he was the fastest driver on track in race number 1, takes a bonus point to add to his total. So here are the drivers out onto the track now. One time around, this 2.27 mile, 14 turn racetrack. Relatively flat, a lot of long duration, multi-apex corners. A couple of good hard braking corners as well. We saw passes in numerous corners on this racetrack. 14 in total. This is the run out of turn number 7 through the kink turn 8 down to turn number 9. It's a bit of a downhill run into kind of the low point of the apex. You climb back out of turn number 8 through a little quick kink turn 9. And then the run down through a very fast right-hand kink turn 10 into the heartbreaking 110-degree left-hander turn number 11. There's Arthur Barbier there, the young driver from Florida. French flag on the side of that VRD Racing by pole position machine. Our Honda Civic Type R pace car out front, leading the way. Ivan Machado Perez, another shot at starting from pole. Was not able to leverage that after contact with Pashevich in turn 1, the braking zone 1. The first time really we'd gone wheel-to-wheel racing all weekend. We didn't have a yellow flag through 3 test sessions, an official practice session, or the qualifying session. Clean and green in all 5 of those sessions. Didn't take long in the race for us to see that yellow come out though. Opening lap. Opening corner, not even opening lap. Out of turn number 12, 13, the kink. Last corner on the racetrack here, turn number 14. When we do have restarts, they'll punch off from there, but they're going to get themselves lined up before we see that green flag fly. Race number 2 for USF Juniors. Cole Medeiros, winner of race 3, starting on the inside of road number 2. 22 young drivers in the first step of the USF Pro Championship presented by Continental Tire, lined up. 11 rows of 2, looking good. All of us looking to the flag. Green, green, green. Great shot from the back here. A couple of drivers thinking about the bottom. Got to give each other room. A driver's gone around. Again, Pashevich in the 25 has gone around. I think he may be high centered back there. He's trying to get it rolling. Pashevich in the Olivia Racing Machine goes around in turn number 1. I don't know if it was contact from behind. I was looking a little deeper in the pack. Around he went quickly. Opening lap. Always the biggest opportunity for chaos, but also the best opportunity to overtake. When you're side by side close, this is when you can attack, dive the bottom, take over an apex, and potentially come away with a spot. Keenan, the 14 of Attila, the 46 of Mokaram, and then the number 8 of Max Cuthbert. Here's the 2 cars from Exclusive Autosport there as well. Cooley and Cranston lining up. The run down into turn number 11. I believe we may be full course caution. Yeah, you can see the lights in the back of the cars popping. Full course caution. We haven't had the camera on it, but I believe turn number 1, yeah, we're going to see the 25 of Pashevich off the racetrack in that Olivia Racing Machine. 3 straight top 2 finishes, runner-up results at Homestead. Did not get a good start in race 1 and goes around here in race number 2 as well. Pace car will come out of turn number 1 to pick up the field. Pashevich is going to lose a lap here for sure. It looks to me like they're just going to put the tow hook, the bar through the roll hoop. That'll allow them to tow that car out. Here's a good shot at it here. He's on the outside. It's going to be contact, yeah, between he and Medeiros as they came into turn number 1. Contact at the apex, essentially into the braking zone, getting through to the corner. And Pashevich went around. So as they run, Ivan Machado Perez is the leader. Cole Medeiros runs in second spot. Let's see if I can get my live time to work here on the phone. This is a, if you're not here, and if you're here, you know, this is a dead spot in terms of Wi-Fi. Everybody's struggling to get out any kind of Wi-Fi, any kind of signal. So See if I can get mine running. It ran for race number 1. Hopefully we can get it to run here for race number 2 as well. Otherwise, I'll have to visually pick them up on the track as you are. Arthur Barber with a couple of spots there, picked up 3. Ivan Machado Perez, though, able to get through that opening corner. Was not so lucky in race number 1. Pashevich twice from the outside of the front row, off the outside of the racetrack. Looks to me like they have put Cole Medeiros back a couple of spots potentially. One of the things that does happen in the USF Pro Championships program with our race directing crew, they will try to enforce penalties within the race. If you wait to the end of the race, that's a 10-second, 20, 30-second penalty, you can't come back from it. So if there's an issue that's happened and a penalty gets laid down, if we could do it over a yellow like this, like indeed they're going to be penalizing Cole Medeiros, I've not yet got an update from anybody in terms of what we have for a penalty. There's a possibility of for him to come back, obviously. I think we're right back at it already, it sounds like. We're going green flag. So it may have been a four-position penalty, not quite sure yet here. But indeed, looks to be like, yeah, Medeiros has fallen back to, I think, P4. So call it potentially a 1 to a 2-position penalty, a 2-position penalty back to P4. So that's moved to Silva, Leonardo Serravalle up into the 2nd spot. And then the 23 of Olivier Marac. So the 2 Canadians getting moved up into 2nd and 3rd as their fellow Canadian. Medeiros goes back to 4th. Alex Berg running 5th now in the number 68 Berg Racing Machine. Great stuff. So here we go, finally getting into some green flag running at the start here. Perez, Serravalle, Marac, Medeiros and Berg top 5, Attila 6, McCarrum 7th, Cuthbert 8, Couto 9th, and Cooley 10th. I talked about Elias Vignola and hoping to see him on the grid. As I look at live timing, he is not there, so they were not able to get that car repaired. I did hear a potential engine change for that as well. So Vignola not on the racetrack. Pashevich in 21st, down a lap. But we are racing. Let's see if we can't take it all the way to the end of this one here right now. 2 laps in. Let's get 13 laps of green flag racing, boys and girls. 1 female driver in the series this year, Maddie Colleran, back for her 2nd year. Great shot of the turn 1, 2, 3 combination. Serravalle up on the wheel. There's the 68 of Alex Berg. Berg running P5. Leveraged the opening race to try to get a better time to improve on his qualifying run. That definitely worked for him. Started 8th. Now he's got himself up to P5 with Vito Avila, the D-Force driver, right behind him. 92 degrees here trackside. Thankfully, a pretty decent breeze to keep things kind of cool. But man, the atmosphere around this GRIDLIFE Festival has been a ton of fun. A lot of people here trackside watching their different categories out onto the racetrack. Bit of a gap now there. 1st and 2nd stretching away. Still keying on this battle a bit here. Indeed, 1st and 2nd stretching away a little, and that is indeed Machado Perez and Serravalle. Serravalle looking for his best USF Juniors race of the year, race 5 of the season. Serravalle came into the weekend sitting 12th in points, 2 8th-place finishes in rounds 1 and round number 2. The 14-year-old driver out of Thorold, Ontario, Canada. A lot of Canadian accolades in karting up north. Canadian championships, Canadian Opens. Not a lot of racing, but man, as soon as he got in here, he picked it up quickly. There's our leader, Machado Perez for VRD Racing with Pole Position Motorsports. Qualified on the pole. Issues at the start of race number 1. No issues right now. 97 there of Saravalli. That's the car that started the season off as the USF 2000 machine for Leonardo Scorpioni, the USF Juniors champion. You see the livery on that car. Scorpioni took it to a couple of top 3 podium finishes at the streets of St. Petersburg. Scorpioni did get to move up to USF Pro 2000 with Tier 3 Motorsports this year, electing to jump over USF 2000. That car then converted back into a USF Juniors car by Zanello Racing, and that's the machine that Saravalli's now driving. Looks to me like the number 97 Nicole Medeiros back into third, so he was able to get around the driver in front of him, leveraging it. Drivers have moved up a little bit here. Brendan Cooley +4. He started 13th. He's up into 9th. Who else do we have started a little deeper in the field that's moved up? JW Main again on the move. 19th up to 14th. +5 for JW Main and the J. Howard driver development machine as well. So a number of drivers who qualified, let's say poorly, struggled in that qualifying run, finding themselves with some ability to move forward. I did the track walk here on Wednesday night and wondered to myself where the overtakes were going to come, and I wasn't quite sure there was a lot of them. Talked to Michael D'Orlando, a former USF 2000 champion in this USF Pro Championships. He said he's been here before, he's driven the track. There's lots of places to overtake, almost every corner. I love to hear that. Saravalli there. Look at this battle though. Marak, Berg, Attila, and Cuthbert. Looks like the yellow lights are on the back of the cars again. Do we have a full course yellow again? I don't know where. Yeah, we got trouble there. The number 7 has gone around. That's Aaron Narola. Aaron Narola's got into the tires. I feel like that may be coming into the braking zone of turn number 4 after the 1-2-3 combination. Gonna back up the hill there, and he's got himself into driver's left. There's Armco as you go over a gully there. Armco on both sides, about 5 feet off the track on both sides. Some contact obviously for him, lost the front wing as he finds himself up on the entry tires. He's running in the 18th position. That'll bring a full course yellow in, and that gap of about 7/10 of a second that Machado Perez had over Saravalli, and then almost a little over 2 second and a half for Medeiros over Saravalli as well. It all goes for naught. It'll shrink down. We'll have another lineup in a full course yellow, and of course single file restart. So again, a stoppage in play. We have not had the clean and green running we had during testing, practice, and qualifying. Instead, some drivers have made mistakes on the racetrack, and with that, we find ourselves with a couple of full course yellows. Not what Ivan Machado Perez was hoping for. There's no doubt about that. He found himself out front, a little bit of a gap over Leonardo Saravalli. Saravalli had gapped back to the next battle as well between Cole Medeiros and Olivier Marak. That gap is gone. Almost a full second back to Saravalli as Machado Perez looking for his 2nd win of the season. Victorious in race number 2 at Homestead. Again, these USF Juniors drivers chasing that championship scholarship worth $251,516 to move to USF 2020-27. Over $1.5 million in prize money and awards will be given out at the end of the season at the USF Pro Championships. Championship celebration in Road America. Continental Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the USF Pro Championships. Our cutting-edge technology and unbeatable grip will help you dominate the track. Continental Tire, where performance meets the road. Learn more about Continental Tire at continentaltire.com. Continental Tire, the smart choice in tires. 6 laps in. It'll be lap 7 when they come across the line here again as the AMR IndyCar safety team continues to go to work on the machine of Narola. Believe that's over in turn number 4. Otherwise, see whether or not, yeah, we're not getting a shot there of the drivers coming through that particular part of the race. This is up in turn number 4 here right now. I have a feeling the incident with Narola was either coming out of turn, yeah, it's right there at the entry into the, you see the first braking markers coming into 4. They've got that car up and onto the flatbed. So the drivers good to go. The team, Jay Howard Driver Development, will have some work to do into the evening, into the morning to get that machine in the roller ready to get back on track for tomorrow. 10-10 start for race number 3, back into the triple header. I think we may be able to go green this next time by. They're doing a good job cleaning that up over in turn number 4. Here's your lineup. Perez leads the way, Saravalli in second, Medeiros third, Marak in fourth. 5th is Berg, 6th is Attila, 7th is Cuthbert, 8th is Mokaram, your point leader, 9th is Cooley, Brendan Cooley, who started 13th, plus 4 up to 9th. Bex Cranston started in 14th, he's plus 3 up to 11th. Victor Kudo, who started 11th, has dropped back a couple of spots. Connor Aspley started in 16th. Again, he's up 3 spots into 13th as well. J.W. Main, the biggest mover, started back in 19th. He is up 4 to 15th spot. Everybody up front getting another shot at it. Leonardo Saravalli, another shot here at Ivan Machado Perez. Great shot at the back of the lead. You can see that our pace car, the Honda Civic Type R, on the throttle coming out of 13 through 14. He's gonna try to get himself into pit lane. We're gonna go back to green flag racing. It'll fly when they hit the apex of turn number 14. Indeed, we are at it. Green flag flying, the restart for Machado Perez. Big off the outside of one of the Zanella cars, but too wide coming out of 14. Dust flying out of the corner. Olivier Marax can go to the bottom of the racetrack, down into turn number 1 to try to hold off a potential attack from Berg. The battle further back, though, for 8th, 9th, and 10th is a good one here right now. Cooley, Mokaram, and Nissen going at it for 8th position. They were too wide coming down into 1. Watch it come out through turn number 4. They've got the braking markers there, but I don't know that the juniors are using that much. That's more of a GT braking marker, because that's a fast corner. It's not really even a 90 degree, more of a kink. They blip down 1 gear, right back on the throttle, so it's a very fast run out of 4 into the 5, 6, 7 combination. The double or triple right-hand kinks that lead back down in. Here's the battle here between, I believe, Cooley going to the inside, I think, of Mokaram potentially. One of the black and red cars for exclusive, actually, that might have been Connor Aspley going by either Kuto, maybe Kuto to the inside there. So, indeed, look at this 3-wide battle. That's the 68 of Berg, the 14 of Attila, and the 8 as well of Cuthbert. And Cuthbert, oh, Attila's dropped the wheel on the exit of the corner. Attila's now getting attacked by Max Mokaram, the point leader. These drivers here, both these drivers, the top 3 in points. Attila coming off a 2nd place finish in race 1. He and Mokaram, 2nd and 3rd. A little further down the order this time to the number 6 of Casper Nissen right there. In fact, they're running, I believe, 7th and 8th. Cole Medeiros, no doubt, closing up here on Leonardo Saravalli. 2 Canadian drivers, one from Thorold, one from Cambridge, about an hour and a half apart in Southern Ontario, Canada. They race each other in karting as well, both the Canada and the US. Now they're moved up here to USF Juniors. Saravalli with Zanella Racing. Medeiros with Exclusive Autosport. Further back, Marak running in the 4th spot. Berg in 5th. Good run for Berg after a rough weekend at Homestead, which found him upside down in the barrel roll. Awesome to see him having a good run here. Brand new team, Berg Racing. They've got an operation that runs in the F4 series, have a number of cars there, but expanding here to USF Juniors, wanted to build this program, eventually work their way up to USF 2000, USF Pro, build that program. It all starts with Alex, his dad, Alan, and the whole crew at Berg Racing. Ivan Machado Perez, the Spaniard, once again out front, and what a cool story for this driver. Not one we normally would see in USF Juniors. 25 years of age, he's married. Did a lot of racing overseas. Had to stop for funding issues. Elected to run the Skip Barber iRacing Series. Winning that iRacing Series would give him a full scholarship to run in their Formula Car Race Series. He did that. So won the iRacing program in 24. In 25, he won the Skip Barber Formula Car Series. That came with a $100,000 scholarship to run the USF Juniors. He's using that money to fund this program, a last-ditch essentially shot at open wheel racing, and he's trying to come away with a championship to potentially move to USF 2000. And a hope and a dream for Ivan Machado Perez. He leads the way right now over Saravalli. Medeiros in that 3rd spot. There's your top 5 drivers. They've stretched out a little bit now, although Medeiros continues to dig to try to close up on Saravalli. Last time by, Saravalli picked him by about a couple of tenths of a second. But Medeiros right in the draft. See a little bit early turn in there to try to get some air over the wing on the right side of that front wing. And he closes back up again. Unlike the USF Pro 2000 cars, there's not a ton of aerodynamic downforce on these race cars, but enough to give you a little bit of, let's say, entry understeer, mid-corner understeer if you don't get some air over the wings. But for the most part, it's not a huge wing package. Outside the top 5, Cuthbert 6th, Cooley up into 7th, Altala 8th, Nissen 9th, McCarron 10th. Best run of the year so far for Cooley, coming from deeper in the field. Started 13th, he's up into 7th, +6 for Cooley. 10 laps down. In fact, I believe it'll be 11 now. Yeah, 4 laps remaining. 4 to go. Cooley now closing up on Max Cuthbert. Good stuff here, and a shout out to the GRIDLIFE crew and the production here. Cameraman doing a fantastic job for us here this weekend. That's the 87 Saravalli and the 97 of Medeiros. That's 2nd and 3rd on the racetrack. If we can, let's get a chance to potentially pick up the number 92 of Brendan Cooley. Big mover on the track right now. Cooley up into 7th from 13th, running in the 7th position in the middle of a battle with Max Cuthbert, potentially Vito Ottawa, but he is putting the pressure now on Cuthbert. The 92 of Brendan Cooley, one of the red and black Exclusive Autosport cars. There he is coming into the frame at the bottom there. Yeah, Altala's right on the gearbox as well. So we have a 3-driver battle essentially here for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Cuthbert in the J. Howard number 8. Cooley in the Exclusive 92 and Altala in the D-Force 14. There's Brendan Cooley right there. And that Innovel Exclusive Autosport machine. He's had a rough weekend so far. Struggled for pace through testing and practice. Qualified deeper in the field, was able to lay down a good lap there to go 13th. And he has leveraged this right now. Young Cooley doing a good job. His brother Evan, of course, running in USF 2000 this year. Testing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course. Little issue on the entry there. Cooley got in the curb, lost it a bit, mid-corner oversteer. Nice job correcting there, but he lost a bit of gap. Gonna bring Altala back in. Good stuff, but the leader out front right now, Ivan Machado Perez, just 3 laps to go, looking for his 2nd win of the season. The lead now, 1.5 seconds for Machado Perez. We'll continue to follow this fantastic battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Cooley, a little tighter on the apex coming through that part of the racetrack. That is the 5-6-7 combination. Cooley Cooley trying to stay in the mirrors. That's the other thing too. If you don't quite have the pace to make the move, you've got to stay in the mirrors. You've got to make sure you're bobbing from left to right. Every time that driver comes into a braking zone and is looking at the mirror to see where you are, you want to be there. Be on the left, be on the right. Try to force that mistake. Make them maybe miss a braking zone. Through the kink, turn 10. Attila is actually on the move. A little bit more of a defensive run to the inside for Cooley. Covers the bottom of the racetrack. Attila's going to try to do the over-under on him. Again, when Cooley starts thinking about defense and not offense, that's going to be good for Max Cuthbert. Cuthbert currently running in 6th. I said this battle for 5th. It's actually the battle for 6th spot as Alex Berg has P5 now. Look at this lineup. Little correction mid-corner for Cooley. Out of the corner here. Cuthbert's going to defend to the bottom of the racetrack for sure. Yeah, he's down to the bottom. Cooley's going to go to the outside. He'll get a better run through turn number 1. Oh, Cooley all over Cuthbert. And I'll tell you, Vilo Attila's ready there to pick up the pieces if anything should happen. This is good stuff. The lead now 3.1. I think Medeiros has gone through on Saravalli, so Medeiros has gone to 2nd. Didn't see that on the racetrack, but there you go. Cole Medeiros good through. Saravalli, I think maybe those tires falling off a little bit here now. As you can see, Marak is right there. Berg is right there. This is going to be the battle for the final spot on the podium. Saravalli trying to hold on. Just a couple laps remaining. Cole Medeiros back into 2nd. Won the opening race. And listen, I'll tell you this. Max McCarron, point leader, back in 10th. This is going to blow things wide open here now. Yeah, Saravalli's on the defense. Marak going after him in the 23. He had that big shunt in race number 1 where he overcooked it into 1, went off the racetrack and almost rolled it over, got bit the side and bent the right rear of the car. There's your leader now. Great pickup here. You'll see the white flag this next time by. VRD Racing with Pole Position Motorsports looking for their 2nd win of the season. A round 2 victory at Homestead Miami Speedway. Ivan Machado Perez looking for one more. Another one to close himself up in the championship fight. You'll see the white flag coming across the line. Medeiros all by himself in 2nd. Here comes the battle for 3rd, and indeed looks to be like the move is done. Olivier Marak is through. Look at this battle for the final spots. Alex Berg is right there as well. This is a great fight. Let's stick with this one, guys. Marak, Saravalli, the 2 Canadians. Right there as well as Alex Berg. That family Canadian as well. They live now in Georgia, where Berg Racing is based. Father Allen has a racing school out in Laguna Seca, the Allen Berg Racing School. Great to have them part of the program here this year. This is the battle for the final spot on the podium. Marak's holding on. Cooley's coming up as well. Here comes Cuthbert. Oh, Berg thought about Saravalli going into 8th. 3.4 second to lead for Machado Perez. Final lap. We've had a good run here since the last yellow. You can see the gap up to Medeiros, but everybody's stacking up behind Saravalli. He is holding on. I gotta believe those tires are gone. We talked about how bad the tire degradation was. Saravalli's trying to, he's actually going after Marak here. They're gonna go together in turn number 11. Saravalli on the outside, contact! Drivers together. Cooley goes off, as does Cuthbert. Contact in turn number 11. Oh, collateral damage for Cuthbert and Cooley. As both drivers went off, so essentially Saravalli was trying the outside, Cuthbert was trying the inside. The victory's going to go to Machado Perez. Medeiros is 2nd. I think it's going to be Olivier Marak coming home 3rd. Oh man, what a shakeup of the final circuit. Saravalli able to come back to finish in 6th. Cooley finishes 8th. 8th for Cooley. Brendan Cooley coming home in the 8th spot. So it's Perez, Medeiros, Marak, Berg, and Autel I see here. Saravalli, I believe, coming home in 6th, able to hold on. And it looked to be like Brendan Cooley able to get back on track, potentially around that chaos to get himself back into 8th position. Cuthbert was out off the track. Wow, what a final lap that was. A wild one for sure. We've got a couple different drivers going for positions down in turn number 11. Saravalli tried the outside of Marak. Marak going to run him off on the outside, but he was back behind on the outside. And I think Cuthbert and Cooley lining things up as well. Let's have a look at that one more time. We have a replay. I'm going to grab that before I skate myself over. Have a look at this here, folks. This is Saravalli on the outside, Marak on the inside. Big wide right outside of the corner. Berg is right there, and yeah, it looked to me like Cooley tried the outside of Cuthbert. They made contact when they got together coming into the braking zone. So it looked to me like there was essentially contact, of course, side by side for Cuthbert and Cooley. Not sure how that will play out when it's all said and done. But just a couple of drivers going for the last couple of spots on the final circuit. Folks, I'm going to head to victory lane right now. Here comes Ivan Machado Perez, Cole Medeiros, and Olivier Maracoli, your top three. I'm going to run down to victory lane right now, get a chance to talk to all three drivers. Don't go anywhere. Interviews and podium presentations still coming up.
Qualifying continues for the first podium sprint of the year in 2026 for GRIDLIFE TrackBattle. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE South Carolina. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Jacob Geddens, and Jackson Lambros is in the pit lane and the paddock. Jacob, welcome back. We're about to enter heat number 5, I believe, for the day. So we've got 7 heats on tap. the top 5 of each class. After Heat 7, we'll move on to the Podium Sprint, where we would determine our top 3 winners for the weekend. So this is all just qualifying. It's the heat of the day, and the grid looks a little light here for Group D. I just don't think that there's a lot of grip in this hot racetrack at this point in the day.
Yeah, I think you're right, and a lot of drivers have kind of figured out what they want to do with their car a little bit earlier on. We're in a bit of a weird temperature and wind spot right now. We had maybe some hotter temps a little bit earlier on. It's cooled off just a bit. So you might see a few people come out late in the session, just put 1 or 2 heaters down. And yeah, I think for right now, the drivers are fairly happy with their times. So at this point, it's just a bit of data logging or just making sure they get their money's worth. So we'll see how it all ends up playing out. A few drivers having some issues on previous runs and maybe want to shake the car down and get some more data in. But for the most part, I think a lot of these drivers pretty happy with the times they put in very early this morning.
And of course, the best opportunity will be in Heat 6 tomorrow morning. That'll really be the prime opportunity to go fast, but that doesn't mean you can't learn. And we talked about this Podium Sprint format. What it's supposed to do is shift a lot of the focus and the energy to a point in the weekend that we all know that something's going to happen. Because Time Attack, you know, and we still have run it and still do run it in the format where the fastest lap of the weekend in your class is the winner. But that can happen at any time, so it's really hard to build towards something. The Podium Sprint, you're building all this energy towards the end of the weekend, which isn't necessarily the best conditions. So, of course, you can earn track records in other sessions, but in a hot session like this, the most important thing I think it does for you is it preps you for the conditions for tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's the primary thing that these drivers are going to be looking for at this point in time. They want the data, they want the information. We talked earlier in their previous session how some of them might be working on cooling or working on aero. It's also a great time just to test stuff and see if something works. Like, even if you aren't getting that much faster, even just a little bit could be the difference. A tenth, a hundredth, a thousandth of a second could be the difference between making it in a Podium Sprint or winning and watching from the sidelines.
And there's also fun. Sam Dooling rolled by me on my way back to the stage here, and he said, "I'm going out for party laps," is what he said. So I'll bet you those Club SC cars are going to be fun to watch here as they go nose to tail. Johnny Grunwald, the first driver to roll off the Group D grid here. And in this group, primarily the Club SC cars. That's the only class in which all of the competitors are contained within this group. So Lennon Radcliffe there. Looks like Maxine Emmerich in the Elantra N is also rolling off there. Sam Dooling, Henry Pitzer, David Best, and John Laughlin and Becky Robertson. So it looks like all of our Club SC competitors will be on track.
All right. So we might see a little bit more exciting than what we were originally thinking.
Yeah, and Luke Paglione,
there you go,
who had that issue and laid down some fluid in the earlier heat today that kind of brought the end of the group back at the tail end. So whatever it was fixable so far.
Yeah, it's good to see. So obviously whatever that issue was, maybe just like an oil cooler line or something like that might have split. That's the only thing I could really think of that would be able to be repaired that quickly without catastrophic damage. That being said, I've seen engine swaps done in an afternoon. Not unheard of in Grid Life.
Well, Henry Pitzer is one of the drivers that's new to Grid Life Track Battle here this weekend in an IS 300, and Jackson Lambros caught up with him. Jackson?
Another new full-time sponsor here for Grid Life in the form of Toyo Tires and one of their drivers, Henry Pitzer. We welcome you to your first ever Grid Life weekend. Let me start with this relationship with Toyo Tires. How did this come to be?
Well, I happen to know a couple of guys in the industry. I've had the car for 10 years. We've grown up together, and over the years, the car came along, and me and Carl went to see me a couple of years back, and basically we ended up with a good situation where we get to help each other out. I get help with some media and the car and being out there to represent, and they help me with keeping my power to the ground. It really is a great relationship.
I know obviously we just talked, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster weekend for you so far. How are things looking going into Saturday here?
Feeling a lot better. Yesterday it was just blowing charge pipe after charge pipe. It's keeping boost in it. I'm actually able to make boost. This morning was great. I ran a 155, fuel sloshing like hell in every corner. Didn't have enough fuel in it. Went out this last session and everything felt great. It's jamming along. I was on a fast lap, and then we're hitting a heat temperature cut at like 230 degrees. So basically almost can't make it through the lap. I let it heat soak a little too much in the lanes beforehand, so we're going to go out at 310. I'm going to go out and try to get a fast lap real quick, just because it's 90 degrees today. See if we can get something down. And if not, tomorrow's going to be 70 degrees, and this car's feeling great. So I'm ready to put down a lap.
We'll let you get prepped. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you. It was great to be here.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, first time here and really getting the full experience. Really neat car, too, Lexus IS 300. We have seen a couple Lexuses even here this weekend. You've got Andres Portulis in the RCF, but a handful in Drift as well. But I think maybe underrated chassis across the board in motorsports, a little heavier, but great performance.
Yeah, anytime you're dealing with a luxury version of another vehicle, it's going to be heavier from factory. They're going to, I mean, you can strip some stuff out, sound deadening, things of that nature, but it's going to be heavier. That's just the way it is. So it's, I mean, I like them. I like, you know, obviously coming from the Infiniti side of things, Lexus. I mean, heck, let's get some Lincolns out there. Why not, right? Cadillac. Let's have some fun. There's been CTSVs in previous years.
There's one here this weekend, Logan Kenseth,
right.
But I think he had an engine failure early on, as reported by Jackson. So I think he's done for the weekend.
Sorry for rubbing salt in the wound then.
I think he said that the engine's been in there since 2018 or something like that. So,
well, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, we're wear items, aren't they? So,
yeah.
So again, not really watching for track records here, just kind of getting a general rough ordering of how people seem to do relative to their classmates as far as the temperatures are concerned. There's Tom Halka in the number 7 Subaru. And in the street class against, you know, what's funny is that it's a Halka versus an Elantra N down here in street class and at the pointy end with his son Josh and Willem Dries.
There you go. So things just seem to be a pretty consistent case, class by class.
Yeah, it's even within the same class. They're all street class entries. Just
yeah, you're right,
some
yeah.
at the very top of the field and some a little bit further down. But Maxine Emberts looks like going to pull off. Halka across the stripe here. Best of the time so far, 2:01.493. I think it'll go quicker this time, I'm sure. There it is.
There it is, yeah.
56.3. But Tom's best is a 51.2.
Yeah, so yeah, just the temp of the day, as we heard there from our previous interview, just it's hot. It's hot. That's all there is to it. But it's a good time to stress test all those cooling components. It's a good time to just get out there and have a little bit of fun as we see a few drivers doing that right now, throwing down. And I mean, why not? As I said earlier, you paid for the ticket, might as well use all of it.
So one of the cars I want to keep an eye on, I know that the Club SE folks are probably out there just having fun, but I did want to note that in the Podium Sprint, Lennon Radcliffe at Autobahn Country Club defeated Mike Jansen and David Best and Sam Dooling, who he's competing against in the Podium Sprint there. So I think there's probably something to note about Lennon Radcliffe being able to overcome in those warm conditions. Maybe not necessarily the fastest car in the quick sessions, but when push comes to shove in the slicker conditions, maybe that Corolla's the one to watch.
Yeah, that could be the case. I mean, different vehicles have different things that they're great at, and it seems to me that Corolla does well in these temperatures. I'm not entirely sure why. It may just be a cooling and an airflow thing. It might just be the car handles really well in a greasier condition, whereas the other cars are a bit snappier. It's hard to say, but take the win when you can get it.
Beth Conaway on track in the 222 Corvette Z06. There is a whole host of a fleet of After Dark Speed Z06s in the field here in Street GT this weekend.
A plethora?
A plethora.
A plethora? The descriptor words that we collect.
I wish there was one with a Z for the Z06, but...
Oh, man.
A clamoring of Corvettes.
Clamoring of Corvettes.
Luke McGrew, Ryan Matthews, Beth Conaway. I'm sure there's more. But, yeah, I mean, they've just overtaken Street GT here this weekend on the list. I mentioned, I don't know how many, Nick Hendricks probably. Again, I don't know all the parts on these cars. Luis Zendejas, I believe, is one of those drivers with After Dark parts on the car potentially. So just a lot of I think After Dark Speed is Ryan Matthews' company.
Okay.
And it just seems like it's Corvette takeover. You know what's interesting is Street GT has evolved over the years. For those that aren't familiar with the class rules in Street GT, it's built for larger engine, basically 6 cylinders and up cars with similar rules to street class. So, you know, you're working with factory aero, bolt-on mods only, you're tire limited. And what this ends up with is you got cars like Supras and Caymans and Corvettes and Mustangs, kind of your muscle, whether it be American or Japanese or German. And a couple of years ago, I think the top 5 was all 5 different manufacturers. So like Toyota, there was some representation from Porsche and Ford and Chevrolet and just all sorts of things. And last year, it seemed like it was just Corvette domination. And the Z06 C5 and C6 in particular seemed to really be the choice.
Well, now things have changed around with new regulations and vehicles moving around a little bit more, but the Corvette is, I mean, they say Miata is always the answer, but we're going to have to create an acronym for Corvette to show just how dominant they can be in a lot of different ways.
Alex Westergaard back in GRIDLIFE Track Battle competition. That banner on that car is outdated by several years, but it might be because that's the last one he put on the car in 2017, 18, something like that. I mean, it's
Track Battle one.
It's old. It's an old logo, so we got to make him change that first of all. So I put that on my list. But again, Alex has spent a lot of time working on this car over the years, getting it prepped. Has run it in street mod for the longest time. Typically an S2000 will drop itself into Falcon Club TR if it's lightly modified, but he's got this thing in street mod and blue taped the number board on, so not sure what else he's got planned on the season, but I bet you he's got more than just GRIDLIFE on the calendar.
Yeah, somehow balancing a can on that front splitter too. What a flex. I don't know if you caught that.
I didn't, but
yeah, front splitter. I don't know what that can is, of some beverage of some sort.
If it's not NOS Energy, he's got to get with the system.
Look at that. That's phenomenal.
I mean, that's actually...
I think I know what it is, but anyways, not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor.
I hope there's a camera getting a shot of that. That would be a phenomenal marketing plug.
Here's our Falcon Club SC party train that Sam Dooling told me that he was going to go out and have fun with. I mean, they do this on anyway. They just run in a group. They get a little slipstream, so on and so forth. But Radcliffe's still the quickest of the bunch. Although a little slight pickup there for Sam Dooling in the 470. And John Laughlin in the Mini.
Yeah.
Up to second place in this heat.
He's doing quite well in that Mini. I mean, obviously time to be picked up, but so far so good. And I can't wait to see the progression of that car throughout the season.
Becky Robertson picking up a little bit there as well in the Mazda 2. Great to see a Mazda 2 represented here. This class is not just for fits. It started originally as a spec fit category. It has changed over the years and initially changed a couple times in name, but the result is a 25-to-1 power to weight class, and you've got cars like the Corolla, like the Fit, like the Minis, Mazda 2, Toyota Yaris we've seen. So there's a whole bunch of different cars that can slot into this, and welcome to the party. I mean, bring anything. This is, cars that you can drive to the event. Sam Dooling has driven his car to basically every event forever. I do joke a little bit with the guys that trailer their Club SC cars. Like, I don't think that's the point, but, some of them do it because they take it that seriously.
Yeah, and some of them drive them all the way across the country a couple of times. I did find our collection word, a zeal. A zeal is considered a collection of zebras.
Okay, a zeal of Z06s.
A zeal of Z06s.
Nice. I like it.
Took me a minute. There's not many words.
Not a lot of Z words.
No, Z words for me.
Z words. Okay, that's right. Canadians.
Okay. Yeah, the mighty zebra.
John Laughlin in the Mini. What's interesting is, a Honda Fit isn't really that small of a car.
No.
The Mini is a pretty small car, and you can see the difference there in size. It's not quite the BMW, Le Mans meme from a couple of years back.
Right.
But that car is definitely much smaller in stature. But again, your tire limited, I believe it's a 205 tire limit as far as sizing for that Falcon RT 660. So having a smaller car on the same size tire doesn't sound like a disadvantage to me.
No, not at all. As long as you've got the power to put down in a car that's nice and nimble, it's not too bad.
A little lighter also, about 100 pounds lighter for Laughlin versus Sam Dooling's car. So.
Okay. I wonder if GRIDLIFE is responsible for the increased price of fits across America.
I think every time I see one pop up on Facebook Marketplace, I just wonder, because I see them here and there for $3 or $4 grand, and then I go look and it's like 12 grand for a Fit that's with 250,000 miles. Guys,
yeah,
come on.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be another chassis that really pops up that can do what the Fit can do.
It just does. It does everything.
Yeah.
It's like a tiny minivan, but they are just good. They're just, the suspension modifications that they do to these cars here, they're coilovers, and they do have to do a little bit of cutting to get everything the way that they want.
The hand signals out the window.
Yeah, just
let's go have some fun.
And Sam Dooling, what an ambassador for the sport.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes me wonder. I think back to, the Dodge Neon could be competitive, the Mazda Protege. It's kind of my era of cars. I don't know if anybody's really brought those out. The Mazda Speed Protege was quite quick. Same with the SRT4 Neon. I think some people get mad if you call the SRT4 a Neon, even though it is. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think outside the box because it's tough to find a cheap Fit now. Ooh, getting a little bouncy.
I mean, he's just the whole way around the lap.
Yeah, it's got to be fun to take one of those out.
You know, one of my first rides ever on a racetrack was in a Honda Fit. And you know what my first impression was? Was that how fast it was.
Yeah.
And not in a straight line. It wasn't anything like it's going to push you back in your seat, but you know, people think these cars are slow, and yeah, on a straight line, if you're drag racing a Corvette, sure, it's slow. But people don't drive the car to the limit of grip, and then you put a really sticky tire like a Falcon RT660 on it, and you go take it, you know, deep into a corner. The amount of grip these things can generate is crazy. And especially at some of the tracks where you don't have such long straights, they keep up with other cars that have 100 more horsepower just fine.
Yeah, seeing them all fly into turn 1 at Gingerman is just an absolute sight, because like they're barely on the brakes through that corner, the way they're able to sling things around.
Luke Paglione back on course after the issue earlier that brought the end to the Group C field. But there was definitely fluid on track. I don't know what it was, but it couldn't have been oil because, or I guess it could have been oil if you got it stopped and shut off fast enough.
Yeah, my thought was maybe oil cooler.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could think of, given the amount of time that could be repaired that quickly.
You know, the other thing is, I've heard, and Adam Jabay in our drivers' meetings tell people over and over, the oil caps on K-Series engines like to unscrew themselves. So I don't know that that was that particular circumstance, but they like to vibrate.
Okay. Could be catch can that maybe broke off and it was already full. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here, but those are all the things that usually contain oil. I mean, it could be an oil pan that was cracked going over something and he's able to get another one on it. That is possible. I don't think so. Usually when an oil pan goes, it's pretty catastrophic.
Johnny Grunwald out there in the Track Mod RX-7, 1.3 liter rotary engine. What a unique engine note.
Yeah. We never did find out what the pops and bangs and crackles were. No, couldn't track them down in the pits earlier on.
It hasn't seemed to affect his day so far, though, I'll have to say.
Yeah, and I mean, beautiful. I think the FD-RX-7 is, once again, controversial, the most beautiful car of its era. I will take that even over an R34 GTR, to be honest.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I think it's the sleekest. I think there's no bad angle of that car. Prepared for threats later on after that statement.
Well, I also just think, think about Mazda in the 90s and what it was doing in motorsport with the rotary engine. Think of cars like the Mazda 767 and 787. I mean, legendary cars in Le Mans and just racing in general, Group C. And then all that history. We talk about Circuit Legends, our event at Lime Rock Park later this year, celebrating the cars that really were your poster cars, right?
Yeah.
And the RX-7 has that rotary lineage that the great motorsport cars of the 90s had.
But even the 323s before that, I mean, legendary. I mean, you're talking about in rally. Then you get into the NA Miata, which we still see them around, into the NB. I mean, Mazda didn't miss for a long time now. I mean, I am a hardcore Mazda fanboy, so there's a lot of bias in that statement. But yeah, I think they're incredible, incredible vehicles. And to me, Mazda has always found unique ways to push performance. And sometimes it doesn't go great, but often when they hit it hard.
And then you have trickling all the way down to things like the Mazda 2.
Yeah, I mean, collaboration with Ford once again, from the Ford Fiesta and the Mazda 2. But I mean, Ford and Mazda have had a great relationship for a long period of time. So yeah, I don't know. I love their vehicles. I've owned many. My family's owned many, and it's interesting to see what they're going to have in the works next. I mean, the RX-9 one day will happen. Maybe not in my lifetime at this point, but maybe.
All right, well, before we get Group C on the racetrack, let's take a quick moment and step away. We'll be right back with more GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat 5 coverage in just a moment.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
when we modify our cars. We do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Yeah, welcome back to GRIDLIFE Track Battle coverage. Group C headed out on the racetrack here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Welcome back. It is a hot day, 90 degrees thereabouts, as the field rolls out on course. Again, we were just chatting with Dylan, who is one of the crew members for Dewey DeWitt, who would be going out in Group A later. I said, you guys going out? He goes, why would we go out? It's hot. So that's the mindset for some of the drivers. For the rest of the drivers, still experience getting up to speed, just dialing in their car for a potential for that podium sprint. But also, if you're not qualified into the podium sprint, you might as well go out there.
Something crazy could happen. You can pick up a good time. I mean, crazier things have happened to drivers. So, and you don't know. You can take a look at that stack and see who has gone out in the heat, what the spread is. There might be one spot left that you think is still attainable. So why not give it a go, and you might be able to pick up the last spot before a sprint. And we'll have one more shot tomorrow, but why wait? Why not head out there and drive under the sun? We are getting a bit of cloud cover now. The temps are coming down. There's a good gust of wind. It's a lot more bearable. So I think we're going to see more and more drivers potentially go out, although when we start to get into the A group, it's going to be kind of tough. Those drivers are very protective with their engines. A lot of them are very high strung, so they may only be really good for 1 to 2 laps before they heat soak in, as we heard a little bit earlier on. So we'll have to see, but we've got a bit of time before we get into Group A.
Love looking at the Skittles on the timing and scoring, all the different colors, 7 different classes, ranging from Club SC in the pink all the way up to Unlimited in the red. The gold that we're looking at is Street GT. And that is William Gravely, one of our friends in one of those Boxer 4-cylinder Porsches. And we don't see a ton of these cars in particular. I know that there are some 911s that can run in the Street GT category, but this particular car is a 2004 Porsche 911 with that. Oh, sorry, this is a flat 6 rather, 3.6 liter flat 6. I thought it was that. Get mixed up with my Caymans. 3,300 pounds. So not as for a car from 2004, 3,300 pounds is carrying a little bit of weight.
A little bit. Once again, luxury car. Porsche decides sometimes that they want to cut all the weight out, even to the point where you have to pay more for less of a door handle. And sometimes they get something that's a little more girthy, but just as fun. And I mean, as a daily driver, phenomenal.
When it comes to performance cars, though, that can do track and street duty, is there another place that you can go other than Porsche at the very top end? I mean, think of the Nürburgring Wars, right?
Yeah.
You've got the Ford Mustang GTD. You've got the Corvette ZR1X.
Yeah.
You've got the Porsche 911. I guess it's the GT2 RS that keeps running those crazy lap times, but it does it with like 300 less horsepower. So where do you stand on that?
Ooh, that's a good one. I mean, I think generally all around, if I'm gonna take a look at, like, I want something I can take to the track, beat the heck out of it, put down some great lap times, and then still be able to drive to the office the next day, it is really hard to argue against Porsche. It's just, there's just nothing like it. The heritage, the resale value, even tracked Porsches can sell pretty well. Yeah, it's tough. It really, there's just nothing like it in the industry. You look at McLaren, you know, it's not going to be able to do the same things. They're not as practical. You're afraid to drive it in the city. Same thing with Lamborghini. Yeah, it's almost in a category of its own.
Yeah, of course, the Porsche 911, such an interesting car because of the rear engine placement. Over the years, that engine's gotten closer and closer to the center of the car.
Yeah.
But a unique engine layout that we've seen in motorsport be pretty dominant because it is so different, especially when there's rain. Gets a little bit more grip over those rear tires, increases your traction. Here's Barry Pettit, one of our track mod competitors here this weekend in the BMW M3. He's got a pretty stout group of cars going up against him in that track mod category. So it's going to be busy this weekend. There are 11 cars in track mod, a couple of BMWs, including Brad Perkins, runner-up in 2024.
Yeah, he's really going to have to pick up the pace on that. I don't know if it's quite in the build yet. Pretty early stages on that one, but we'll see. I mean, crazy things have happened, and sometimes drivers just unlock something or just have that perfect lap. Everybody's chasing that dream at the one perfect lap, and it can happen in strange times. Pretty tough on these track conditions, but miracles happen every day.
Watching the rundown of the braking zone at the 200 board into turn 1. Just nibbling a little bit of the curb there on the turn 1 apex. And the apex curbs here, you can get up on top of them. They're tall, but they're smooth. It's just those exit rumble strips. You see Barry avoiding them there.
Yeah.
I think down here they call them gator strips. They're just real aggressive, and they'll bite you if you drift out a little too far.
Yeah, thankfully no big sausage curbs or anything that's really going to create a lot of damage, but why take the risk? Why not just be clean and tidy through as much of the lap as possible? But you never know. These drivers, there we go. Speaking of someone deciding to hit the apex on a good note.
That is, I believe, Freddie De La Rosa in the 30 car. He might have changed numbers on me, but that should be a Falcon Club TR car. It is Freddie De La Rosa. There he is. We've seen Freddie in a couple of our Northeastern events in the past. This is running at 2,800 pounds, kind of right on the money. There's a yellow at Sector 1. Don't know what for.
See there? Oh, held yellow coming down.
Standing, yeah. Well, there it goes.
All right.
Okay. That wasn't the most enthusiastic yellow wave ever, so it must be all good.
Not that serious.
So 373, Ben Smolin behind the wheel of that 2020 Ford Mustang Coyote V8 under the hood.
I am a sucker for an anime livery. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's one of those liveries that I don't know.
In moderation.
In moderation. There's ways to overdo it for sure. But I don't know. I think it's different. I think it's eye-catching. And in a world of social media and clicks, I mean, it draws a lot of attention.
Jerome Kahuzik in the BMW M2. I think these smaller BMWs, there's a lot of potential here. There's a couple 1 Series running this weekend. I know Chris Smith had a track mod entry that has a brand new livery on it. Looks spectacular, but doing one of those vented block modifications on test day.
Yes, the ultimate weight savings.
Yeah, so that car out for the count, but of course the 116i being driven by teammate Michael Pagano in Eibach GLTC, but these M2s, especially the contemporary ones like Jackie Ding's car, he's not here this weekend, but we expect to see him back this season. Wonder if he'll bump it up to unlimited and go after Alan Patton again.
He might. Jackie does not like being held back by rules, that's for sure. And with all the development he does, especially on aero, he wants as much of it as possible.
Well, last year he had an opportunity to try to snipe the season champion away from Alan Patton in the late stages, wasn't able to do it. They didn't really go head-to-head all that much. And you just wonder if that digs at him a little bit, because certainly Patton's car has got a lot more of everything, but Jackie Ding is one heck of a driver and leaves nothing on the table.
Yeah, incredible driver, incredible reflexes, and ability to kind of ride the edge of pretty much any situation and still be able to dig his way out of it. The laps for Jackie are always exciting, not always the tidiest, but they're always epic.
So up the back straightaway towards turn 4. The track gently climbs through here, so your sight lines aren't particularly great as you approach those apexes because the track's rising away from you here. Not a lot of camber either. So you're just kind of getting it by feel. Here's Kevin Vu again in the number 18 Integra. And he had sent me a note earlier, which is probably a good time for me to read it. It's been a busy day, but he said earlier he's having issues with his axle popping out of the transmission and had some understeer through the kink. So we'll see if he's got those things sorted out.
I mean, so far, so good. What a beautiful car.
Yeah, when you're generating a lot of lateral force, you got those big Falcon RT 660s on there. a lot of grip, puts a lot of strain on things. We've seen drivers in Club TR specifically really struggling with bending suspension arms and things just from the loads that they're taking. Especially Mario Moroni's talked about this in his mid-90s Honda Civic, just wear items. They just go. Bearings, suspension arms, they're bending under the stress from the amount of lateral grip that they're making. These were not designed, maybe the Integra more so than the Civic, but they were not designed to be circuit cars, but here we are.
Yeah, I can see the bearings for sure. I mean, that's a lot of load as we, speaking of. I could see that being one of the big ones. Even getting into some of the stress on some of the steering components and into tie rods and things like that, especially if you're on that massive lateral load and then you catch a rumble strip or something like that, jerks the wheel around, can throw things out of alignment pretty quick. But De La Rosa looking quite clean in that S2000. Man, he is hustling that car around.
His best time of the weekend is a 1:45.869. He's at a 1:46.346 this time around. There's those 255 with Falcon RT 660, as that are the standard tire for the class, the spec tire category. Falcon contingency program returns this year. I think winner in each class is $675 per event in cash prizing. And he's got, of course, one of those popular 2.4-liter K24 swaps under the hood. And again, we talked about this briefly, but the F-Series engines these cars come with, they're very good engines. They're very high-performance engines. They just cost a lot to replace. And for a dedicated track car, why not throw in an engine that costs, a weekend of your time at $800?
Yeah. I mean, the K24 came in a lot of different vehicles, whereas the native engine came in, well, that was it.
He's, looking at Honda's lineage in motorsport and just in cars in general, find me a car that is as iconic and has aged as well as the S2000.
That's a good point. Man, that thing under braking absolutely dives. That front splitter just coming hair's breadth away from grinding off the front lip. Looks really good. Love that he got his braking in early before the turn-in. Get that grip on those front wheels so you're not understeering and plowing through that corner. And that nice little bit of a release at the apex. Man, solid driving.
I really like that he's able to be aggressive on the curbing. I think if there was one characteristic about the S2000 that makes it less than optimal as a track car, is that they have a tendency to snap oversteer at high speed. And it's a tendency that you can correct with creative solutions in suspension and dialing things in. It looks like Freddie seems very comfortable putting the car up airborne, up on the curbs, and that's a mark of a driver who's tested his stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of confidence being able to throw the car in that hard and into those situations, because it's very easy to want to back out. But looking at Matthew Bowers on track right now.
He's only 2/10 off his best for the weekend, so.
That's what I'm saying. As much as it's a hot one, times are being had. And learning a lot, especially with a brand new, well, maybe not brand new, but a new chassis like that. There's a lot to be learned about these new Corvettes and how they perform in different temperatures and different loads and different tires. So,
it's not out of the possibility for him to get up into Podium Sprint. He needs to get ahead of Evan D in the 949 Mustang, which would be a 44.6 is the time that he'd be chasing.
Well, he's got a checkered flag now, so I don't think that's going to happen in this session.
I think so.
6.2 liter V8. Make beautiful sounds too.
Yeah. You see the automatic there from the, probably will work on the nomenclature here, but basically when you're putting your information into our database, you get a choice of not only if the car is manually or automatically activated as far as switching gears, and then within that, what kind of transmission it is, whether it's a sequential or a DCT or an H pattern, that sort of thing. So a little bit of extra detail for whether a car is a DCT or a true automatic or, torque converted. Or
I was just going to say, what's an 8 HP then?
I don't know enough about it.
Yeah, see, it could be either. It could be fully automatic or it can be manually controlled.
Yes. Well, yeah, right. I guess that's the thing.
I guess it depends if you got.
I guess if it's possible to be automatically controlled, I would label it an automatic.
Okay.
I think that's how that was intended to be used. But
yeah, I mean, CD009, you can get a sequential top for it. So then there's a new one, but I mean, it's not truly a sequential then.
Well, I can tell you, Group C is checkered flag here. Group B is fairly light, but I bet you we're going to see some pretty quick laps here. So as we roll down here, we're going to take a step away. We'll get Group B on track here for GRIDLIFE Track Battle right after this.
challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group B taking to Carolina Motorsport Park for heat number 5 of 7 in pursuit of a top 5 time in class for tomorrow's Track Battle Podium Sprint, where we'll determine our class winners in the first round of 6 in GRIDLIFE's 6-round championship this year. Hi everybody, Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens, Jackson Lambros in the pit lane, covering a full weekend of action at our first festival stop of the year. Jacob, it is a very hot day. It's been a lot of drama in the racing so far, and Track Battle's just gearing up. We have seen a little bit of some interesting notes here with Track Battle, but Group B's on track. The very top end of our Falcon Club TR field is on the road. Again, I'm not sure searching for records, but they are definitely testing out the track conditions for tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely a data collection thing. We saw a few drivers getting within a few tenths of their personal best, which is always a good sign, and that may continue to improve as we continue on through this session. And the clouds are covering up, which is fantastic. The dust is being blown off by the wind. It's, I don't know, I think this track's going to develop maybe a little bit more than what some of these drivers expected, but time will tell. Obviously, our big moments are going to be tomorrow with their final heat. And yeah, it's going to be a great day. For right now, though, still got a little bit more testing to do, and we got a bunch of wheel-to-wheel racing coming up later on this afternoon. And if this morning was any indication, it's going to be wild.
Yeah, there's
every race had something wild.
We had cars 4 tires off the ground. We had a trio of cars try to be in one place at the same time in the final turn of the last lap. And I think we're going to have plenty more of that as we head into tonight and tomorrow. Peter Gramberg in the number 511 K Series BRZ, maybe getting some clear road, gave a point by here and going to potentially head back to the paddock. Here's Ryan Matthews, one of those Street GT Z06s we mentioned earlier. Matthews last year, a really solid run both in Street GT and in Street Mod. Split his efforts into 2 different categories with 2 different cars. This year though, just running the Street GT here at this event.
Just listening in, there's the 338 car just sitting there in the Porsche, high idling.
Yeah.
Right, if you hear a noise coming through our microphones, it's an interesting way to bring the car up to temp, but we'll see if they make it out on track.
He's got the engine running and the door open, so he's ready to rip.
Yeah, Ryan Matthews currently sitting 5th. It's the best right now for him.
Yeah, Ernie just shut the car off now, but maybe giving it a good old test. There's Ryan Matthews in that 2006 Chevrolet Corvette Z06. He holds the Street GT record at a 1:37.626. So far this weekend, Luke McGrew has been the quickest car, just about 9/10 of a second slower than that. So again, tomorrow morning, we have to keep our close eye on this Street GT fight.
So we invite you to have breakfast with us trackside, and either in person come on out and possibly see a couple of records getting broken, or if you're at home, pour yourself a coffee, set up on the couch, put the cat on your lap, and enjoy a fine day of racing.
Yeah, and I would just like to remind everybody that all the coverage this season, live and free on GridLife's channels and on Racer. We'll be on the Racer Network tomorrow as well from 1:30 to 4:30 for all the race 4s of each of the wheel-to-wheel series and track battle podium sprint. And it's just a really exciting year with a lot of new changes, and could not be more proud to be a part of it. Ryan Matthews, a 140.828. And his best time of the weekend, a 140.141. He's sitting 4th right now. It's McGrew, Hendricks, Zendejas, and Ryan Matthews, your top 4 in Street GT. So if he wants a podium, he needs to find a little pace.
Yeah, Cody Burleson just picking up a great time there, 142.713. Not too bad. So far, first in track mod in that GTR, but don't expect that to stay. We'll have to see once we get into our next group of drivers. But 2011 Nissan GTR. Fortunately, Nissan just recently, well, it feels recently, but I guess a little bit ago, not continuing on with the GTR, but there are already rumors about the car that should be coming on the scene just after this one, which I've got big hopes for. That car ran for so long. If you really think about it, I remember it getting introduced and it being such a massive deal. And really, it's just been fine iterations of that vehicle. And I mean, it is an absolutely incredible piece of machinery.
Cody Burleson, right now first in track mod in this heat, but 8th overall in his category for the weekend. I know it sounds awkward to say overall and within category, but overall, as far as the weekend is concerned, 8th in class. So has a little work to do to get into the podium sprint. Right now, one of the cars of note that is currently qualified into the podium sprint is Kendall Samuel, who's been away from the series for some time in a Subaru Impreza. So that's a car that we will be, I don't really know what it's capable of in the podium sprint format. I'm not sure that Kendall has ever participated in a podium sprint. So a wild card there within the track mod group.
Yeah, it could be really, really interesting, but holding on to that spot and hopefully everything stays the same, should be. But you never know. Some drivers really, really thrive under that pressure. Ooh, finding a lot of curve, stepping it out.
Josh Halka getting after it. Past street class champion and runner-up in street class last year, Willem Dries, right behind in that Hyundai Elantra N. And just like with his dad, Tom, right ahead of an Elantra N. This is going to be the new battle. Again, we talked about how last year it was WRX versus Evo, the classic kind of Japanese all-wheel drive battle, but new players entering the game with Hyundai and these Elantras as of late.
Looks like the under tray is flapping pretty hard. I don't know if maybe he knocked off a couple of fasteners on that curb ride, but Josh Halka getting very squirrely in that Subaru. An all-wheel drive car going like that is never a fun time. It doesn't matter who's driving it.
Yeah, and he's so familiar with this car. He's had it for years now in a number of different liveries. You see some bluish looking smoke out the back. Sometimes, you know, I wouldn't be too concerned about it, but I know that they were fighting some issues last year, and there's that under tray you're talking about.
It is going to be making a sound in that cabin. Wouldn't be shocked. I mean, if he's feeling good on this lap, maybe wraps it up and heads into the pits. Seems to only be flapping really at the high speed end of things, but
nothing a zip tie can't fix.
Or a lot of them.
Oh, yeah. It looks like it might need more than one.
I think it's going to need a few.
Yeah. But, you know, that's the challenge also in street class OEM aero only. So it's not like you can, you know, channel air in a different way. This is just how the car comes. You're just going to lower it. You can play with rake a little bit, but, you know, aerodynamically, hatchback's probably not the best way to go in street class anyway. Now you got this thing flapping underneath the car. It's going to hurt you.
Yeah, the hatchback creating a lot of drag with the turbulent air around the back side of it. Basically creates a negative pressure zone that actually holds you back. It's not the greatest thing. You want something a little bit more streamlined like this beautiful Supra.
Yeah, this is another new competitor to our series here this year, Eric Vogel in that Toyota GR Supra, 3,600 pounds. Small car, a lot of weight under it, but they are extremely high performance. We've talked about the Supra with Jackie Ding in the past, but the performance ceiling of those cars and the B58 motor under the hood is so high. Yeah. And honestly, I'm knock on wood here, but I've seen so few mechanical issues with Supras on racetracks in grid life. I don't know what they've done to that car, but from factory, you know, you can just take them to 700 wheel. They just don't seem to care.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them well north of that as well. I mean, well into to 1,000 horsepower. I mean, the reliability starts to drop off pretty substantially once we get into the 4 digits, but it is definitely possible. And the B58 to me is going to be one of the next great engines.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think look back on all sorts of the engines that have, well, hold that thought, full course yellow, and what for, I guess is the question.
It's a Supra, I swear.
No, it can't be.
No, he pulled into the pits. We're good.
Yeah, I can't be caught with the commentator curse. All right. Peter Granberg, I was wondering where he went, because he had gone out on the racetrack, and I thought he had come back into the pit lane.
He went way over there, and I think we're going to need a fire truck.
Hello. Yep.
Over into the grass. Hopefully we get the call on that truck real soon.
Yeah, that'll be a track stoppage while they go put a fire out again. This is the second time this weekend with how dry it's been. Yeah, just if you stop for too long. And, you know, if Peter had a mechanical issue, this is what they teach you to do. Get in the grass so that you don't put anything on the racetrack. But you also don't want to sit there because
that rear wheel is looking like it is pointing the wrong direction.
Good spot on that, actually.
That is going to be
trying to preserve the session. He's doing what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
It's just hard because you can't just sit in the dry grass and set the grass on fire again. So he's probably better off just getting on the pavement now.
I think at this point, yeah. I mean, I would love to see him get off the grass, get on the pavement. Even with the mechanical, it sucks. But last thing you want is a fire sparking off underneath your car. And now you got something that doesn't want to move, and there's flames around it.
Yeah. So they're already sending the trucks out to go get them. And I guess the question is, was it the suspension failure first with Peter Granberg's experience? My guess is yes.
Okay.
I'm going to take a look at those big gnarly curbs and say that maybe he took one bounce too many.
See, I would argue the other way, that took a bounce and then got caught up in the grass going a bit sideways. Those arms are pretty good on those cars, but it is a known weak link.
So, well, they're going to tend to that. I think we'll give them a moment to put everything out, and we've got still another group of track battle coming your way. But here they go. Just try. Hey, I mean, whatever works.
Yeah, they've battled these. We've already seen them put one out today, and what felt like record time. So.
Yeah, great work, but we're going to let them go to work, and we'll be back with more GRIDLIFE Track Battle coverage right after this word from our partners.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
What's the name?
Well, the action's a little too hot here at GRIDLIFE South Carolina under a black flag condition here for Peter Gramberg, who went for a little bit of a ride after some kind of suspension failure, and he has turned a little patch of the South Carolina grass black here. So under delay while they get Peter on the rollback, and looks like the grass fire is complete. Is that black patch that
might have been?
Wow, look at that. It's like he made a helipad out there.
Yeah.
See it from space.
I mean, we're going to be writing messages in the grass if we keep this up, but it's real dry out there. Definitely due for some rain, that is for sure, but doing the best. The safety crew here at Carolina Motorsports Park, top of their game. On it, absolutely on it.
Yeah, great work there by everybody. And while Peter Gramberg is getting put up on the rollback, Group A is up next. And one of the cars that we got to look at earlier was Cal Fortner in the number 14 Mercedes-AMG GTS. And Jackson Lambros caught up with him.
Cal Fortner coming into Saturday afternoon, P2 right now in his class for Street Mod. Cal, P2 right now. I know the track conditions aren't great, but do you think we can end Saturday here on top in Street Mod?
You know, Dewey's real fast this weekend, so I think we got a good shot. We're going to throw some fresh Falcons on in the morning and see what we can do. But, I mean, we're going to give it all we can. It's going to be a tough one, but I think there's a pretty good chance we can get it.
It's right now kind of like in between power and chassis right now with you two kind of breaking away. This year with the conditions, what's feeling like the bigger slice of the pie?
I mean, like for us, in these kind of conditions, we tend to struggle a little bit more. It's just hard to put our kind of power down through just the back tires and the little 285s that we have. So for tomorrow, it's going to be nice and cool, so that should even stuff out a little bit. And we're on pretty old tires. These are from Laguna Seca last year, so we're just trying to feel the car out, just get some laps in, get the experience in, and then try to go at it tomorrow.
I'll let you lock in. Appreciate it.
For sure.
Well, Cal Fortner taking it to Dewey. It's funny talking about trying to put power through the tiny 285s.
Yep.
I bet you Dewey would complain he's only got 255s, but he has all-wheel drive.
He's got all four of them putting that power down, but Cal Fortner is no stranger to being able to make it work in the craziest of conditions. A steely competitor and a fantastic young man. Cool guy.
So one of the drivers that we saw earlier, Alan Patton, in the number 606 Unlimited class Chevrolet. We had a timing issue earlier that prevented us from seeing the lap time, but I can confirm it is a new track record.
All right.
I don't get too excited though, Jacob, because I still think that they're going to easily go sub 130 tomorrow morning. They ran that pretty much in the middle of the heat of the day. It was a 130.506, which reset the record by about a tenth of a second. I still think they have about a second or two to find.
Now, do you think there's another tenth to be found now? I think we do have lower track temps.
I think so. I think, you know, they just solved their issue. So that session was Alan's first time full tilt. So now he's going to be able to kind of dial in his line and figure out where he needs to squeeze in the power. So I really do think that he could go quicker still this time around. So we'll have to see what he's got on tap for us. This has got to be quickly approaching one of my favorite liveries in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle series with this copper color just shining.
Yeah, absolutely stunning car, and get a good look at that front splitter. It's a good chance it won't be all of it by the time he comes back around.
Adam Slawinski in the number 516 rolling out behind him, but again, that Corvette making some great noises. And Luke McGrew in the 717, the Street GT leader at the moment. Nick Hendricks in the 364. Jason Witt rolling out behind them. Luca Barberis, this is another car to keep our eyes on here. The 444 has reset a couple of records in GRIDLIFE Track Battle already with that car. And could he do it here this weekend in Street Mod? Again, the Street Mod record still Alan Patton holds, so he has it, the record in both Street Mod and Unlimited now. Street Mod in 2024 and Unlimited as of a few hours ago.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, especially right now. Oh, I think we got a little bit of debris out on tracks. I think he has someone's hat. Yeah, on a shirt or something.
Sometimes this sounds silly, but sometimes you'll put something on the trunk of the car, on the wing or something, and you roll out of your paddock and into turn one, and whoop, there it goes.
I may have done that yesterday.
I made it pretty far though, so that could have been from anything.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, the way the wind's blowing, it could have been someone's hat from the stands.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't interfere with anybody. It seems like it's a little bit off the racing line because you're sort of tracking out at that period, but it could be a distraction. But Alan Patton is not going to want any of that.
No, neither will Cal Fortner either. Car sitting fairly low. So you can see just not even pushing how low that front splitter is getting down to the ground in an incredible looking livery. A lot going on there.
So here comes Alan Patton into turn 14. And if he's going to go for a lap, here we go. Throttle up, green flag.
What a sound.
A little bit of something trailing out the right rear, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like a little bit of smoke. It almost looked like they were testing aero there. Oh, wow, aggressive through the curbs.
It sounds a lot like the C7R. Oh, he's off course there, just a right side tire. Oh. I bet you he didn't lift, though. I've seen this car 40 degrees sideways at the Kink and Road America. Then he ran a track record the next lap. He has no fear, and so long as it didn't slow him up too much, he'll stay in it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do you finish at a lap like that, or do you bail out, keep the temps out of it? He's in it.
There's your answer.
Oh my! Look at the end plate on that. The wings are just vibrating. Wow.
Yeah, he has no give up in him. And again, 2 tires is okay, 4 tires off, you're gonna get your lap deleted. I think he'll get away with it there. But we got you caught in 4K here, not quite 4K, but we got you pretty high res if you go off track. Wow. Ask Jamie Santos about that from Lime Rock last year.
This is incredible. Almost every other driver would have backed out of this lap and tried to salvage something later, but not Alan Patton. He's doubling down. He's trying to look for time through these corners. He's on to the grip. This is wild.
He's just so comfortable that I don't think he gets scared.
How are you comfortable when the car is just trying to kill you?
Let's see.
Wow.
Right on the edge of the road. You just saw him hanging the wing end plate over the grass transition, throttling up a little wide. That was not a tidy lap, but it could be a quick one. Track record is a 130.506 from earlier today across the stripe now. Let's see what Alan Patton has. It is a 135.02 by 4,000ths of a second, new track record.
Wow, congrats, Alan Patton on nowhere near the cleanest lap we've seen out of him. He breaks the track record. There's at least another 10th, if not 2, in this lap today in this session.
Yeah, it looks like he's still digging.
Well, I mean, a little less fuel in the car, why not?
No other record or laps of note, I think, that time around. So
I think everyone was spectating Alan Patton. That's why.
Oh my gosh, he's just pushing so hard. Use all of the road. Wiggle on the turn in there. That seems consequential, but he's got a little bit of runoff to use, and he'll use all of it.
Oh my God. The fact that the tires are still on the bead through some of these corners, that alone is a commercial.
Oh, big hop on the curb through turn 10. Full commitment in the kink, Patton on the brakes.
This is incredible what we're getting to watch right now. The amount of commitment, the amount of there's words I'm not allowed to say on air that describe this man right now. Holy cow.
He is fearless. He's optimistic.
Yeah.
Brave or stupid.
Psychotic. I think psychotic is what I'm aiming for.
I mean, he's great. You know what's funny is he's so stoic too. You go talk to him, he goes, I think there was more time in it. He just, his resting heart rate is like 20 BPM and he's gonna bail out after that. But I mean, you got to give him credit.
Oh man, that's just entertainment. I mean, if we do a highlight reel, that's all of it right there.
I think he's a highlight reel on his own.
Oh, but nuts. Yeah, sorry, everybody else.
Get the leaf blower too. Sticking the head in the window, you know. But just keeping things cool as you can. But yeah, you know what's interesting is you see Cal Fortner jump up to a 140. I don't know that he has, not quite to his best of the weekend, a 138.6 for Fortner, but that is a solid lap.
Respectable lap for sure, all things considered.
And you know what's interesting? I don't see the 444 of Luca Barberis up in the top 5 yet.
Right.
And has he actually even put a lap in?
Showing 2. I believe that's 2 on the session.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
but neither are very good. A 243 than a 159, so potentially issues there. Ernie Pizzellis in the Porsche 911. This is he's had this car for a while, but usually runs his Corvette. Jumps up to second in the heat here. And Pizzellis' best time of the weekend so far is a 138.261, and a couple seconds off from that right now.
Yeah, beautiful sounding car too. We get the glory of hearing it fly by us on some of the fastest parts of this racetrack, and sounds just great.
There's not a lot of sounds that are better than a flat 6 screaming.
Yeah, flat plane crank anything. Fan of.
There's a handful of engine sounds that are truly iconic, and this I think is in the top 3.
Ah, interesting. Okay, we'll give you 1 or 2 more.
I think you got to put a rotary in there.
Yeah, so like a 20B, 26B, yep, 4-rotor.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not sure I could pick the other one.
I'd say a Judd V10.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that to me is definitely up there as just one of those absurd sounding engines that is guttural and makes you feel things.
Yeah, we've seen a Judd V10 in this paddock.
Yeah.
With Ryan Turk behind the wheel in a Toyota Supra. Luca Barberis, though, this car doesn't seem like it's making full power. Just watching it go down the straightaway, we'll see if he gets up there. Well, okay, that time they're more respectable, 142, 542. But this car, I think, is capable of winning this event in Street Mod. So I really do think that there is more time to be had, or they're working through an issue. When I was talking to Dewey earlier in the weekend, he said, watch what they're doing, because he really thinks they're going to take a big swing at it. I think Dewey's ready for it, but these two have fought back and forth quite a bit.
Well, if you're experimenting with something new, it may just not be doing what you're hoping it's going to do, right? It's tough to say. It could be something with power delivery, as we were making the assumption. It could be something with braking as well. It could be maybe a different ABS system or a different logic programmed into the car to be able to give them maybe a little bit more time on the brakes. Or sorry, I guess a little bit less time is really what you want. But it's hard to say. But if you're adapting to a new and something that's very new, potentially, rule creating, if you will, you've got to learn it too. And in theory, things can work, but in practicality, sometimes it needs a bit more time. So I might go snooping around those pits a little bit later on, maybe bring some tidings of adult beverages and see if I can get it out of them.
Nick Hendricks in the 364. Working his way around. There's another car and driver I think has a ton of potential here. We see right now Matthews, Hendricks, and McGrew. Again, when we go to Podium Sprint tomorrow, your fast lap in the best conditions is great, but it's going to be head-to-head in the hot conditions when you get to it tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and I mean, our hot conditions tomorrow looks like we're going to be seeing a high of maybe just a touch over 70. We're sitting around 91 right now to give you an idea of the temps that we're dealing with. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. 68 I'm showing on my side of things. It's got a low of 43. I have to turn the heater on in the RV tonight. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. That early morning session, if you don't have your alarm set, do it now, 8 a.m. We'll see you here, because that is gonna be wild.
Tomorrow morning, it's gonna be fun. This whole weekend's been fun.
Yeah.
And we've got Jake Panda, Chill, and Sullivan King taking the main stage here, the NOS Energy main stage, right after our broadcast concludes here. For those at the racetrack, they'll get one more session of full course drift to enjoy right as that gets ready and set up. And again, still numbers to come in at the gate, but this is the biggest GRIDLIFE South Carolina festival ever in every metric.
Wow. Temperature too.
Yes, in temperature as well. You know what? We've also, and again, knock on wood, we've had, the weather has been hot but good.
Yeah.
We've had sporadic rain showers and thunderstorms here in the past, although I did hear that there was a micro tornado at the front gate.
I did get a video of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was micro. It's nothing quite like Midwest of 2019, I believe. The big storm front that came in and took out a lot of tents. I don't know if you remember that.
2019 Midwest, I was there for that.
Is that, maybe it was 2018. It's before the shutdowns.
I think it was 19.
Was it 19?
I have a picture on my phone. Yeah, the crazy dark clouds and everything.
It looked like a haboob coming in.
Yeah, they call that tropical storm GRIDLIFE. You get one every year.
Yeah, the racetrack effect when it comes to weather is a real thing. I've seen it in action where it could be raining everywhere except for on a racetrack, or the opposite, where there's no rain except on the racetrack. I think all the asphalt and the engines and the people does something to the atmosphere, but that's just me putting my tinfoil hat on.
Bernie coming up on the front straightaway again. And across the stripe, we'll see if he picks up. You'll see a green flash if he does, a yellow blink if he does not. And it is the green, 139.783.
Slightly confusing because it's yellow then green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put that in your notes.
I'll add it to the list.
It builds tension.
It does. Well, I'll tell you, it gets really exciting when you see purple on the overall ticker when we get in the races, because that means best lap of the session. So, Ernie carving his way around. Looks like he's on slicks as well.
Center lock wheels on that car, looks like. Could be wrong. Oh, man, let's that thing open up.
Down into turn 8 on the brakes, carving in, and really well sorted car. I don't know this. I can't tell by looking at it, but this car might be a GT3 Cup car.
Okay.
I haven't seen into it, but I think Ernie has one of those. I've seen it at Autobahn Country Club before. I think that's where he keeps it.
Yeah, hard to say. 6-speed sequential, 2950.
Oh, it does say 911 GT3. Yeah,
there you go.
That's it.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, it's your system.
Yes.
But yeah, good work.
Yeah. Well, the user has many options of makes and models to choose from. So
yes.
I think I even have cars like one-offs, like we've seen the Subaru LMP 360, which is a crazy Subaru 360 build that was turned into basically like a micro LMP2 car.
Right.
And I have that in the system. Robin Schutz Wolf, which is a one-off TSCFS.
Saw a few of those over in Laguna as well.
Yeah,
so sprinkled out throughout the year too.
No excuses for not having the car in the system because it's there, I promise.
I'm just going to bring something very obscure just to trip you up.
Find me one. Seriously, this has been a challenge I sent people on.
Mazda AutoZam.
Okay, well, all right, let's have a look here at the results for Track Battle Heat 5. The entertainment tailed away there at the end, but Alan Patton keeping it interesting for us in Unlimited. Here is a look at how things panned out in GRIDLIFE Track Battle. And 130.502, that is a new unlimited track record, pending any investigations for the offs, but I don't think all 4 tires were off course. Ernie Pozelis, Bertulis, and Javier Torres, your top 4 there. In track mod, no major shakeups or shuffles in your orange-colored category. Adam Slewinski in the M4 competition. Dallas Reed, Jason Witt, Cody Burleson in the Nissan, Barry Pettit, Johnny Grunwald. And then in street mod, Cal Fortner up the order, but again, I don't know that there's been any major improvements here other than Luca Barberis finally getting a representative lap.
Yeah, Eric Vogel taking 3rd, Tim Lutz, Nate Eichener, Johnny Kilgore, Alex Westergaard, and Henry Pitzer following up the rear in that IS 300. Points for style. I think we should take a few seconds off there. Taking a look at our Street GT, though. Ryan Matthews, Nick Hendricks, Luke McGrew, Matthew Bowers, William Gravely, Benjamin Smolin, Jerome Kuzak,
I think.
Kuzak?
Yeah.
Beth Conaway. Leading up the rear there, another Corvette. Lots of Corvettes in there, as we talked about a lot. 911 Mustang and M2.
Josh Halka, Willem Dries, Hensley, Halka, Maxine Emmerich, 5 of the 8 street class cars we have here. Not everybody took to the course for this 5th heat of the weekend. And then in our Falcon Club TR category, issues for Peter Granberg, but he did get a 143.9 on the board before that suspension issue that lit some grass on fire. Adam Roble, Kevin Vu, Freddie De La Rosa, but Patrick Harvey, the quickest in that class in that heat. So we'll keep an eye on him tomorrow. And there are 17 cars in the field, so we were missing 5 from this session. And then in Falcon Club SE, I think everyone went out.
I think so. Yeah,
They had
pretty
some
stacked
fun
out there. But yeah, Leonard Radcliffe, John Lotlin, David Best, Becky Robertson, and Sam Dooling taking up the rear there. 2 Corollas, 2 Fits, and a Mazda 2. Some decent times coming in, but yeah, overall, Leonard Radcliffe taking top spot there in this session.
Let's have a look at the highlights here for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat number 5. And it all started with those party trains in the Falcon Club SC group. Johnny Grunwald, Beth Conaway got on track there, as well as Tom Halka, Alex Westergaard. And there's the Club SC train.
I like the Dutch angle their camera guys are working with. Bring it back. Let's bring it back.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Johnny Grunwald in that 818, the rotary, getting after it.
He looks relaxed in there.
He does.
Put his elbow up on the window. Sunday cruise.
There he goes. Car sounds great, looks great. Kevin Vu in that 18. Alex Westergaard charging the way up over the curbs. Freddie De La Rosa with a absolutely pristine S2000. Adam Roble in the Integra. I haven't seen a lot of him so far, but he's been on track persistently and chewing away at a chance at a podium sprint run.
Yeah, looking for more civic action as we then roll into our next group. The action heated up.
Yeah.
Saw a lot of competitors out there trying to just break those times or at least get some time in under the temperature, and there it is. There is the unfortunate grass fire that thankfully our staff here was able to get under control very, very quickly, and a lower control arm or traction rod not able to make it through the session.
Then Alan Patton doing what Alan Patton does best, putting on a show in the 606 from Louis Gelati Racing. And went out there, broke the track record, and almost broke the suspension, just bouncing over the curbs and the edge of the road. Came back in, and Ernie Pizzalis finished us off here in GRIDLIFE Track Battle Group A. Heat 5 complete. The next time Track Battle hits the road is tomorrow morning. You will not want to miss it. I cannot stress that enough. Make sure you tune in live tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern on GRIDLIFE's channels or on Racer. And there's more coverage coming up from GRIDLIFE South Carolina today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
GRIDLIFE Drift back on course, on the full course here at Carolina Motorsports Park. Welcome back, and this is going to be our last full course drift session on the broadcast here for today. And man, this has been fun. Look at this moment here through turn 12. As the guys get back out on the course. T-Pain's out there. I saw Nick Nazaro, who we talked with earlier in the track battle session, about his weekend so far and what Subimods is up to. It looks like there's a lot of takers, actually.
Yeah. I mean, everybody likes to go on full course with only a couple of sessions sprinkled through the day. They're going to take as much time as they can. One of the top garage drivers, I believe. Pop up and down headlights, classic. LS13, swinging it around. Kind of the car that really made drifting what it is in a lot of ways.
Just really neat cars on course here. We have one off at turn 14, just trying to look for a way to get off course, it looks like. I do see a yellow and red debris flag at turn 12. So I wonder if there is parts and pieces that have come off cars at this stage, but
more than likely, drift cars are held together with hopes and prayers, that's for sure. And we've got clarification. Evan Bogovich, former Pro Spec driver, is the other driver of the Falcon Mustang, along with Justin Pollock, and that is Mr. T-Pain himself, the boots of the fur.
Yeah, really great looking livery on this car. We caught up with him earlier. Jackson had a great interview with him. Where he said, he just feels free to kind of mess around and make mistakes, and no one's going to judge him. There's no winners or losers. I mean, I guess we're all winners, but nobody's a loser this weekend. We're all just having fun.
It's amazing how well he does on the big track. He's, I mean, that car is suited for something like this. He's still learning a little bit more when it comes to the smaller kart track, but when he's out on the big track, he is all about it.
Is it more natural on a big track?
For this car, it is. Yeah, you have a lot more time. You have a lot more space if you're going to make a mistake to be able to correct it. On that kart track, especially with a car that big and with that much horsepower, there's not a lot of room for error. we go. There's Justin Pollock in chase, Devin Bogovic.
Sonia slides in the back there, watching all of it out the windshield. And the Falcon crew, ooh, tuck in there. That was tight.
Yeah, Justin's he's a professional's professional, that's for sure. And now there's the debris, probably rear bumper, I believe. Once again, not shocking as they're coming around 14. Wouldn't be shocked to see Justin try to bust out a 360. Might have to do it at turn 1 or 2. He's going to pull it off. Payne. Not going to be much left of those tires, Mr. Payne.
No, he is lighting them up.
Yeah. Early entry on that one, too.
I'm just amazed at how much angle he's been able to hold here. He had to bail out of it,
yeah.
But he's going to throw it into a Manji.
He's all about that right foot. There's not much else he's doing in that car, but absolutely stomping it.
Go big or go home, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, why not, right? You've got an incredibly built vehicle, and I'm sure tires are not a problem for him, so.
Yes, he got it. Turn 14 tripped him up earlier, but he got it. Used a little bit of the rumble road, but.
Easy, yeah, definitely pulling on that one. There is not much left to the tread. That is for sure. And I don't think they put tire sprayers in that car. Farouk, looks like, following in behind. He's making his return to pro spec this season. Happy to see. Ran up in pro for a little bit, came back down to pro spec. Only 4 rounds for pro spec. That's the quote-unquote feeder series for pro.
Will we see them at Road Atlanta?
We will see them at Road Atlanta. That is their debut. It's an incredibly difficult track to start off your pro spec season. It's going to be a very, very long weekend for everybody, but an incredible one. If you don't have tickets for that, that is, I would say, your best value when it comes to racing this year right now. You get pro spec, you get pro, you get grid life.
A pretty full GRIDLIFE weekend. I think everything that we have is going there.
Yeah.
Last year it was just track battle and Eibach GLTC and Rush. We did full course drift as well, but we didn't have GLGT yet.
Right.
So we have the full swath of GRIDLIFE offerings.
That is Nathaniel Chen, Nate Chen, in an LS-powered FDRX7. A little sacrilegious, but it's okay. And breaking the rule. Never mind you the straight. Well, didn't get that message. That's all right.
Send it.
Yeah, Mike Perez, hot and tow.
You know, just watching like what Matt Kaufman's done here at GRIDLIFE, and, you know, the aggression level when you notch it up, and you know the entry speeds. Kaufman went viral. I got on ESPN, by the way, at a GRIDLIFE event.
Sports Center, everything.
Yeah, I think 2023.
Yeah.
At Laguna Seca for his high-speed entry into the Andretti hairpin at Laguna Seca.
I don't know what kind of speeds he was going at, but it was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it was fast. And then I know at Road America, a GPS speed of 160 on the initiation there. So, wild.
Yeah. Taking a look, we'll see when these Falcon cars decide that they want to start ripping again. I mean, these cars are built to only run for a limited amount of time. So they're going to use it to put on the best show possible for all the cars. There we go. A little bit of tandem action there for both Falcon vehicles and the scallops.
I'll tell you, they make it real easy post-event to grab pictures because, you know, the Falcon tandems, I said earlier, they go back to like 2015 in our photo library. Probably further back than that, honestly, but it's they're so talented and they get so close together and they make such great smoke, great angle. And now, you know, Sonia's got the camera on the nose of the car, so I'm sure there'll be great chase footage of this as well.
Yeah, would love to see Falcon make a bit more of a return back to drifting. Happy they're still supporting it with what we're seeing right now with Justin Pollock and his program, but would love to see them come back out in full force again. I mean, it was an incredible era when they were out running. A lot of drivers cut their teeth there, and only a select few really getting to run that iconic livery. It means so much to the drifting community even still. So yeah, Justin Pollock, very loyal to that brand, said if Falcon was out of FD officially, then so was he. He was going to go out in teal and blue, and I respect that. I respect that.
Hurt getting after it again?
Yeah, as always. Probably got his safety Crocs on in that car too.
Safety Crocs.
They are, I think he is pushing to get SFIA. Wait, is that the correct acronym? What is the standard for fire safety?
I think SFI. That sounds right.
I thought there was an A.
Oh, FI. There's FIA.
FIA. That's it. Hey,
oh, hi.
Hey.
we haven't seen it all a while.
I know. A little warning next time, production.
No, they did it on purpose. No, we're underneath the camera now a little bit because they have to get the stage ready for the show that'll happen right after this broadcast. Of course, got Jake Panda, Chill, and Sullivan King that'll be taking over basically right in front of where we're sitting. So
maybe if we just hold our seats here, they'll just perform right in front of us.
I mean, front row seat. That would be I don't think anyone behind us would want us up here. They want to see the action.
All
we are
right,
not
that's fair. I'm willing to move.
Yeah.
There's Justin Pollock. Man, he makes it look so easy. Great angle. I'm wondering about that 360. I have to push him for it. Really got to load a car up for it, but if there's anybody that's going to be able to pull that out, it's going to be him. Let's see. One of the most stylish drivers. I believe holds a very rare share in drifting, which is a perfect 100 in qualifying.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think that will ever happen again?
Not with the new system.
Yeah, that's what I was going to...
Not with the new system. Yeah. I shouldn't say never. It's going to be incredibly difficult just because of how hard that standard is.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We saw qualifying scores drop pretty heavily. I think top qualifier was an 89. But to me, if you're going to earn a 90 or above, it's got to be something incredibly special. So, yeah, not that the qualifying wasn't.
I think it's just interesting. Again, here at GridLife, we don't do the competition, but I do think that it's fascinating to me what FD has done, and I think it's going to continue to improve as you've talked about. And I don't think there's any room for panic. It's just this is the new normal, and I think it's a good thing to objectify it in some way. Because subjectiveness, it can be a blessing and a curse at times, I'm sure.
The drifting has gotten so close now. To try and differentiate between a 90 and a 93 is incredibly difficult, and it feels to some of the fan base that it's more like guessing than it is actual judging. And I think this is the next logical progression. I don't think the Wally system and Race Data Labs is quite there yet with Tandem. They are very close.
Yep.
To me, Tandem still needs that human. Oh,
Zielinski.
He's getting wild out there. It still needs that human element, and we saw the human element in judging. Style is not something that's very easily replicatable. Oh, drone guy going in for a backflip. I mean, it's tough to quantify.
There still has to be that it factor,
yes.
Right? So I think that's important. But it was fun to watch. I think the live data integration is great. Again, we're trying to up our game here at GridLife. We've got, of course, fire laps, which we expect to have here at least at some point this weekend once we reconnect all the bits and bobs. But it just adds so much context, which, especially in motorsports, which at times can be hard to convey.
Yeah.
If you're here at the racetrack, you can see it with your eyes, you can feel it in your chest, but conveying it thousands of miles across the world, sometimes those extra numbers really help quantify things.
Yeah, and we get a phenomenal view of it, and right now in front of a 500-inch screen or whatever it is, so we get to really understand what's going on with these drivers. And you and I have both watched thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours of racing, so we can pick up on a lot of the little nuances, and Kyle probably more than me. But for people at home that are maybe new to it, you may not see a quick understeer or a quick oversteer, and as we can get more data out of these cars, the easier it is to understand, and hopefully more people fall in love.
Yeah, Greg Kramer, who I hope to have back at some point this year as well, as he recovers from a major surgery last year. But Greg has a great, way of looking at drivers, especially when you can get the cameras this tight like we can with Prime this year. Excellent work all weekend, by the way.
Right.
Is watch the driver's hands.
Yes.
Because, and Tom McGorman has said this too, as a driver in our series and a champion in the Pro Series, that inside the car, your input isn't always smooth, and that is okay, so long as the transfer to the ground is smooth. And those things can sometimes be different, and that's the thing that someone with a lot of experience can pinpoint and convey, but data will show you.
Yeah, it's funny, you mentioned the gloves. Whether or not it's made a massive impact on it, but we've seen some drivers move away from white gloves and drifting, specifically because you can see a lot of the corrections that they make, and judging is a sport where, drifting is a sport where the judging does knock you back if you make corrections. So if we see those hands moving back and forth, chopping at the wheel, you may lose a couple of points here and there. So drivers have been slowly moving away from white or neon gloves in favor of black ones to hopefully not convey how many corrections they actually make. And me and Shen with the hood up, that is not a good sign.
Uh-oh.
He's been in the pits. I think he only did one lap and then went in.
Well, I'd say hood open, maybe not too big of a deal, maybe just let some heat out, but when you're bending over it and looking into it, that is what makes me worried.
Yeah, a bit of a concerned face there too, is Nathaniel Chen taking a look at the LS in that sacrilegious FDRX7.
Well, I'm not going to yuck his yum.
No, neither will I. Just because I don't agree with something doesn't mean someone else can't do it. I think that's something we should all live by.
Well, we also have the right to have your opinion as well.
I think you have the right to have your own informed opinion. I want to put a caveat.
Okay,
on that.
hey, I'm with it.
I have a lot of opinions that I probably shouldn't have because I know absolutely nothing about knitting. So it's hard for me to say what stitch is best. I could have an opinion, but if I knew a little bit more about knitting, maybe I'd stand a higher ground.
All right, well, I think GRIDLIFE Drift full course is wrapped up. Let's have a look at the highlights here before we cut away and bring you back to GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2. You will not want to miss that. Promise you. Here's a look at our second full course heat of drift of the day. T-Pain getting after it, hurt out there as well in the Lexus.
Making it look easy, making it look very, very easy. And there we go, back to the 90s music video. It's fantastic. I can't wait for the Backstreet Boys to pop out. Liking these Dutch angles, Project Prime. I'm liking what we're bringing back here.
What a legendary crew, by the way.
So good.
I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, they've come so far. I remember the early days of working with them a couple years ago, and the equipment, the people, everything is it's still the same heart and soul.
The team is so fantastic, and everybody, every camera op, the replay ops, everyone in the audio engineering, cutting the show, planning the show, driving the truck, flying the drones. I mean, it all comes together, and it's just been so fun to be a part of this weekend. I think this is going big places in 2026. And again, live on Racer for the first time ever, live on television for the first time ever tomorrow afternoon. That's it for GRIDLIFE Drift right now. We'll be back in just a moment.
What's the name?
GRIDLIFE Rush Series is back for another race, race 2 of 4 in the opening round of the 2026 GRIDLIFE season. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE South Carolina. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettins. We've got Jackson Lambros in the pit lane. Race 1 was spectacular. Race 2 is likely to be the same.
Yeah, it really did come down to the final corner to determine our winner, and there was a lot of jockeying back and forth, a little bit of contact here or there, but ultimately It really did just come down to the last couple of feet from that run.
Well, unfortunately for Ryan Leach, who ended up winning that race, we mentioned provisional results until penalties had been processed. Ryan Leach did get a 5-place grid penalty for incident responsibility. Wow. And it also affected the race results as well. So Ryan Leach is not the winner of race 1 because of the penalty for the avoidable contact. So he will roll off in 6th place, I believe. It looks like, yeah, it'll be starting 6th, and he finished 6th in race 1. That handed the win to Bryce Mersberger. I believe that's Bryce's first points-paying win ever. Jalen Batley's going to roll off alongside him, then Brett DiGiacomo, Andy Vogel, and Ayrton Grimm. Other penalties to note from the first race, Blair Hosey also was penalized for incident responsibility. He was also given a 5-place penalty and will roll off 9th place. David Pereira and Dixon Davenport had incident responsibilities. Gabriel Nitre as well. Dixon Davenport had a penalty for passing under yellow.
Oh,
so
spicy.
It was definitely spicy. Blair Hosey was in the middle of all of it, and Jackson Lambros caught up with him.
We were just asking if you looked okay, and we were just joking. You look like you went through it. You went through something, my friend. Talk to me about that final lap.
Yeah, it was a really calm race up to the restart. I didn't know if they were going to give us one more to go, and they actually gave us 2. So super thankful to GRIDLIFE staff for getting that car cleared. But yeah, it was a wild race start. It's always like that rush on a restart into bumpers. But all the guys at the front, we respect each other. It was fun, and then yeah, had the lead on the last lap into 11 on Bryce, and then yeah, kind of messed it up myself, slid wide in 12 and 13, and yeah, you all saw the finish in 14. Got pretty wild, but hopefully it was a fun show for the fans. That's what we like to do at Rush, so yeah, it was cool.
You still feel like you got something for Ryan?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely all weekend it's like where are you fast, where they're fast, and in that session you find out, right? You can't hide anything. He's faster in the high-speed stuff towards the back end of the track, and I have him cleared in the first part. So yeah, going to talk to the boys at Late Entry Motorsports. Scott Donahue and the guys have had this thing dialed all weekend, so make a little change, and yeah, see how race 2 goes.
We're happy you're all good. Thanks, Blair.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Blair Hosey, always a great chat, always a great interview, and yep, 5-place penalty. In the grand scheme of things, not the end of the world. It's race 1 of the year, but a reminder that all of GRIDLIFE's wheel-to-wheel series, no contact is allowed. Now, if there's a little bit of sort of mutual contact, you know, sometimes that can be let go, but when it involves cars getting knocked off the racetrack or otherwise moved out of the way, we don't do that here. So it's expensive to be in racing. It's really expensive in the grassroots racing world to have to do your own body work. So that's why those penalties are issued, but it doesn't mean it wasn't entertaining still.
Yeah, agreed. And I think Ryan Leach just got real competitive coming through 14 and just caught the back end, and that's really what it was. I don't think any of it was intentional. Nope. It's just everybody trying to jockeying, and what's the phrase? If there's a gap, you don't go for it, or you're really a race car driver?
Adam hates that.
Really?
He does.
Well, because Adam's got to deal with it after, that's why.
That Ayrton Senna quote is the cause of so many wrecks in grassroots racing.
Well,
but
if Adam was still racing, he'd probably love the quote.
He probably would. You're right. We got to get back.
He's listening right now, too. I know. Sorry, buddy.
But regardless, you know, I agree. Absolutely not intentional on anyone's part there. But, you know, these cars don't have anti-lock brakes, so when you get into the binders and you get into a lockup, which Leach did, he tried to avoid, just couldn't. You know, tough luck. Things happen. But anyway, cars are rolling on the racetrack. It's race 2. Let's have a look at the starting lineup here and get a look at the grid for this field. I've got 44 cars that will be on your starting grid. Bryce Mersberger is going to be on the front row alongside Jalen Batley. As we get set to go. It'll be a full pace lap here, and the temperature is hot. There's a look at your front row. Like we talked about, Mersberger and Jalen Batley. That battle will continue. They were fought nose to tail the whole race. Brett DiGiacomo, fantastic result. He'll start 3rd. Andy Vogel in 4th. Then Ayrton Grimm had a couple of top 5 runs earlier. Had a shot at the win in Eibach GLTC. Leach starts 6th. Then Ryerson Whistle, Trip Stout in 7th and 8th. And your final 2 rows inside the top 10, final row inside the top 10 is Blair Hosey and Isaac Nolan in 9th and 10th.
Taking a look at row 6, Nick Billingsley, James French, 11th and 12th, respectively. Moving into row 7, Ryan Anderson, Devin Markert. As we continue on, Jason Oler and Keegan Bosch will take 15th and 16th place. And getting into row 9, Kyle Melnick and Matt Wilson in that beautiful hat. We need more hats like that. Row 10, 19th and 20th, Max Kraus and Grant Bourne.
Yep, then Ben Carroll in the number 68 starts 21st. Jared Anderson starts in 22nd. Jeremy Boysen in 23rd. Sean Childress 24th in that number 26 car. Then it is Gabriel Nitre, again with that penalty for avoidable contact. Larry Brady starts 26th. Then Kelsey Anderson and Jeff Hardesty in 27th and 28th. Rounding out your top 30 is Bill Dorrance and Adam Spence.
As we move on to some of the markers a little bit further back, 31 and 32 comes from Dalton Sneeden and Heath Pomerantz. Now we're dropping back a little more to Paul Duff and Jake Sanders from 33rd and 34th. Fighting their way from the back, Lee Kellert and AJ Campo, 35 and 36. As we get into our last couple of drivers here, Mitchell Cooper and Ethan Hardesty on row 19. Row 20, you will find Anthony Magnoli, Spencer Morgan, and at the very back of the pack in row 21, JD Kroll and David Pereira.
Last row there, Sam Reed, Dixon Davenport, bringing up the tail of the field for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2. Lots of racing coming your way. 3 races before we wrap up our broadcast here. And it'll be Jake Panda Chill and Sullivan King taking the NOS Energy main stage here as we get ready to go for 2026. So the field doubling up, and they'll be headed back around to the start-finish line in just a moment. Thoughts, and will we see similar dramas to race 1, or do we think we got all the shakes out of the system?
Nah, there'll still be drama. I think some of the people that maybe have been slapped with a penalty will see maybe a less risk-taking. Nobody wants to do that twice, but that leaves the field pretty open. That's another, 41 drivers that can still do, 40 drivers that can still do some craziness. Bryce Mersberger's in a great spot. Had a phenomenal first race. I think that's going to be a continuation as we start to see them pair up and stack up. Coming around the last couple of turns in this track. It's going to be a fun one either way. Turn 1, hectic. I think it'll continue to be that way.
With you on that, lights are out on the Hyundai Elantra and safety car. And, there's not much prettier than 22 rows of Rush Series SRs. They just, what I also love is that as the series has matured, there's less body in white. We're getting liveries on the cars.
Yeah.
And now that we've got cameras that can see the American flag on the moon, we can read the numbers on them too.
Fair enough.
So,
fair enough.
All right, safety car is off. In command of the field, it is the red and white number 114, Bryce Mersberger. One car peels off to driver's left. Got to leave that space open on the grid. You cannot move forward. A little bit of a stack up there midfield, and we will get a green flag, and we're underway.
Now did Bryce Mersberger get the launch that he wanted? Is now all of them flying into that first one? Tough to tell as everybody just clamoring, and what a shot. All those vehicles feel them off into the grass, and the chaos erupts into turn 1 on race number 2 of the Rush Series.
Wow, that just filled every inch of the screen. Rush cars everywhere, clean through 1 through 3, and Mersberger battling. DeGiacomo battling Andy Vogel there, the 34. I think Vogel got by for P3.
It's going to be interesting as they come around. We'll get all their times locked in here after that first lap, because right now it is pure chaos. But it seems like everything was fairly clean, all things considered.
Zach Leach, that snuck his way up from, I guess he's still where he started, or roughly, up to P5, past Ayrton Grimm. Big lunge behind from the 45 of Ryerson Whistle on the binders into turn 8.
Yeah, Andy Vogel making sure that that track is a little smaller than what his competitors would like, finding his elbows out nice and wide, and a little bit of weave in there. A little touch of weaving's all right. A lot of weaving might turn it into a bit of a penalty.
Wow, Leach on the outside of DeGiacomo caught him off guard. See if Brett can respond on the inside. Can't quite get there. And now Leach fires it up the inside of the 34 of Andy Vogel.
Yeah, Ryan Leach wants that spot back, and he's going to fight for it. One of the fastest drivers that we've got on the grid right now. He's going to have a bit of work to do starting off in 6th, and it already looks like he's making up a couple of spots.
And down into turn 14, 3 wide, and that is James French sneaking by Trip Stout there. And Ayrton Grimm has gotten by DeGiacomo as well, put him up into 4th.
Looks like Blair Hosey was in the mix as well, as now we get the drivers coming over. Mersberger maintaining that lead, Batley still in 2nd, Leach up to 3rd, Vogel in 4th, Grimm in 5th, DeGiacomo 6th, and French 7th, Whistle 8th, Stout 9th, and 10th goes to Nolan.
Then you see that number 1 sneaking in the mix there, and then Blair Hosey with that penalty down the grid a little ways, just outside the top 10. So he got shuffled back early, but we know he's got the pace to move himself forward. And James French, of course, had an issue late in the first race, kind of dropped down the order, and whatever was hurting him seems to have been fixed, and he's moving back by the 121 CRP racing car of Aaron Grimm.
Yeah, but Leach picking up 2 spots super early. That's not great news for Merceberger or Batley at all. I mean, they were probably hoping that he was going to get caught up in a bit of traffic or not have a great turn-in on one, but that was not the case. Leach used every opportunity, move back up the pack, and now he is a real threat for the lead of this race.
Just watch those gaps on the timing and scoring pylon. Bryce Merceberger lit up with the purple. That means he's got the fastest lap of the race. I have a feeling that that number 56 might be donned in some purple at the end of this lap.
Yeah, would not be shocked. He's got a little bit of fresh air right now, but I would expect that gap to close pretty quickly by the time we come into a few more laps this race. Still early days, still early tracking. That being said, Rush is known for some crazy caution, so at any point in time, we could be stacking them back up.
Yeah, there's a couple gaggles happening all over the field. There's action everywhere, and here again, towards the front of the field, there's the 8 past the 45 of Nolan. And that should be for 10th place. As this time across the stripe, here comes Leach, and told you,
there it is. Yeah. Now only 1.6 seconds behind is a couple more drivers picking up their best times to Giacomo up there. Not much else. Ryerson Whistle dropping down a couple of spots, now sitting in 10th. So our top 10 pretty static. A few spots moved here or there, but as we look down the rest of the order, things are getting pretty crazy. It looks like Oler was the one that pulled off during the beginning of the race.
Leach hunting down those front 2. Merceberger and Batley, a battle we saw a number of times last year, but Ryan Leach looming in the background, the dorsal fin carving its way through the South Carolina sea of rush cars here, up from 6th place on the grid to P3 now, and moving his way forward.
And I could see Leach doing exactly what he did in the last race. Now, he did it in the latter half of it, which might happen again, which is let the people in front of you battle it out. Let them worry about each other, and you kind of sneak in the back door. Now, unfortunately, he had the door slammed in his face, and it resulted in that grid place penalty. So he's going to have to make that move a little bit cleaner if he's going to try the same tactic. But Batley looks like he's starting to close the gap on Merceberger, and it looks like Leach is keeping the same distance. And I'll bet you, as soon as he starts to see Batley go for a strike, Merceberger's just going to start late braking and really trying to dive in and pick up that spot.
Ryan Leach has also got a new partner with him this weekend, Power Design. So new season, new partners, new livery, new look for a number of these drivers in this field. And I know he'd like to get them into, I guess we don't really do victory lane, but proverbial victory lane here at Grid Life. The top 3 covered by last lap, 1.6 seconds. I'll bet you it's a little closer this time. 1.2.
There we go. 0.2 in between Batley and Merceberger. Merceberger, he went a little wide coming out of 14. Not a great sign. I would have hoped he would have been a little bit tidier, and that's where that differential starts to get a little bit closer. As we're taking a look at a few mid-pack here, and that's Grimm battling Hosey.
And Ayrton Grimm, once again, as soon as this race is over, he climbs immediately into his Eibach GLTC car, which I believe he'll start P5 in race number 2. So he's got opportunity to continue the successes from earlier today, but really on the back foot right now.
Yeah, Hosey taking that inside. Ooh, starting to tuck back in. I thought he was going to keep up to the side of it, but I think with the right-hander coming up, didn't really want to get caught out too much in that high-speed section. Figured he would make his move a little bit later on, or maybe not quite close enough to go for anything too crazy yet.
Notice the rear wing on Blair's car is buffeting. I'm not sure if that's just from the airstream from Grimm's car or if there's something that needs to be tightened up, but he's going to have a look here into the kink, and Grimm's going to concede.
Yeah, Grimm having to back out, and Hosey's going to take over that 7th spot as we take a look one more time at our pack leaders.
And it's just condensing, the accordion coming back together. I don't know what note that plays, but it's going to be a sweet one.
Yeah, I think for right now, Merceberger's just hoping and praying that there's going to be no caution, because he's already under threat from Batley. And we already know that Leach can have an incredible start to the races. We've seen time and time again, although he did get caught out on the restart in the last race. So we'll see, but that top 3 really leaving the rest of the pack behind. And let's see what that gap looks like as they come across the beam.
And it will be closer still, 0.8 of a second for the top 3. A little sideways action off the turn 14 exit.
Giacomo picking up a place there, but our top 10 sitting pretty clean stout. Picking a little bit more time on his best lap in that number 1 car. 121 of Grimm. Now sitting back in 8th after conceding that spot to Hosey, and it looked like Whistle was riding the coattails pretty quick. So I wonder if there is something going on with Grimm's car, because he's fallen back a little bit more than I would normally expect with him. Ryerson Whistle Now looks like he's going in for the kill. Getting a little bit squirrely there. That's not how you're going to want to exit that corner.
Yeah, just pushing the limit there. Just really putting a lot of energy into the rear tires over the course of this race. A lot of angle. Just getting reports down from the pit lane from Jackson that Jake Sanders, the 77, is into the pit lane with engine warnings. And they're trying to diagnose it at the moment. But in these short races, once you're into the pit lane, it's game over.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, Ryerson Whistle playing with his mirrors a little bit. But there's no one really under that's going to be threatening him at this point in time.
Andy Vocal under attack from DiGiacomo and then Blair Hosey.
It's going to be interesting. Hosey's in a great position to strike right now. DiGiacomo a little bit further out. Hosey going for the over-under. Goes a little bit wider through the apex. Now he's cutting in. There it is. Can he hold on? That's going to be a tough spot. No, not able to complete it.
Putting a lot of energy in here. The other thing to consider is Hosey dives to the inside, takes the spot. Weekend points are a consideration. Bryce Mersberger, if he were able to hold off and win this race, that's 2 wins on the weekend. It gets really mathematically difficult for Ryan Leach, for Blair Hosey, if Mersberger locks up this second race. And then tomorrow with a third race, you're going to be starting up towards the front.
Yeah.
So changes the math.
Yeah, you're right. It's a lot in it for this race, and Hosey's doing a great job. He is just knocking people off left, right, and center. He's finding the slipstream. He's taking some risks in his pass, but he's kind of letting them know early. He's poking into their mirrors and going, listen, I want this pass. I want to do it cleanly. You better let me. You can see it here again. Look at, trying to catch a little bit on the inside one more time on Vocal. That's not going to be an easy pass. Vocal is not going to let him by very easy. And DiGiacomo is not happy about the pass that Hosey put on. Now DiGiacomo, we're getting 3 wide coming through.
DiGiacomo saw the opportunity, went for it, but he's going to get bound down here on the inside apex, and you just get pinched off and can't carry the speed on the exit. So it's going to leave him vulnerable from behind too. Yeah. I think that's Whistle back there. So you know, a bold move, but there are times and places to get yourself the best opportunity to make a pass. And he got a little greedy there, I think.
Yeah, definitely got caught with his hand in the cookie jar on that one, and it's going to be grounded for at least the weekend. But let's see if he can get that place back. DiGiacomo getting the pass over. Let's see, Ryerson Whistle. I mean, he's one, phenomenal name. Two,
race car driver name for sure.
Perfect. It's perfect. The only way you can get any better is if you got 2 first names. But Ryerson Whistle doing a great job there of seeing that opportunity on DiGiacomo and completes that pass. As now we're taking a look at these drivers coming through 14.
Yeah, battle for second place. Jalen Batley and Ryan Leach. There they are, side by side into turn 1. And Leach really needs to clear Batley as fast as he can, with only a couple minutes remaining on the clock to run down Mersberger. The longer they fight, the more Mersberger can drive away. He can't get there. Over the curbs goes Batley.
Wow, and Leach actually had the lead on Batley, as you can tell by our timing charts there, as they went across the beam. But thankfully, I mean, Batley just held out on the brakes a little bit longer and made Leach concede. And then they were battling over the curve. We'll see what happens here, but I think Mersberger is the person that's winning out on this battle right now. Letting them go at it, letting them fight in their mirrors the whole time as we see Batley adjusting his.
Yeah, just trying to make sure he's got a good view of that 56 behind, but he's got to keep himself focused on his marks. But again, Mersberger's best friend right now is Jalen Batley in that number 88, because the longer they battle, the more Mersberger can drive away. And I think, you give him another half second or so, and that is going to be a pretty insurmountable difference without a mistake by the leader.
And with 5 minutes left on the clock, whoa, they're getting real wild out there. Batley going for a bit of a weave as he saw Leach go in, and that's what we're talking about. Missed the braking zone completely. Too concerned on what was behind him and not with what's in front of him.
Yeah, it's almost like you turn the mirror away. Don't look what's back there. Just focus on your marks. Make them pass you. Don't beat yourself.
That's what happens.
Yeah, Batley drops down behind Ryan Leach, and that opens the door. That is not what Mersberger wanted to see. He's going to hope that this next 5 minutes goes by real fast.
It's a lot of time on the clock for Mersberger to have to battle Leach. Here's our replay, and you can see, gets on the brakes, car hops a little bit. Does he even look over? I'm wondering if he looks at his mirror.
The other thing to note here too, Jacob, is did he move under braking? I don't know. I can't say without looking at it again if he did. But race control does not like when you change lines under braking. That could be considered blocking. Not saying he did that, but that's something of consideration in this battle.
We're starting to see a few more drivers come across the line. Ryerson Whistle up into 6th. DiGiacomo still sitting in 7th. Vocal in 8th. Grimm at 9th, and Stout down in 10th.
2 seconds from Leach up to Mersberger, and Batley, he got back on the racetrack pretty quickly, but now pressure from James French.
Yeah, not a driver that you want hunting you down by any means, and we'll see the keep an eye out on that battle for first right now, but at this time, Batley's the car's a little dirtier, maybe a little worse for wear. Did a great job of keeping things on the right side of the wheels. That could have been a lot worse for him.
Yeah, still on the podium for now. Don't throw it away here. The 115 car is heading to pit lane. Potentially issues there to sort out.
Don't think Leach is going to be able to pull that gap in a little bit closer. Mersberger just looks great. He's had a phenomenal race, very clean from what we can tell, not taking any major risks, but with 3:34 left in this, even if we run it to the clock, it means that Leach is going to have to pull out almost a second per lap, and that is not an easy thing to do on a spec series.
Yeah, I agree with you there. This time block runs till 5:30 local. It's 5:22, so I think we'll get 2 more, but it's possible we get the white this time. Let's see what happens as Mersberger clears turn 14 and heads up towards the start-finish line. And I saw a waving flag. I don't know if it was a white or not.
See what Leach does with this. 1.8. Yeah, that's a pretty big gap, even with a couple laps left. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Showed 3 minutes on the ticker there. Mersberger, unless something goes pretty awry, he's going to be sitting in a very good position once these cars wrap around.
And it was a white flag. This will be the final lap of the race, so that does not give Leach a lot of time. He only made up 2/10 anyway. I don't know that that was going to leave him enough time regardless, but James French is going to turn up the heat on Batley here for the podium spot.
Yeah, things get a little hairy at this point in time. This is where some of your veteran competitors really come into their own. They can calm themselves down, breathe a little bit, and make sure that this final lap is a good one and not do anything too crazy. But I think French might go for it. He's pretty close. With only a couple of turns left to make up that ground, you never know.
Yeah, he's within slipstream distance here to reel him in by the time they get to turn 11.
Doing a good job of it. He's following in the shadow all the way around. As we get into the kink, he could, if he takes a risk there, he can pick up a bit of time.
Yeah, Bryce Mersberger all by himself at the front of the field right now. Batley and French into turn 11. No change yet, but French is closing in there, so that battle for third could change hands by the time they come around to 14. Batley on defense, and you know what? I think French widened out his line a little too much and gave away a little time.
Yeah, might have went for something a little bit earlier on before that turn and then just got caught out with it. But all eyes right now, the final corner, Mersberger out in the lead and takes that checkered flag as he comes down the straight.
Bryce Mersberger wins another race today. Got the first one from a penalty to his competitor. This one is earned and moves up to the top of the board and picks up another 25 points on the weekend. Ryan Leach up to second place. Jalen Batley third, then French and Hosey in fifth place as the rest of the field comes across the start-finish line. That was a great race.
That was a great race. Very clean. Not a lot of craziness going on, but that's just a solid day of rush racing, that's for sure.
That's what we want to see. That's what we want to hear. And the rest of the field sneaking back around. We're down about 18th place confirmed on the start-finish here, and let the majority of the field come back around. We'll show you results, and we'll carry on to the next event of the day, which is the Eibach GLTC Series. And once again, Ayrton Grimm, who finished 9th, he's on his cool-down lap right now. His race car, I'm looking for where it would be on the grid, or if they're going to do it on a hot swap on the pit lane. They might have gotten prior approval to do that. Oh, you see it?
Right ahead of us?
It's orange and purple. I think you're looking at Blake Korth's car.
Wrong one.
But yeah, I think they do it on pit lane. And this has been pre-coordinated, so I think he'll be just fine. But
he's got some special permissions for the young lad.
Yes. Well, they asked if we could not run Rush and GLTC back-to-back, but we couldn't facilitate that. But we can facilitate this. Anyway, right, Rush Race 2, Bryce Mersberger, top of the order. Ryan Leach, Jalen Batley, James French, and Blair Hosey, your top 5, Jacob. But really, from 4th on back, great battles.
Yeah, amazing battles. Ryerson Whistle, Brett DiGiacomo, Andy Vogel, Ayrton Grimm, and Trip Stout, rounding things off in your top 10.
Looking down the rest of the order here, 11 through 20. Again, some great battles that we didn't get to focus on because the front was so entertaining. You see Isaac Nolan, Keegan Bosch, Kyle Melnick, a good ways up from the first race. Gabriel Nitre, again from that penalty, moving forward. Then Cooper, Anderson, Billingsley, Kraus, Markert, and Magagnoli. Great climb up. He was in the 30s at the start of the race, so huge gain there. Wilson, Bourne, Carroll, Reed, another big climb from the back of the field. Boysen, their top 25. The last couple of pages we'll just flash through here before we get rolling. Dixon Davenport, another driver that had a penalty, charging back up. And a couple of drivers that went to pit lane to get some things sorted. Jake Sanders is one of them. Ethan Hardesty we saw pull off, and Jason Ayler in the 74 also off track. And potentially issues for him. He might have been the one that peeled off on the pace lap.
I believe so, yeah, he peeled off pretty early.
Let's have a look at the highlights here for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 2. And just like the first race, there was plenty of action to watch. Here's a look at it on the start. Cars everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's chaos, but thankfully it was fairly clean. Now, the race control may go back and find some things that we missed out on, but big story there. Ryan Leach getting through that track and having to fight his way back up from 5th. Did a phenomenal job of that and made short work of a few competitors right off the bat.
Yeah, Blair Hosey on by Brett DiGiacomo. That battle went back and forth a couple of times. Great fights, and then this one, Ryan Leach pressuring Jalen Batt. Was there contact there, or was that a slip? I think he might have just slipped up the 88, and then right there, that big hop and a skip over the curbs.
Yeah, a lot of pressure pushing from the back, but Bryce Mersberger just making it look clean all day, all the way through this race. Started in the front, finished in front, and I'm sure that is the biggest smile that is on this racetrack right now.
Bryce Mersberger, 2 for 2 with the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race 2 of 4 at GRIDLIFE South Carolina is complete.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
Season of GRIDLIFE means a lot of things, but if you're like me, you always appreciate new merch, and boy, have we got that official merch stand here at the track, just across from the arcade and kind of in between that and the Nappy Boy Automotive trailer. Come on in, Max, let's take a look here. I'm rocking the GRIDLIFE 26 logo tee. We've got plenty of current 26 season stuff, but if you look in here, there's some really cool event-specific stuff as well, like we always do. I think a lot of stuff, tees, socks. I didn't even know we had socks, honestly. Personal highlight for me, though, this snapback modeled after maybe a certain NBA team that's a little bit local to here. But Kyle, I'm going to have to check if I can get some store credit for one of these, because damn, this is looking really good. But as you can see, I already got some happy customers here getting some stuff given away. But as you see, some stuff for the season, a handful of different stuff for the whole season. And let's actually check in very quickly. How we doing? I gotta ask, so far, what's been selling the best this weekend?
So I would say the event tee is what we are like going through the most, the CMP tee. I personally love the grassroots tee, the white one, obviously custom, one of a kind, but you too can customize yours. And then I think the two purple and green are great too, but the black is definitely like the hot item. Yeah.
And I'm gonna put you on the spot here. For people who are not at the track with us this weekend, do you know where they can find this merch after the weekend?
Yeah, so all of this merch and more will be available online. So we have a great e-commerce setup, and so you can go online, and there's even merch that's not here that's available online.
Shop.grid.life. And one more thing really quickly, obviously tonight we'll be seeing Chill and Sullivan King performing. As always, we've got merch for all of our performers. But there you go, guys, shop.grid.life if you're not with us, but come on down, merch tent here right across from the arcade. Something you're gonna like, promise.
Love it, Jackson. Thanks for giving us the show. I don't know, you usually get a chance to even see what we've got, so it's always cool.
We're up here the whole time.
Yeah, Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2 is on tap for us. It has been an absolutely gorgeous day. See a little bit of clouds covering now, 88 degrees Fahrenheit as we get into the tail half of the afternoon. Humidity's dropped a lot since this morning, but no precipitation at all.
You can feel the humidity drop.
Yeah,
she's dry.
Let's have a look at our starting lineup and go through it all. Here we go. On the front row, it's Eric Magnussen alongside Nicholas Barbado in the number 49. And alongside the second row is going to be Andy Smedegaard in the 212-86 and Ayrton Grimm in the MX-5 Miata just out of the rush car. Daniel Geraldo in the Lexus IS350 and Blake Korth starts alongside him in 6th place. Then 7th is Joel Morrison. Matt Waldbaum rolls off in 8th in the S2000. Wrapping up the top 10, Justin Lee and Salil Shukla.
As we take a look at row 6, 11th and 12th, we got Carlos Mendez and Sam Scott going side by side into turn 1. Getting down a little further to Eric Catil and Zachary Mortimer taking 13th and 14th. Another Catil. Jeff Donati, former drifter, good friend of mine, making this his racing debut. Then we look at 17th and 18th, Kunwoo Lee and Mason Bursack in row 9, taking it into row 10, Di Nguyen and Brian Hendricks.
Yeah, it'll be Ben Swanson and RJ Till in 21st and 22nd, and Robert McDaniels and Michael Pagano. We'll let the rest of these scroll for a moment. We saw Eric Catil had an issue. From my understanding, it was something engine related for Catil, but I see him out there. He is on the racetrack, so whatever was a problem, they think they've got it fixed, I think, so we'll see how things go. Last couple of rows we won't get to because the safety car is entering turn number 14, and we'll bring you back to the racetrack as we're about ready to go racing from GRIDLIFE South Carolina and Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2. Magnussen and Nick Barbado, 2 different BMWs, LS E46 on driver's left, and on the right it is the E36. Time to go racing. Here we go. Eibach GLTC, waiting. Green flag, we're underway.
We'll see how tidy everybody keeps it as they go into turn 1. Nicholas Barbado, he's got everything to gain on this first turn and then called his entire race. But now as we go 3 wide into 2, looks like Eric Magnussen able to hold on to things, and Barbado having to hold back, still in 2nd place. Everybody else making it through our first 2 turns, and now we'll stretch them out and see where the positioning lies.
Yeah, nice start so far. Everybody clean through the first couple of corners. Magnussen, looks like, did he lose that lead initially? He did. Barbado takes the top spot as we roll through turns 5, 6, and 7. Double file up through turn 4 for the first time, and then that rocket backstretch leading to turn 8. Look at Andy Smedegaard hunting that number 3, that gold car.
Yeah, Smedegaard. He's going to want to get this out of the way early. He's going to want to get it passed on as quick as he can, but it's not going to be super easy being defended by that big BMW. So we'll see. I mean, this is something we saw on the previous race of somebody running a bit heavier of a car and how they have to take a slightly wider line, and Andy Smedegaard able to make up the difference by catching an over-under as we come through some tighter sections of this track. And there's Smedegaard one more time, taking another look. Loves doing this, loves peeking out and trying to see where an opportunity might be, and this could be it for Smedegaard.
Carving up the inside there, Eric Magnussen. This is going to be a great battle. Whoever wins this battle gets to take it to Nick Barbado for the rest of the show. and Magnuson hangs on as they claw up under acceleration out of turn 13.
Interesting to see how Nick Barbado made that pass so early on. I didn't catch it. I didn't think he actually completed the pass, but here he is out front, white BMW leading the pack. And Smedegaard one more time trying to catch a tighter line through 14, and now they start to blow by the booth. And we'll start to see what that gap looks like as every driver coming across the line.
Into turn 1. Lap 1 complete. Barbado leads the way. 38 cars behind him. It's a great feeling in Eibach GLTC with how competitive it is to have everybody in trail of you. And again, a great diverse array of cars here. 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder, 4-cylinder, your top 3 cars.
Yeah, top 10 looking pretty good, pretty much in the same spots, it seems, where they started things off. And Kittil jumped up a spot, but we'll find out. Now the war of attrition begins, and we heard Barbado talk about it earlier and kind of let us know what he thought the race was going to be like, that he's going to sneak back up, but right now he's up in front. So can he hold on to that pace? Is he going to be able to do great things now that he's got the fresh air in front of everyone? Not everybody does well holding on to first.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of pressure reduced for a moment, but those top 4 have spread themselves out. Have a look at the 777 car, Blake Korth in 4th place. He started his debut in Eibach GLTC at Midwest Festival last year in a Porsche Cayman built by Aaron Lichty, a past competitor with extreme talent that we've seen as a builder and a driver. But there he is right there, running in under the tent of the CRP Racing guys. Ayrton Grimm, his teammate. Speaking of Grimm, I don't know where he is on course at the moment. I thought he was up in the mix, but I do not see him.
Not seeing him on my list here at all.
Oh, unfortunate. I don't know if he found his way down the order at all, but regardless, Korth carrying the banner for the moment and has Andy Smedegaard right in the crosshairs.
Yeah, Smedegaard doing a good job of being in a really bad spot of wanting to make a pass, but also have a MX-5 breathing down your neck. So we got 2 very nimble cars back to back, following in behind the M3. There we go, catching a little bit of curb is Korth.
Yeah, I think the challenge with these NC MX-5s is they're not very aerodynamically efficient. They're a very draggy car in comparison to the FRS, the 86 that Andy Smedegaard is in. The drag coefficient of the MX-5 much higher. So on those long straightaways, regardless of the power that he has, I think he's going to be pushing a little bit more sail through the air, so to speak.
Yeah, it's interesting how we've got kind of weights dropping between those 3 competitors. So we know during these long stretches that the higher horsepower we're going to see out of the BMW is probably going to be able to stretch his legs, but as we get into the more nimble sections of this track, that's where I expect to see Korth and Smedegaard try something different. Now, Smedegaard's in a bad spot because Korth is right there, but Smedegaard's trying to hunt down Magnuson at the same time, so you got to decide what you want to do. Do you try to go for that pass early? Do you try and shake off the competitor? It's a tough call, but Smedegaard's been in this game for a long time. Fingers crossed he makes the right choice.
Yeah, and here's Eric Kittil, by the way, in that number 82, trying to move his way forward. Not anywhere to go behind Daniel Geraldo. And Matt Waldbaum just ahead of him. That's a battle for 5th. And Kittil, again, I think his problem seems resolved, but it's hard to make passes. This is how competitive the field is these days, and it's going to be frustrating for Kittil. It's not often that you find him, I say, this deep outside of the top 5, but clawing his way forward 1 spot at a time.
Yeah, looked obviously very solid in the first race, and then didn't quite get an answer on what the mechanical is. Not that he'd probably tell us, but he's doing a good job now, making a clean and tidy pass on the inside, and hopefully start to move his way up, potentially up into the top 10.
Yeah, keep an eye on whoever scores the purple lap time, too. I think, maybe not this time through, but that'll give you an idea if the fastest car on the racetrack is the leader or not. But he's got Matt Waldbaum in his sights. He's not an easy car to pass. That 90 car has seen a bunch of different paint schemes on it. It's seen a bunch of different engine configurations, and you'll note the kind of half-and-half livery. 1 half is gray, 1 half is blue. Well, this car isn't even the same chassis that he had his original livery on. He's basically swapped all of the internals of one car to a different chassis, and he took the livery from both and smashed them together.
I love that. I love that. Well, I mean, the chassis get old, they get worn out. The spot welds that hold these unibody cars together start to flex and tear, and they start to feel loose. Even with the roll cage in there, You ask a driver when they do that fresh build, the car just seems tight, stops making all the weird noises, and it can make a big difference.
Well, you know, what they were telling me to ASM, as Catil has a look here, is they built all the cars the same, but there were definitely differences between them, and it was basically how old they were, how many miles they had on the track or otherwise.
And if one was built on a Friday.
Look at Catil just motor around Waldbaum on the outside there.
Yeah, very clean pass there. He can just show he's finding the right spots to do this. He's not getting himself into a hairy situation. He's finding very, very clean opportunities to pass. Now he's got a bit of a gap to make up before he gets and catches up with Korth.
Yeah, so up into P5 and trying to just salvage some points. Again, it's far from over. Barbado and Magnuson are looking good if they can lock this thing up as they are. And Nick Barbado, again, in his career, I believe it was just the one race win for him. So I will double check that, but Barbado in command of the field at the moment.
Yeah, looking to pick up another one. So 2 M3s, and then we got an 8.6 and an MX-5 all battling out in the top 4, but it looks like Barbado going to hold that top spot for our lap time. Start to see a few cars lock in and a few more shuffle around. Catil really, really working this track. He's trying to pick up a 10th anywhere that he possibly can, riding the curbs in and out. It's going to be a long haul, though, to make it up to Korth.
Yeah, just to confirm, Barbado's win was at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course last year in race 4 by virtue of the invert that put him ahead of everybody else for the start of that last race. But again, he's qualified well, he's running well. This has got to be an exciting weekend for him. A 1.3 second gap back to the battle for second place.
Yeah, he's in a good spot. We're approximately halfway through this race, so things are looking quite good for the time being, and we'll see if Barbado is able to keep that going. Right now, Magnuson, Smedegaard, and Korth are all kind of battling each other back and forth. Smedegaard looking for a little bit of fresh air, catching the inside as they fly through the kink. We'll see if he decides to make a move. For right now, everyone seems pretty comfortable at the spot they're in. Ooh, Smedegaard really catching a lot of that curb. Hopefully that doesn't throw him too wide. And it looks like Korth maybe taking a quick little peek through the inside.
While they're battling, I'm watching a certain green and white Civic get a little closer. And if you give him an opportunity to claw his way forward, Catil is going to just sneak in there and pick your pocket. So while they fight amongst themselves, it's fun to watch. But guys, there is a runner-up to the series championship last year that's right in the mix.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can pick up that gap. So you're sitting right now with a 6 second, almost flat. I bet he's picked up at least a second, maybe even 2. We'll see when they come through the timing markers exactly where Catil is sitting.
Brian Hedian at the rear of the field after the incident in the previous race, right behind the 89 of Tom Panzarella. And Justin Wingfield in his first event weekend here in Eibach GLTC. Max Gorley in the Subi Mods BRZ as well. This is a great little fight down the field a little ways.
Yeah, Catil only picking up 1 second, actually just sub 1 second on that lap, so he's got a lot of work to go as the clock ticks down to less than 6 minutes left.
Yeah, this is a battle for about 21st spot, and it's deep in the field. All the excitement. Again, they put on such a good show at the front, you hardly ever get a chance to look back here at even some of the more interesting cars.
Whoa.
Look at Panzarella.
Speaking of,
climbing Everest there at turn 1.
Yeah, having a good time and tipping that back wheel just onto the curb and throwing it for some 3-wheel action. He is really working that car. He's hustling around.
Yeah, and he was doing really well yesterday and just got kind of knocked down the order a little bit. Trying to move his way up, but I didn't catch if he had an issue at impound or anything, but that car was really fast.
Yeah, maybe they found something.
I was hoping that he found something. But
maybe.
But Brian Hedian looks like he's got his car repaired. Doesn't seem like it's suffered many ill effects of that big hop and a skip he had in race 1 in contact with Eric Grimm. You know what? Actually, I know what happened to Eric Grimm. I don't think they made the grid because they noted that there were some things that were kind of shifted around in the rear end from the yellow flag there, by the way, for Zach Mortimer. From the contact, Eric Grimm had some damage that I don't think they could repair in time. So
Mortimer pulling off track there, it looks like. Calling it quits on the day, potentially.
So just a local yellow. I don't know if Mortimer was able to get far enough out of the way. And then Sam Scott has pulled way off course. It looks like he drove there intentionally, which is great. I mean, it's not great, but it's better than parking on the racetrack.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned. We're seeing some smoke coming out from the front wheel. Fingers crossed that's just a bit of brake and not any flames coming up from the patches of grass. We did find a couple of bonfires earlier on today.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to sit out there for too long. We're only a couple of minutes away from a checker flag. So he's found a spot in the dirt to park, which is hopefully a little bit better than the grass. And that grass looks a little greener than other places we've seen. So a little more moisture in it to hopefully keep it from igniting.
Until sub 4 seconds now.
Alan Newsom's got a license plate on his car. I mean, you want to talk about road relevance and the diversity of cars we see in this paddock? Here's another car with a license plate. I love it.
Daily race car.
It's not just for show. I mean, these are cars that are still probably registered, maybe not insured anymore, but you know, I just think that's really, really cool. You know, generally, you'd think race cars think first thing we would pull a license plate off because it's going to get trailered here anyway, probably. Yeah. We have had drivers drive their car to events. Brian DeFries did that a couple of years ago. Scott Robertson has done that before as well.
Love to see it.
It is a cool story, that is for sure.
As the clock ticks down, we should be seeing a white flag here momentarily, would be my guess.
Catil, best lap of the race. And here's the critical thing. We set race 3 by the fastest lap from race 2.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so for Catil, this could mean quite a lot. This is a pretty big situation for him if he can keep that. And look at how much he's closed that gap. He was sitting on that previous lap with almost 4 seconds behind, and now he is nose to tail with Korth. What a pickup.
This is going to be fun to watch. Catil digging in the hybrid racing EG. The Eibach colors on this car, making it look like something straight out of the Japanese Touring Car Championship, and a huge run on the back of Blake Korth for 4th place into turn 4. Oh, note that there's a yellow here at sector 2. I think it's cleared now, so I think we're good.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Catil could have been caught out by that. Fans behind us are getting into it too.
Yeah.
Getting the cheers going on for Catil, who makes a tidy pass there over Korth.
Yeah, just note also that those are not driven by race control, so even if the graphic is up and there isn't actually yellow, no worries there wouldn't be a penalty or anything of the sort, only if it's actually by race control, which we can't do except in the case of a full course yellow. Oh, Catil, a little bit too much off-road there, dragging his pretty car through the dirt.
He was hoping to hunt down Smedegaard. He's still in a good spot. Look at him shaking the car back and forth, making sure that everything is still tight in there, maybe knocking some dust off the brakes. Look at this Catil. Oh, wow.
Wow, he is pushing, and Nick Barbado still holds a 1.8 second lead. I think he's about a lap and a half away from potentially picking up his 2nd career win. Yeah. Eric Magnussen holding off Smedegaard. Korth drops behind Catil. But is it done yet, that charge from the 82?
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I don't think it's over. It's not going to be over until he crosses that finish line. Look at him catching the inside, trying to go at Smedegaard here. Is it going to be enough? Ooh, looks like he concedes, catches up behind. Will he go for one more shot? Look at this, right on the inside of Smedegaard as they have to drag race down our straight. And will we see a white flag? Catil able to catch the win in the quarter. Holy cow.
On the outside, Andy going to lean in deep into turn 1. Try to keep overlap here. White flag, 1 lap to go. Andy sideways trying to hold on to the spot. He can't.
It's the one upside of that front wheel drive. You can do some craziness through those corners. And that's maybe what Catil knew, is that Smedegaard was not going to be able to hold on to it. The rear end was going to step out, whereas Catil is able to just put his foot down and drive right through the corner.
Well, he's got one more he could get. This would be a legendary climb and a heroic recovery.
Magnussen did not think at the beginning of this race that he would have that Honda Civic hunting him down and haunting him in his rear view mirror. So Magnussen right now is probably shaking his head going, wait a second, what is that?
Eric Catil started this race in 13th place.
We still doing Hard Charger awards?
We don't unfortunately have a point or anything for that, but I think he'll be the people's champ for this one. You see him flashing those brake lights there. That's just resetting the brake pads against the rotor. If you run over those rumble strips, they shake the pads away. It gives you a long pedal in the next braking zone. So that's very savvy driving by Catil. He's right on the heels of Magnussen, but Barbado is just 3 corners away from his 2nd career victory in Eibach GLTC.
Got a quick flash there at Catil. One more time. Look at this. Wide line in. Is he going to cut back in? Hopefully that BMW steps out and Catil can find a bit of a gap. And look at that beautiful driving. And Magnussen starts to push him wide. But now Catil getting the drag race done against the BMW. Look at him go.
Down into turn 14, side by side for 2nd place. Catil, a heroic effort from 13th on the grid, steals 2nd place away. Nick Barbado, his 2nd win in Eibach GLTC. Catil from 13th to 2nd on the final lap of the race. What a drive.
This is a race that the paddock will be talking about for years to come. Eric Catil may not have taken the top spot in this race, but he is going to get all the conversation for the rest of tonight.
That is a show of force.
Wow.
Whatever issue he had in race 1 was not plaguing him in race 2. And everybody should be afraid of him going into tomorrow.
That is absolutely incredible. And not only second place, top spot, and we'll be starting from the front of the pack tomorrow.
That is cool. Wow.
I'm going to go shake that man's hand.
Yeah, that was cool. And great racing all around. I know we had a couple issues here and there, but everyone got the track clear so we could keep racing. Great on Zach Mortimer, who is still rolling, by the way, got back on course, and Sam Scott as well. So excellent work by everyone to keep this race nice and clean and green.
Catil, I mean, he's shaking that car back and forth. He did have that pretty good off that he did not let up on at any point. Yeah, the only thing that might come back, did he go all 4 off? I don't think so. Definitely 2, though.
I think 2 off, got away with it. Let's have a look at our race results here for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. It was a fun one. And Nick Barbado in that number 49 picks up his 2nd career win, Mid-Ohio Race 4 and Eibach GLTC Race 2 here at Carolina Motorsports Park. Catil, Magnuson, Korth, and Smedegard, your top 5.
Geraldo Walbaum, Lee, Shukla, and Morrison taking out the top 10. Incredible race.
Then the Carlos Mendez up to 11th place. Kunwoo Lee, Vitas Aronauskis, Ben Swanson, Brian Hendricks, your top 15. Pagano win, Donati in that 624. Justin Wingfield, great battle there. Tom Panzarella in 20th place in that number 89. A couple drivers not quite getting back to the start-finish line on the same lap as the leader. Hedian, Gurley, Tyson, McDaniels, Newsom, your top 25. The rest of the order at the bottom of the screen there.
Yeah, what an incredible race from everybody out here, and a few drivers not having a great time. Hilo, Till, Bursack, just not having a great time. Whether they made, well, they wouldn't have made it. They made a couple of laps.
Let's have a look at our highlights here from Eibach GLTC race number 2. It was a blast, and they coming back around to cool things off. Here's a look. Highlights from Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 2 at South Carolina Festival, round 1 of 6. Great start, 3 wide, but early on, Barbado cleared Magnuson early on. Smedegard took the heat to him, but Catil from 13th on the grid just started picking them off.
Yeah, just one by one, and some crazy spots too, as we see him going a little bit wide there through that section, then even into the kink, having to make that pass at the last second. What a bold move through so many of these. I mean, our battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lasted for what felt like forever. Magnuson holding into that 2nd spot for the vast majority of the race, but ultimately wouldn't finish there, as Barbado doing a great job out front.
Yeah, Barbado just drove a really nice race, got the lead, never looked back, and here was that pass on the final lap. And look how tight it is, how respectful it is between these two, leaving space for each other on the road. Look at all that room Catil left Magnuson if they wanted a drag race to the line, but Catil picked up 2nd place. 49 wins the race, and Eibach GLTC Race 2 complete from South Carolina. GRIDLIFE South Carolina, the first round of 6 in 2026 here at Carolina Motorsports Park. Track cleanup going on right now on the racetrack. Joel Morrison has had an issue getting pulled up onto the rollback. The kart track is going. Fans are loading in. The stage is getting set up. We are running out of rent here for the stage in about 35 minutes. But we just had an awesome race in Eibach GLTC, and Jackson Lambros caught up with, I think, the people's hero, Eric Cattell, in that number 82.
And the party is on for Eric Cattell, who has had a roller coaster of a day, to say the least. Let's start with this. What had you sidelined at the end of race 1?
I hit a curb too hard in race 1, and a coil pack wire got pulled out of the coil pack, so I was down a cylinder the whole race. Decided to, bring it home. Still managed to finish 12th or 14th. So then I knew I had a hard battle right here, and the crew fixed it real quick. Yeah, we just got it fixed up and then went out there, and I knew I had one job to do, was get as close to the front as I could. Did not expect to get second place, but thankfully Magnussen was kind of holding a few of the cars back, but Nicholas Barbado, congratulations to him, man. He just drove away, and I'm pretty tired. It was a long day.
P13 to P2. Was that a fun experience for you, or after race 1 were we kind of driving with anger there?
No, I love starting further in the back and trying to race these guys, and fantastic racing all around. Everybody's super respectful, and nobody's letting me by. Everybody's fighting me pretty hard, and that's what I love. And the battles in GLTC are always the best, and it's just fun racing. That's why I'm here. Winning's great, but having good battles is even better.
I can guarantee you this, it was a phenomenal show for everybody watching. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
Kyle?
That was so cool. And you could tell he's amped up. So just to fill you in, Jacob, he had hit a curb too hard in race 1, pulled the coil pack wire out, was on 3 cylinders all race 1.
Got it.
So great race by him, but who even had one spot better was the race winner, Nicholas Barbado, and Jackson caught up with him too.
Sweat builds character. Yes, Nick Barbado. We've leveled the series. It's 2 BMWs to get us started. Walk me through that race.
Oh, man, I have a whole bunch of emotion running through me right now. I'm sorry. I want to thank my wife, Amy. I love her. She's at home. She wasn't feeling good. So this is my first win, That was a non-invert, so really stoked about that. But honestly, Eric, phenomenal driver. I knew the only shot I had was on turn 1 in the brakes because he's good in the corners, but my car has a long run pace, so if I could just get in clean air, I knew I was going to have a shot, and so that's what I did. I basically just sort of waited until he braked, and I braked a half a second later, and there you go. That was it. The whole race was in turn 1. I hate to say that. That's not good advice for those newbies out there.
I'll say this as well. You were just talking to Eric. The last thing I think you were expecting was some lime green in your rearview mirror. How much of a shot across the bow, not just for you, but for everybody right now, is that race from Eric?
Yeah, it is. They call it KMP for a reason. He's the man. He's flying here. Again, he's another killer driver, phenomenal setup. That Civic is a work of art. So, I saw him there and I was like, no way, but I guess anything's possible when he's behind the wheel. So, cheers.
I'll let you celebrate here. Congratulations.
Thanks, Bill. I appreciate it.
Woo! Guys.
Wow, just a lot of emotion there. Really cool to see.
Love the respect, too. Love the respect, too. KMP,
I like it.
Yeah.
On to GLGT, GRIDLIFE GT. We basically took the Eibach GLTC rule set. We added some power to it. Here's a look at your grid. Christian Aranja will start on the front row again. Matan Rosenberg right alongside him. 2 Corvettes sharing that front row. AJ Hartman and Gary Wimble, Mustang and Corvette. American Muscle in row number 2. Eric Jensen and Chris DeLucia in V8s in row number 3. And then Eric Meadows and Alex Pites sharing row number 4. Meadows in a C5, Pites in a C8. And the final row is Anthony Scafuto in V number 87 and Jordan Wisely in his Hyundai Veloster N from KDM Tuners. So again, as I mentioned, this is the Eibach GLTC rule set with more power, more aero, and this year, a new partnership, a spec tire with Toyo. The Toyo Proxazar is the spec tire of GRIDLIFE GT.
This is going to be good. This is going to be good. The GT class, to me, is just incredible. I love how tight the racing is. We're talking about some big body cars on here, too. You're not sneaking through the pack. You're not finding small gaps. You've got to beat somebody all out to really get that pass done. So this should be really interesting. Ranha did such a great job earlier on in this race. AJ Hartman as well. And now that we're into a new one, now that we reset, but everybody's got a new attitude. The sun's going down. It's cooling very quickly. So I expect to see some really good lap times.
So side by side here for the top spot as we roll around. Baton Rosenberg again working with some new partners this season. Vibrant Performance, his team now, after running some different colors in the past, still has Eibach on board. You see it on the nose there. Christian Aranja has got all sorts of colors on that car. That is the junkyard special fenders, I think, but
it's okay.
It's fast. That's all that matters.
Yep.
Hyundai Elantra and safety car makes the hard left onto pit lane. GRIDLIFE GT race number 2 about to launch. Here we go. Green flag, and we're underway from GRIDLIFE South Carolina.
Looks like every competitor got a pretty good launch off the go, but can Arana hold on as he takes the inside, pushing a little bit wide, and it looks like AJ Hartman maybe gets that pass done. He was hunting for it. He was definitely going for it. We'll take a look at our pack leaders here in just a moment as we already have one car venturing off into the dirt.
Lots of dust, and it might have been Matan. He had the nose ahead there for a moment on Arana as they came through turn 3, but I think he might have dropped a wheel and let Arana sneak back by. And then Hartman, as you mentioned, up to 3rd place in that number 24 Mustang. Line astern as they leave turn 7 up to turn 8.
Yeah, very tidy there. I mean, we only saw one car out in the dirt, which I think is the least amount we've seen at turn 1 in our racing so far today. And now we get in to every driver trying to feel out what their competitor's like. Where's their pace at? Where's your pace at? Where do you think you can start to make up an advantage? I feel like a lot of these drivers take this first lap or two to really feel the track out, see where the good spots are, and then they start attacking in lap 2 and 3.
Yeah, working with a little bit more power than we do in Eibach GLTC. Matan's car in this trim runs about 100 horsepower more to the rear wheels. So off and away and into turn 11 for the first time.
So far, oh, we got a spin out here from number 40, that of Chris DeLucia. Getting a little bit wild. It was a strange one. It looks like he might have got on power just in the wrong spot of the corner, or I don't think anything down on track, fingers crossed, but going for a bit of a yard sale there and mowing the grass here. Carolina Motorsport Park. Through turn 14, we'll see if anybody decides to make a daring move, but right now the track is spread out pretty well. Everyone finding their own pace on lap 1.
Crossing the stripe, AJ Hartman up to 3rd past Wimble on that opening lap. It's 0.7 of a second between Aranja and Baton Rosenberg. And then AJ Hartman in that twin-turbo V6 car. And again, the strengths of this machine are really more in those high-speed corners where he can lean on that aero, all the aero functionality. He does all of his own aero work, does all of his own carbon work, has his own company, AJ Hartman Aero.
There you go.
And you know, with that comes a really intimate understanding of what makes the car stick to the road, but maybe lacking a little bit of the grunt that the cars ahead of him have.
Yeah, that's all right. If you can make it up in a couple other spots and go for it. I mean, nobody's super happy about 3rd, but it's not a bad spot to be in right now. Let the 2 Corvettes battle it out. We've seen this time and time again. Let somebody else do the aggression for you and just find your way to the back of that battle and slide your way through.
Hartman throttling up towards the back straightaway now. And remember that the Toyo Tires contingency, if Christian Aranja were able to pick up a couple of wins here, the potential is here, grid size base, but potential is there for $3,600 a weekend in Toyo bucks that they can apply via Tire Rack. A convenient timing on the sponsor rotator there.
Look at that.
So that's a really exciting thing. And then in Spec Tire this year, we don't really know how that's going to make things play out. Again, in GLTC, we've always had a choice of tire, but a Spec Tire puts everyone on the same level playing field and really makes you kind of build your mousetrap in maybe a slightly different way. So I'm really excited to see how this pans out this year. But Arana looks like he's stretching his legs a bit.
Yeah, he's using all the cars there, which can be a good sign, and not always, though. Might be just meaning he took 14 with a little bit more pace than what he was expecting, and we'll see how things look as the sun's starting to come down. Arana in a bit of a slip there, coming through 2. Not too bad. The car's looking very, very stuck to the ground, and he's taking advantage of every single square inch of this racetrack.
Yeah, we saw the spin for Chris DeLucia in the 40. He messaged me earlier that he ran out of fuel. He's not used to having an LS in the car.
Oh, wow.
So just miscalculated there a little bit. It's thirsty.
Yeah, drivers want to bring on as little weight as possible and try and wrap up their race with, I don't know, what, a couple of cups left in the tank?
Yeah, and after running a BMW motor, a 6-cylinder last year, a little bit more fuel efficient at full tilt. So just not quite familiar, and your numbers from last year aren't going to work for this year.
Now, a lot of these drivers have keeping pretty tidy notebooks, release scraps of papers or pizza boxes with everything going on and all their settings. So drivers with the experience out here, especially drivers that were already on these Toyos, they're going to have a pretty good advantage coming into a lot of these races.
Yeah, Matan Rosenberg, too, with this new livery he's got on his car, I have to say, it looks great. And maybe an unpopular opinion, but the headlights he has on, those kind of low-profile, non-pop-ups, I think they are awesome. And I think it's because of the ALMS and Le Mans Corvettes.
Okay, I like it.
I just think they're better than the pop-ups. Nothing against Christian's car. I think it's great, but Matan in second place with those low-profile, very racy-looking headlights. I think those are great.
It's about time you had a controversial opinion today. I've had about 5 of them. So.
Well, the other thing, I have to say this. I want to make it a rule that headlights have to be turned on, only because race cars look way cooler with headlights turned on.
I completely agree. I completely agree. And I know our media peeps out in the field right now would absolutely love some beautiful shots because we're now getting into golden hour.
Yeah, I think he's only got one actual headlight, though. I don't think the other one, it works.
Well, let's make another rule that you need to have 2.
I would love that. Whoa, big slide for Rosenberg. Carving turns 4 and 5. Just trying to find something to go after Aranja. Just can't seem to get there.
Looks like Lucia bumped up a spot there as well. That's coming across the line a little bit further back. Scafudo still sitting in 9th. So not seeing a lot of jockeying for position. Everybody pretty happy.
See inside the headlight housing there. Looks like there's some kind of air intake or something.
Yep.
You know, got that bug eye look.
I say 2 headlights. You got to run both. And anytime past, I don't know, what is it now? 6? Anytime past 5.
Yeah, then a C5 always deserves yellow headlights.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
Right.
Good call.
So, and you know what? A funny story on the ALMS thing. He's gone through a couple of liveries since, but when he debuted this car, he ran a year of it in black paint, black and red paint. Then he ran it for a year in a 2009 ALMS-inspired Corvette racing livery.
Okay.
And then he ran it in a Falcon livery last year. And now, of course, with the change to GRIDLIFE GT, and he's hooked up with Vibrant Performance and got all new colors, and Eibach logo still on the car as well. But again, it's seen 4 liveries in 4 years.
That's impressive.
3 or 4.
Vinyl is not cheap either.
It is not.
And for most drivers, it's the last thing that they want to put money into. They want to have performance, they want to have everything else, and then they go, I'll worry about the looks later.
You know, drivers in our series are so proud of their cars that, you know, there's certainly cars out there that could probably use a wrap or 2, but, you know, generally, you know, this series, the attention it draws and the entertainment it draws, people take a lot of value in their way that their car is presented, and I think that's cool to see. Oops, slow car there. Was that the Camaro?
I think so, yeah. Hard to say.
But Chris DeLucia rockets up towards turn 4. No, it was Meadows, I think.
Oh.
So I wonder if
unfortunate.
Yeah, just seemed like he was a little off. Or was it Wimble? No, it had to have been Meadows. Alex Pites coming up the front straightaway, by the way.
That
sounding
did not sound good.
Very off kilter.
Yeah, that sounded really, really bad. Lots of pops and bangs, lifting off throttle in a spot where you're normally on throttle, so I wouldn't be surprised if
it was Wimble. That 11 car that was struggling there. And he got it back rolling, so we'll Control-Alt-Delete.
He's got the OBD2 port plugged in. Just quick little clear of that code and back out on track.
Lucia again with the new livery on this car, paired up with KDM tuners, and a lot of support late with the transmission and engine swap he did. It was not, it was basically not shifting, not letting them get out of gear as of a week ago, and just, you know, all the way down to the wire. But this car looks great, and DeLucia's just kind of working through the kinks. Again, the fuel thing was really all that took him out of the race in race 1. And long term in this series this year, I think he could be a championship threat, although at the moment, Aranja and Rosenberg are getting a little ahead of him.
Yeah, I think you've got a driver that's looking this good, this early on, and something that's pretty brand new to him. When we talk about the drivetrain side of things, him looping the car a little bit earlier on was quite interesting. I would love to see a replay of that to see what happened. It almost seemed like he was at the apex and just got on power a little bit sooner, and that's going to loop you around.
As he gets used to the car, I mean, how much torque did he have last year compared to this year, right?
There you go. So, yeah, and once you figure out how to use it, that's going to be massive. Yeah, there's Wimble falling down in the standings.
Yeah, and this is Eric Meadows, a very similar car in the number 3, working his way up the order, trying to catch DeLucia. But yeah, I mean, the Corvette guys, this was a crew that we saw between Luke McGrew and Eric Meadows and Gary Wimble and a host, and including Rosenberg, that were all in Eibach GLTC at times last year and years previous. But again, they were running their cars so low power and so detuned and so choked that I think they must be having a better time now. Get a little more speed, a little lighter car. Got to be more fun.
Yeah, it's got to feel weird to be in a car like that and know that it's not running at top notch. It feels weird when it comes to racing, knowing that there's something holding you back. But we want to make it fair. We want to make it competitive. We want wheel to wheel to look as best as it possibly can. So, little restrictor. They do it via restrictor plate?
You can do it any way you want.
Oh, okay.
So you can, as long as you pass the dyno, they don't care if you, as long as it can't be changed from the car mid-race. Here comes DeLucia to the inside of Jensen in the FRS. Good battle here between these two.
Jensen going a little bit wider. DeLucia trying to go for that inside. Still going for it.
No splitter on the 184. Nope, he had that issue in race 1.
Yeah, must have just brought one to the race this weekend. But it seems to be doing all right for him so far.
You know, I think you could probably debate the splitter situation. Aero is free in the rules in this series, which means that you don't take a percentage penalty for having a wing or a splitter. So it's, you know, you might as well put it on by default. But you could argue the merits of them, especially at a slower racetrack like this. It'll help. I think the rear wing is the bigger deal, but then you have to deal with balance of the aero front to rear, especially in those high-speed corners. Yeah. I don't think it'll be a huge deal. He's still running up inside the top 5, but DeLucia is putting pressure on him.
He's doing a great job of it, too. Trying to take some interesting spots in the track to hunt him down, but Jensen's doing a pretty good job of fending him off, keeping that car nice and wide on the central racing line. He's going to make DeLucia fight for it. He's going to fight him right to the bitter end, it looks like.
Up the back straightaway now in the slipstream, peeling out of line, just get in the rear view mirror on the brakes a little later. You see the car bobbling a little bit as he woes it down. Good fight between these two.
Yeah, clean fight so far. See, that C8 sounds absolutely terrible.
Here comes DeLucia up the inside at the kink, thought better of it. Maybe he'll look driver's left here into turn 11. And Jensen covers it, goes center track to keep DeLucia from just firing it up the inside.
Yeah, I mean, without anybody else really coming up the rear and not having to fight for the front, but we'll see now. He has really got his elbows out in this.
Great battles going on right now for 4th place on the road. Spread out between the top 3, but DeLucia is hounding Eric Jensen all the way from Texas. Jensen just consistently says, he goes, I just love this. I'll drive all over the country every round. You know, this is what fills his cup.
Jensen with a really early break there. I don't know if you caught that. He braked really hard, really early. I don't know if he was trying to throw DeLucia off or realized he was overspeeding it, but it's not going to work now. Whoa!
Little lock up, or is he something's dragging now? That's exhaust.
No, I think it's the exhaust, so maybe catch him into that rumble strip as he shoots off track. And DeLucia is going to get that done as Jensen has to exit stage right.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I can't imagine he knew what that was either, so he probably just bailed because he wasn't sure. I think if he knew it was an exhaust, he probably would have just kept going. But yeah, that's unfortunate for Jensen, and that will grant DeLucia that position.
Yeah. Forced his way in there, but it ended up being a mechanical that got him the spot, but 4th is a 4th, no matter how you count it.
Exactly, doesn't matter to the points at the end of the day.
Nope.
Speaking of points, just to go over what we've got so far for GRIDLIFE GT, remember that qualifying counts. 3 points for 1st place, and then 2 for 2nd and 1 for 3rd. Aranja had pole and won race 1, so leading with 28 points over Rosenberg's 23. And I think they just parked next to each other.
Oh, that's cute.
So Wimble parked with an issue, and Jensen will do the same.
Good on them for finding a friend and camping out with them. It's the GRIDLIFE spirit. Find a buddy and camp with them.
Yeah, phone a friend, and unfortunately, I don't think any of them have the answers at the moment.
Now, we gotta try and make light of a bad situation. With a flash.
Headlights flashing across the stripe there, and white flag is waving. 1 lap to go, and Christian Aranja is 2.25 miles away from picking up his 2nd win on the weekend and loading up another 25 points for his weekend.
Still sitting on the fastest lap as well, which is a great spot to be in, and hopefully he continues that on unless somebody else wants to try something crazy. Tom Rosenberg could take it, so could AJ Hartman, but for right now, Aranja is the story, that Jack Speed Corvette.
Yeah, just looking really solid, I think.
Oh, looks great.
You know, Christian Aranja last year made his debut racing with us, I believe, at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in Eibach GLTC. and just didn't make, didn't have a great first round, made a couple of mistakes. I think had a couple of mechanical gremlins as well throughout the year, but when he's driving and he's in his element and the car is reliable, going back to pit race, for example, he was driving Alan Patton's GR Supra GT4, almost a flawless weekend there. So just a really impressive drive. And now this year with this Corvette, this is his car. Big wiggle, he's still pushing.
Why? Maybe afraid to lose that fastest lap.
Right.
He's gonna have the lowest fuel on right now. He's got clean air. That's going for the fastest lap on the last lap is a very, very bold move, but he's got the gap right now, 6.6 from the last session, from the last lap. Ron, we'll see. We'll see if he's able to maintain that purple set.
And Matan Rosenberg going to give it all he's got and try to sneak back up. I don't actually think starting second so bad. If you get the drivers right, you can steal it away. The race starts have been very fun, but Christian Aranja out of turn 14 goes 2 for 2 in GRIDLIFE GT, and he's going to pick up his second win of the weekend. And goes to the top and keeps that fastest lap so far. Rosenberg, Hartman, DeLucia will be next on the board. Nobody goes quicker.
Go. Ron finishes first, starts first, finishes first, and gets that fastest lap. That's a fantastic race.
All right, well, the rest of the field comes across the stripe here. Let's take a look at our results. Hartman sticks the peace sign out the window at all the trackside fans. And Aranja is going to stash another 25 points in his bucket and make it that much harder for someone to take him off that top step for the first weekend of the year. There's the look at it. Matan Rosenberg, AJ Hartman, Chris DeLucia, and Eric Meadows grabs the top 5 there in a Corvette. 3 Corvettes, a Mustang, and a BMW in the top 5.
Yeah, Anthony Scafuto taking 6th, Jordan Wisely in 7th, Alex Pites in 8th, Eric Jensen 9th, and Gary Wimble
in 10th.
Wimbley.
Yes, Wimble. Jensen and Wimble will hopefully get hopefully they'll be able to drive back to the paddock and look at things again tonight and get ready for tomorrow's race number 3. We'll have a look at the highlights here. Things stagnated a little bit towards the end as drivers spread out a little bit, and DeLucia was granted a position courtesy of Eric Jensen's issue, but it was fun regardless. Let's have a look. The race start again as we go into tomorrow. Matan Rosenberg on the outside of that front row almost had the lead. I think he just stepped out a little bit wide, and that's what cost him the spot. And AJ Hartman in trail wasn't able to do much with Rosenberg. They seem like they're sorted how they are in pace here this weekend, but we're going to make a little bit of a mess of it on race 4 tomorrow because we'll do a random invert after that third race.
Yeah, race 4 can always be the most exciting one just because now we're going to see some of the back markers leading the laps. And our pointiest of the drivers with the fastest times will be having to fight their way through some traffic. So it's always a good time. But, man, not a super crazy awesome race. We got spoiled very early with some insane action.
You know, a normal race can sometimes look a little unexciting compared
to what we got.
Compared to what we got. But this is good. We're getting laps under the belts of some of these new builds and new cars. But Christian Aranja, 2 for 2 here in GRIDLIFE South Carolina. And that's going to do it for our coverage for the day as we get ready to wrap up for Saturday action. As the paddock is filling up with fans, people, racers, we got to clear the stage because Jake Panda, Chill, and Sullivan King are about to get up on here. Scenes from around the day. Look at all that we saw all day long. The sun was beating down on my neck. My neck feels like it's on fire, but we were spoiled. We saw some track records fall. We got to watch full course drift. And Jacob, we get to do it all over again tomorrow. A little bit of drama even to add to the pile.
It was everything you could ask for in a GRIDLIFE event. We've got first wins, we've got big air, we got lots of sparks and tons of drifting. I can't think of a better way to celebrate a Saturday on a GRIDLIFE.
And that'll do it for the day. Thanks for watching on GRIDLIFE and on Racer. More action on Sunday from GRIDLIFE South Carolina, round 1 of 6 for 2026. From Kyle Heyer, Jacob Gettins, and Jackson Lambros at the pits, we'll see you for the next one.